Countdown.
Calm down.
No countdown tonight. So we like the fucking stream talk when you're mid sentence.
No countdown. I thought you said no condom. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be rough. We're doing it wrong.
I'm Catholic.
We're
you know,
live.
so you
We're
know,
live.
Welcome to the
Raw.
Bareback Sunday
Dog.
chat.
Welcome to the Bareback Sunday stream. Hello, everybody.
It's just a picture of Bear's back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Freckles and hair. Yeah. Well, I guess I should go since that's what the topic is.
Yeah, no, just turn around.
We don't care. It doesn't.
Why don't you ace of base your ass somewhere else, sir?
Hello, everybody. So welcome to the everybody's stream on Sunday. I changed the name slightly, as you can see, because like it used to be like everybody would stream on Sunday, but now like a lot of people like stopped streaming on Sunday. Barry, you did stream today, but like you just streamed like some video game, no?
Yeah, it's playing City Heroes.
Yeah. But now like a Legion of Myth stopped streaming. Victor Gorchev stopped streaming on Sunday. So
I changed the name to make room for you, big guy. We all thought it was your time to shine.
My time to shine. I'm not here to shine. I'm here to make everybody else shine.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
Yeah, I'm a facilitator. Crafting
say
gamer.
It again, but say it properly this time.
Vacillator.
What the fuck is a facilitator?
Facilitator.
Facilitator, yeah, okay.
That's when you build the saliva in your mouth.
Pay extra for the facilation? Is that the thing? Like it's the dinner, the date, and then you got to pay for the facilation? Is that how it works?
Yeah. So now like it's everybody's stream on Sunday because it's an open forum where people are welcome to join. I put the link already in the chat there.
Your journey towards socialism is complete.
Did you?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't see it.
You don't see it? Well, I can post it again, I guess.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, well, Bear used it, and yeah.
I'm blind.
Yeah, you're blind. So you've been doing?
Higher.
It's now in the first Sunday of Advent. So we're in December. It's the thing. We're getting into the Christmas season.
Ooh, holly jolly.
Yeah. Well, now that because of that, my regular gaming night on Wednesday has been on hold because like the GM works retail and they're getting busier in the with the store being open later.
My camera froze. I'm gonna go out and come back in. It does this sometimes. Hang on.
Yeah, I thought you were just like getting an app there.
At least it was a decent freeze. It wasn't super embarrassing.
Yeah, like you like to screenshot. Yeah.
Hey, I only did that once.
Yeah. Well, anyway. So this week, what's new with me? I did one on a shopping spree. I got to admit, I bought a bunch of games.
The PDFs, or did you buy physical copies?
Physical copies, so I didn't get them yet. Well, I got the PDF as well. Yeah.
That was not a PDF outing for you, buddy. I saw the list of those books. I'm like, some of those books are like $60-$70 a piece.
Oh yeah, yeah, man.
God damn.
Okay,
what do you do for money? Do you just like trade white slavery? What is your source of income?
Well, like some raiding, some pillaging here and there. Raping is just fun.
Selling impressionable young French girls into the European sex market. Is that what you're doing?
No. I'm a businessman. Let's just say that. Yeah. I'm a legitimate businessman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember the Businessmen's Association.
No, I'm a crypto bro. If you want to know the truth of it.
Yeah.
People still do that?
Yeah. Well,
I thought that fad was over.
No, it's still work. It's
I thought when Bitcoin lost so much value, everyone went, "Oh, fuck this noise." And
no, that's when you buy.
Yeah, exactly. There are a cycle, like, and everyone every time that we go in the downward cycle, like those cycles are predictable somewhat. So people that have been there for a long time, people that know what they're doing, can benefit from them. But a lot of people that are new and are just like tourists, basically they get burned and now they get out, right?
Yeah.
But, just last week I was telling Justin about it. I said, like, now's the time to buy. Did you?
Yeah, I made $90 over the weekend.
There you go.
$90 whole. You
You probably didn't buy much because like
you hotshot.
Yeah, it's more than nothing.
More than I made on the
Canadian,
weekend. So.
Yeah.
In Canadian dollar, it went from 51 to 55. So it's
Yeah, the problem with that stuff is always you have to have this sizable investment at the start to be able to actually make it worthwhile. And I never have that kind of money just lying around to just go, I'm going to go get in the stock market now. Like, no.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Now, like, there's a new cycle coming up. I'm predicting. I wouldn't be surprised. And this is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. But because you asked, I would say, like, in 1 year, I wouldn't be surprised to see the price triple. Because of like the way that the economy works and stuff like that. Those are regular. Last time I said that, I told some of my friend to buy when it was 25, and then when we reached 75, I said now it's time to take some profit. They did. So
now, is this Bitcoin or are you using a different one?
Bitcoin. Yeah, I trade in some other one, but I'm basically a Bitcoin maximalist. I'm all in Bitcoin. The other one is just like some play money there here and there, but yeah.
But anyway. if you're looking to make a little passive income, you can always set up one of those Amazon print on demand things and just sell notebooks. You just put a fancy picture on a notebook cover, and once you've put it up there live, it'll just sit there, and you don't have to worry about shit except for collecting.
Yeah, but we can make like $2 a month, $3 a month.
You can make a lot more though. Some people make tens of thousands
on notebooks.
People like writing shit down.
I'm clearly in the wrong hustle. It's obvious.
No, and a lot of the tools for setting that up are free, right? So,
and it's a one-time deal. You set it up once, and then like you forget about it, and just receive like some residual here and there.
Yeah.
It's very low effort.
Like
the same, T-shirt or more effort because like you have to find something clever and stuff like that.
I make no fucking money. Like when I was hardcore T-publishing for my brand, I was making no money. Just nobody wants to buy T-shirts.
Yeah. Well, if you do it for your brand and stuff like that, people like to buy T-shirt with like clever, funny quotes and some kind of bullshit like that. Yeah, that are generic. I don't wear printed shirts, so I don't.
Yeah, neither do I.
Them.
But
I do,
unless they're from.
What you got now?
Like gifts or whatever.
Yeah, Boba Fett shirt. I bought this 2 years ago, and it's already faded to oblivion. Like this is the problem with modern T-shirts; they're garbage.
Yeah, and
because they're made for they're made for profit.
You take T-Public, right? Yeah. They have a thing where you can do fan art.
Yeah,
and if it's close to copyright, they'll hold it on review, and if it's approved, it'll get approved. If it's not,
I had a couple of designs get taken down where they told me that it was my own designs, my own branding, and they were like, "This is copyright violation." I'm like, "No, it's not. It's my shit."
Yeah.
But sometimes like I don't know, it's making stuff.
I'm talking. Boba Fett, like if you wanted to do like a goofball Boba Fett thing,
that's different. Then you're running, you're walking the line.
But they have
send me more information about this notebook scam online, Justin. Send me something on Discord. I want to take a look at it because I do a lot of photoshopping, but I do a lot of photoshopping and I do a lot of AI artwork. So why not make some cool fantasy cover notebooks and put them up as player notebooks or DM notebooks?
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking about doing that myself.
Yeah, but then again, you're looking into your line of interest. If you want to make money, you need to look into what sells. Like it's like
fine. I'll put up. Congratulations on your gender reveal at the age of 13. Like, I'll put up that notebook.
But you can do both, like because even if it's niche, right? Like role playing is a big enough category.
So my friend and her boyfriend work for an AI art generating company from out of Utah. And it's pay for play. You pay for your hours, right? To be able to go and use all of their stable diffusion and all that kind of stuff. And she said their number one, and by a long shot, payment interest is Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, yeah, I guess. Because also
There's a market there,
Furries,
right?
they don't like AI for some reason.
No. Publicly, people don't like AI. Privately, people don't like paying $5,000 for a piece of art.
Yeah. Where publicly I like AI, and publicly I don't like paying $5,000 for a piece of art.
Furries.
Furries.
Well, for like
Publicly,
when you like
don't
art
Why you guys
commission,
don't just stop? We're nerds. We don't need to eat our own. Come on.
They're not nerds. They're degenerates.
They're degenerate.
Why do you always make me be the fucking voice of reason? Why?
Because you're not. In this
Why
case,
do
you're
you
not the
push
voice
me
of
into
reason.
this place where I have to be like, come on now. Fucking savages. The two of you.
Clean. You know, like you know, like I still hang out with Max Liao like regularly. You know, like on his show on Friday. So I'm not that against furries, I guess.
Is Max a furry? Is that what you're saying?
Because you always like play like anthropomorphic animal.
Does he?
Yeah, he likes anthropomorphic animal thing.
Nothing wrong with that.
Well, yeah, but he says it's not a furry thing, but whatever. What's the difference? You know, potato.
Yeah. Tomato. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means anymore. It's lost all meaning, much like everything else in our society.
Meaning, the search for meaning. That's
the search. Fucking meaning is on a milk carton now. Have you seen this concept? You know.
Yeah.
Please call the human race.
Yeah, people have no meaning anymore, and words have no meaning anymore. Man, what a time we live in.
Yeah, it's a
5,000 years of civilization being undone by one fucking generation.
Oh, I thought it was by one fucking gender.
No, one generation.
No, this shit's happened before.
Yeah, this cycle, you know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We don't search for meaning; we search for money. You know, that's what the conversation we started with, searching for like talking about money, and then now we're talking about meaning. But it's a mistake. It's a mistake.
We had to
find money in a way that gives you meaning, but
we had a discussion about Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Yeah, Maslow hierarchy of needs in RPG. What were we talking about? I think I was like, was I drinking that night?
No, we should have been. We definitely should have been.
Oh, Jesus Christ, what did they get into?
It's an educational show.
It's an education.
People don't come here for entertainment. They come
you should just go to bed. That's what the education is for me. Sometimes you should just go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I finally bought Morkborg. I didn't receive anything yet because, like, you know, shipping.
You bought Morkborg? You don't buy Morkborg unless you like it.
I did fucking buy Morkborg, motherfucker. You made me.
I
didn't buy Index Card RPG. We're good.
I sent you to the website where you can get the full game for free.
Yeah, I don't like reading on a screen. You know,
you don't like reading.
I don't like reading for first, but I especially don't like reading on a screen.
So print it off.
I need to get a lamp so I can sit on my couch and read again. Books.
Yeah, man. That's also something I fucking bought, like a lamp for my nightstand, because when I moved, I left a lot of stuff behind. A lot of stuff that was like time to change anyway, time to upgrade. But I fucking received one and didn't work. Didn't work at all. Fucking Amazon.
Yeah, but Amazon's pretty good with shit not working. You send it back, it works out pretty good.
But now I have to.
A lot of times, stuff they're like don't even bother sending it back. We're just going to send you a refund or a replacement.
Yeah.
I got a keyboard. It was all broken on one end.
And teach you some Quebecois there, Justin. About the keyboard, there's tout magané.
Yeah, tout magané.
Tout magané.
Hello, Hangar. The link is, you know, I'll put the link again. I see people there.
Hangar, come say hi.
Yeah, come say hi, motherfucker.
I love you.
Yeah. But so I finally bought Morkborg. I bought Alien RPG because like I want to run more game, and I'm gonna run those. I want to do like a series of one shot. Like we're gonna start with the people I play with in my regular. Well, what was my Castle and Crusade group. I guess. So now we're gonna do like, because the game's on hiatus, we're gonna do some. We're gonna try to do some one shot.
1 minute, because I just left my brother's stream to go to sleep.
Oh, really?
I had
he doesn't have to. Doesn't
I had
need
a
to
rough
know.
night last night. I was in the hospital. I had to get stitches.
Stitches for what? What happened?
I had that ileostomy thing.
Oh yeah.
And my stoma ripped in half.
Oh shit!
Down one bottom side. So it was bleeding profusely. So I had to get stitches. Yeah. And I gotta go see a surgeon next week. They might have to redo surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't go 3 years with only 30 surgeries. I gotta make it 31 before the 3-year mark.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was in the hospital all night.
That's rough. How come your brother stream on Sunday now?
He's just streamed because everybody streams on Sunday.
Yeah, I know that. Well, now like it's much more quiet. Like some people like stop streaming on Sunday, but
yeah, he called the game because they've got a lot going on right now, so he was bored.
Oh yeah, it's true. No, normally like Sundays is game night.
Yeah, but
you too. It's the warmer game, no?
Yeah, but I'm going to bed.
Well,
yeah, he called the game, so I took my nighttime medicine already, and it's starting to kick in.
Oh man!
And I had a bunch of pasta with chili on top of it and cheese. So,
well, hopefully that's not gonna rip you a new one.
Nah, I already got a new one ripped last night.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, thank you for saying hi. Have a good night and take care of yourself.
I had to come by and say hi and give you a like because you're my buddy.
Yeah. Yep. I'm always happy when you drop by. I'll if you stream tomorrow, I might try to stop by, depending how busy I am.
I will be on tomorrow. And you guys, all Canadians on one stream, you need a little bit of class. Yeah. I didn't bring it. You just need
no.
Okay. As long as you're clear about that.
But at least I'm still rocking the theme with the hat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's December. The hat stays on
for the whole month
until after Christmas.
Fair.
You don't keep it until like Epiphany, until like January 6th.
Nah. My birthday's January 1st, so I'm not going to wear this on my birthday.
That's true. Fair. What about like the fucking 12th day of Christmas?
They start before the 25th.
No, it's from the 25th to the 6th.
I don't know. Good night, guys.
Good night, boss.
You studied to be a priest, man. Can you believe like Ungar could have became a priest at some point?
Oh God!
Yeah, maybe there's another timeline.
There's another timeline. Yeah,
the darkest timeline.
But the church in that timeline practices snake handling as a primary function.
Nah,
it's not some obscure branch.
So what else? What else I get? I got a Mark board because of Justin.
No, you got because of the yellow.
Yeah, I'm a big yellow fan. No,
I can see that.
What happening when post gaming? He's talking about 420 and GBB.
You gotta wear it until 420, man.
Oh yeah, I saw that you streamed in the middle of the night. Yeah, I saw that this morning. I didn't watch though. What was that about? You couldn't sleep?
Yeah, well, it's been a fucked up weekend for sleep, so I just I was awake and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just see who wants to hang out and talk about it. Just talking about UFOs and ancient astronaut theory and stuff like that. It was really fun.
Man, like fucking History Channel. At some point, they went like all on this like those kind of like goofy show.
Well, they traded in Hitler for Atlantis, basically.
Yeah. Well, they've never been about this story really. Anyway, but I'm not gonna break the rule here on my own stream.
No. Last night I saw Bear was streaming, but I was watching As You Like It, the Globe performance from 2010.
Oh, nice.
The what?
As You
Shakespeare.
Like It. Shakespeare.
Oh, no idea. I'd never heard of it.
Yeah,
it's comedies.
Yeah, it's the one with the really famous line, "All the world's a stage."
Oh, really?
Look at this. Look at this. This is this cat wants attention. I go, oh, what do you want? Puts its paw in my face. Like, go away. I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah.
I want hands, not face.
What the fuck is with you? You fuck.
Come on, Post Game X-Files is right. It's all the smoking men. You know what? I never fucking watch an episode of X-Files. Is it worth a watch? Is that something I should go back to and binge watch?
No.
No?
No, it doesn't hold up. Millennium, though. You should binge watch Millennium.
What is Millennium?
It was a spin-off show with Lance Henriksen.
Yeah. It was really good spin-off.
Oh, really? It's okay. It's a spin-off of X-Files?
Yeah.
There was 2 of them. That was the good one. The other one...
Well, the other one was The Lone Gunman, which the first episode of which predicted 9/11, which was fucking terrifying.
Yeah. But
did you play like the card game Illuminati?
No.
Back in the days?
We were talking like about
those people.
I seem like those people? Is that what you just said? Did you just say I seem like those people?
What people?
No, we were talking about it last night. It came up during the conversation.
Ah, okay.
Oh, Illuminati? Oh.
Yeah, Illuminati, yeah.
Remember? That's when they got Steve Jackson games raided by the FBI, man.
Yeah, that's what came up.
Yeah, 1990.
Huh. Mm-hmm. I didn't know he got raided for that.
Oh yeah.
But like I see all those cards, like say, oh, you know, when those fucking game, I didn't like when in the 90s, you know, I was like I wasn't into that stuff. I was still like a young lad, right? I wasn't into Magic the Gathering and the Star Wars CCG.
What was the justification for the raid?
Just a lot of the stuff was, you know, conspiracy theory woo-woo. And I don't know if you were around in the 90s, but the FBI was really into fucking going after people who were, you know, vaguely seeming anti-governmental, you know?
Well, yeah. There was a ridge and a ruby and
a branch with some guy named David. And, you know.
Nah, the FBI wasn't overreacting about anything.
Yeah. But you know, it wasn't like apparently like Macris, Alexander Macris apparently he got contacted at some point by was it him? By some when he was doing his game Ascendant. Like somebody that contacted him about like some stuff he put in the game for simulating like I don't know submarine and shit like that, and said, "Where do you get this information from?" And he said, "I just did the math," and it's okay.
Oh, that's the story of what's his name? Hunt for Red October. Michael Crichton? No, what's the guy? What's that author's name?
Was it Tom Clancy?
Yeah,
Tom Clancy. So when Hunt for Red October came out, he got contacted by both the Americans and the Russians, going, "How do you know all this?" And he's like, "I read your publicly available material and figured it out." And they're like, "Oh shit,
you told me." Who in our government told you? You personally.
Yeah. Rubies and understand. Remember, like people like we're all
militias in Michigan. Exiles is great. Yeah. Gillian Anderson's aging well.
She's aging well.
I never.
You ever watch Sex Education? Well, you wouldn't like it. It's modern and progressive thought process. British show, but she's in it, and she looks good for her age, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never got her.
You never got her?
No, well, you know, you didn't try hard enough, I guess. I don't know.
Well, yeah. In either way, Bear.
Nah, she had like this kind of like a girl next door kind of thing, no? She was like she's like good looking, but not like super hot. That you know, she still like look like a normal girl that you could maybe talk to or date, you know?
Yeah.
But I was always like more into the I don't know,
guys,
women that look a little more violent, you know?
Lagartha.
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
So you're definitely Eowyn over Arwen.
Arwen?
I don't know what those are.
Lord of the Rings, man.
I didn't see it.
Arwen. Yeah, okay. Fucking.
Okay, that's not.
I was thinking more.
I don't believe you didn't see those movies. I don't believe for a second you didn't see those movies. This is the same bullshit when you say you're not into Star Trek, and then you go like, "Is that the episode where Q does the thing with the quantum matrix?" And like, Jesus Christ, man.
I saw the first Lord of the Ring movie in theater when it was new.
Yeah,
I saw the second one.
in
when it
theaters.
came out VHS. When it came out to VHS,
an advanced play,
or DVD or whatever, and the third one I saw for the first time during the COVID pandemic when everything was locked down, because I never saw it. I said, you know what, maybe it's time I watched it. I wasn't
believe you.
It's too long.
No one believes you. You understand that, right? You try and present this like I'm a detached nerd, but we know you're a full-on nerd.
No, it's just like, I don't know, man. Just like the first movie was all right. I thought it was too long and too slow and stuff like that, and they cut Tom Bombadil. So I wasn't too excited to go see the second one in the theater. Also, I don't like the theater experience. But when the second one came down and the fucking battle from Elm's Deep took for fucking ever, I was so fucking bored.
I swear to God, I'm watching the Battle of the Hornburg, and I'm looking at that wall going, it's an awfully short wall. Like, that wall feels like it should be at least 20, 30 feet taller. Like, why is it so short, you know?
Yeah. Oh, and also like the fucking elf, like doing like a skateboard on the staircase. Like, I said, man,
that shit was
those movies.
So I like the first Fellowship of the Ring. I really like. It's magical. I really enjoy it. And even the extended version, love watching it. Two Towers, Return of the King, nope. I'll watch them like just to complete the cycle if I'm going to do a watching, but just like I don't have any interest in watching them.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I wasn't into it. I wasn't into it.
I watched the entire extended version back to back. Then I watched all the commentary tracks in one sitting.
How can one man jerk off that much in one sitting, Justin? Come on.
Don't jerk off to Lord of the
Rings. You must have been dehydrated. Peter Jackson! You know, and then, you know.
Rubbing it raw.
No.
Raw and just becoming like desiccated.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
You look like a fucking pepper in the stick.
There are better ways you could go with this, bro. This is wrong.
I don't know. We're having fun.
Yeah.
Now,
no, but that's the thing. I know.
The first time I saw Barbed Wire.
You know, Barbed Wire is Casablanca, right?
Yes.
It's just Casablanca. It's the story of Casablanca with tits. It's so weird.
Yeah.
I never watched it with a friend. We rented it for shits and giggles there in the 90s when it came out on DVD. We're like, oh, let's watch it. We're watching, like, I'm like half an hour into it. And I just go, this is fucking Casablanca. What the fuck?
Were you stoned? Drunk?
Very stoned.
Okay. That would explain it.
I spent most of the 90s high as fuck.
That would explain why it took you so long to figure out it was Casablanca.
Come on, Post Gaming. So saw them in theater when they first came up, and that's enough. I'll take the books. You know, that's the thing. Like people like this. Some people like that put like those movies like on a pedestal, like they're perfect movie and stuff like that. I say, I don't see that. You know, they're all right. I can see that people might like it. I'm very picky on movie. I don't tend to like movies. You know, if I put something on a T-shirt one day, I'm gonna put like, "Don't tell me a story, bro." You know, just like that's what I'm gonna put. You know, I don't like being told a story. That's why I like role playing game, because like I'm a participant in it, right? I'm not getting told a story. We're making up a story together as we go, right? That's what I like. But just sitting through a movie and just, okay, no, I'm ready. Tell me your story, and I'm just there passive. You know, I'm like, and I hate modern like video game for the same reason. They all went around and try to be like narrative and stuff like that. And I'm gonna tell you a story. Now there's a cutscene, a cinematic, and now like you can put your controller down and listen to all this fucking bad acting. I don't fucking care. Don't tell me a story. I want to play a game.
Yeah, I don't want to read the movie. I don't want to watch the game. And I don't want to listen to the book. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the way I am.
I agree with the first two. I don't mind. I like listening to books when I'm doing other things. Again,
I tune them out. I either go to sleep or I tune them out and I don't hear it. I'm like, well, it was a wasted effort for me, you know?
If I don't have something to toy with that other part of my brain, I get distracted too easily. You know, It gives me
sometimes I'll play a movie where I'll do something else, but then like I barely watch it. I'm just like it's just like for background noise and stuff like that. And I'm mostly like oftentimes I listen to stream for that. You know, that's why I listen to a lot of stream and stuff like that. Sometimes like I'm doing something else, and sometimes I listen to your stream even I'm not active in chat. I'm still listening and just like I'm busy with my end doing something else.
So what that says to everybody in the audience,
working.
If you are streaming, just insert random insults to Mr. Max. It'll help him get off more.
Yeah, I'm a big. I got a big emulation kink.
Wow.
Comes from my mother.
I had to explain Les Filles du Roi to someone today. They didn't know what Les Filles du Roi were, and I had to explain it to them. They were like, "Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's real?" I'm like, "Oh yes." Quebec tries to deny it's real, but it's documented and real.
Yeah, they were sent to where I'm from. You know what Les Filles du Roi is?
I don't speak like French, bro.
So basically, at one point, when all this, the men were over here for like the fur trade, and they had nothing. Well, the King of France basically said, "Okay, prostitutes and strong women, basically women who were a little too outspoken. Okay. You have a choice. You can go to jail, or you can go to the New France and take a husband." And many went to jail, but a lot of them were like, "I'll take the trip." And so Quebec has a deep whore origin.
And in my, especially like in my region, because like that was like in the wood camp and the fur trading place and stuff like that, was like a far off stuff like that. That's where they would send like those king's daughter, right? Yeah, it's like go find a husband there because we're all men over there, so they need a woman, so they send the whore.
That's how I've heard of it. The king's daughters.
Yeah, Les Filles du Roi, the king's daughters.
Yeah, but I've always never heard it in English before, bro.
Well, it's not our fault you didn't pay attention to French classes in school.
Yeah.
Well, all they ever did was play those Tele Francais TV show, and the French teacher was actually French.
See, Baron, I can't fucking do like audiobook because I get too distracted, and then like, oh no, I didn't listen for the last 15 minutes, so now I have to rewind and to figure out like what's happening, and then like it goes nowhere, man. Yeah. Have you done the audiobook? Bear, you like it because you're dyslexic, right?
No, I hate them. They put me to sleep. I fall asleep if I listen to books on tape.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I pass right out. Or I distract to something else like you, and I don't know what the fuck's going on in the story anymore.
Yeah. I tried some while driving at some point. It was when I had a long commute. But usually I'm just gonna listen to some music. Yeah,
that's what I do. Whenever I'm writing or something, I just put music on.
Yeah, and I like instrumental music or some jazz or bossa nova, stuff like that. That's what I mean.
Bossa nova.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of bossa nova.
There you go, man. There you go.
That's something you know now about me.
Yeah, well, no, we've all known. We've all suspected or believed for the longest time. Now we know. Now we have confirmation.
Yeah.
Worked at gay clubs means something else. We now understand.
I told you. I told you. You tried to naysay it, Bear, but I told you.
I didn't know about the bossa nova thing. Come on, this is new information. I have to reevaluate.
No, like I'm a big Brazil fanboy. Brazil is one of my favorite places in the world.
So you're into Brazilian ladyboys? What was that?
A Brazil fanboy. That's
I don't think different. The word fan means what you think it means.
I had a French guy work within radio. He and his girlfriend took a trip to Thailand, and he was gone for like a month. And he came back, and I'm like, "So how was it?" And he goes, "It's good. It was nice." I said, "What are the women in Thailand like?" And he goes, "If they're over 5'7", they have a cuck." I was just like, Jesus Christ.
Nobody told you?
That's what he said. I'm like, I don't want to know how you found out. I don't need to know the rest of this story. I'm good.
Oh, man. Well, that's a good way to figure it out. Probably not foolproof, but
no, but it was still funny as fuck. I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's what you took away from Thailand, like this ancient civilization with jungles and temples, and if they're too tall, they're a transgender. You're like, what the fuck? Okay, too funny.
Oh.
All right, Feel the Thrill. If you want to join, you can just click the link. As long as you read the description first, because there's some rules in there. You send me a message on Discord, but read the description first because there's some rules, and then you can just join if you're okay with that.
You have to invest in his Bitcoin mining scheme first.
Yeah, exactly. Connect.
Send me $12.
Waiver. Yeah. Also, you have to know that if you're associated with me, it makes you a bad person.
Morally, and
you, dude, you are now my. I'm getting into heaven because of you.
Really?
Yep, you're my mitzvah. You're my mission. I'm just, by making you a better person, I get to go to heaven now.
That's not how that works.
Yeah,
Shut up. You don't know. You don't know.
Yes, I do. I say that with authority.
Every time you try to uplift somebody to heaven, they drag you to hell.
Yeah, well. Yeah. I got a timeshare there, so I guess it'll work out. Nice view of the lake of fire.
Yeah. You shouldn't be so negative on yourself, bro.
I like my odds. There you go. Hello, Phil the Thrill. Welcome for our first time on that show.
You guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
No, but we'll take it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Are you a first-time caller, long-time listener?
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well,
now I turned off the stream.
Yeah. Well, at least you have your headset, so we didn't hear the echo. Then I would have given you shit, but now it's just on your side, so that's all right.
Nah, I can't stand that.
Yeah.
How y'all doing?
So
I'm big fans of you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Justin, I don't know you, though.
I accept that.
You're a lucky man.
I'm pretty sure I produced the most content.
Fucking 1,000 points for Punk. That was awesome.
Nah, I see you.
That was awesome.
Obviously.
I'm big fans of you guys. Well, not that other weird guy, but the rest of
you. Yeah.
Well,
so
I heard something about Thailand had ladyboys. So I had to
apparently this is what my friend told me after he and his girlfriend went. He said there were lots of transgender people in Thailand. Okay.
You ever been to Thailand?
No.
No, you want to go?
Yeah, I hear that's one of the good ones to go to.
Apparently,
that one
it's really
Singapore.
Awesome.
That's the
Singapore has a lot of laws that can get you into trouble if you're not paying attention, and that's you got to be careful of. But Thailand, they have one of the coolest things ever is they have the regular police,
Ladyboy,
and they have the tourist police.
Yeah.
So you as a tourist, do not go to the regular police. Go to the tourist police. Don't fuck with the local police. Go right to the tourist police. And the tourist police usually will take
bribe your way out police.
No, that's the local police.
Oh,
But it's sort of like the same thing in Cuba. In Cuba, they've kind of the government and the police have let all the Cubans know, do not fuck with the tourists. We will come down on you like a sack of hammers. So a buddy of mine went to Cuba 3 times. The second or third trip in Cuba, he was walking around Havana, and he wound up in this weird old part of Havana where there was no tourist shit or anything. He's really excited walking around, and there's this table of these 5 older Cuban guys just drinking mate and talking to each other, and they see him, and one of them gets up, walks across. He's like, "Hi, how you doing?" He's like, "Hi." He goes, "Where are you from?" "I'm from Canada." He goes, "Great. What you want to do is you want to turn around and you want to go back that way, take a left, and you'll find everything you need. But this is not the neighborhood for you. I suggest you leave, sir." That's polite enough to go get the fuck out. Whereas the Philippines, if you're in the bad neighborhood, you're just going to get jacked, and that's it,
Yeah.
So I kind of respect places like that where they go, don't fuck with the tourists because they bring us money. You know what I mean? So that's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
I was just on a cruise.
Where?
There's the only cruise that goes out of Galveston.
Okay.
It goes to, it's huge, whatever. They all go the same places. So they go to Honduras and then 2 spots in Mexico, Cozumel and the other one that sucks.
Huh.
I've never been on a cruise
3 times. Well, it's a really good trip to take if you don't want to see the world.
No, but that's the thing. I like to see the world. Exactly.
You just want to get you just want to have no stress and no responsibilities.
I want to take
I want
to take one of the Danube cruises. They have those Danube river cruises. They're apparently really cool.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I got a 3-year-old, so.
Oh yeah.
I'm not trying to explore right now.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, apparently these Danube cruises, like when you get into like, Romania or Hungary or those places, like they stop at like these old churches and these old forts and stuff. And like you spend the day walking around and you get back on the riverboat and party for the rest of the night. It's like, it's neat.
Danube.
Yeah.
The only problem is knowing my luck, I'll be there when the fucking next civil war breaks out,
Well, in the Balkan, that's like
you're not Mr.
pretty
Max.
good odds.
It's good. And it's
Very good odds.
Can't provoke it. That's the difference. But like I don't do really good with like just like relaxing and doing nothing. Like it's very hard for me. Like I get like so bored. I always have to get going, do something. Right? Just like sitting on a beach, it's nightmare for me. Also, I'm redhead, so I burn it easy.
Yeah,
but,
same for me, man. It's like, nope, I'm not doing that. Nope.
Yeah, I love like swimming in free water, which something also I can't wait to try here. Like go swimming in the bay in the summer and stuff like that.
But you just left your ice pond and your like snowy Nirvana, didn't you?
Oh no, we're
I used
God's country.
Yeah, I used to live in the wood.
Yeah,
which I left, but now I live like on a bay in east of Quebec. So it's still very nice, and getting into the woods not too far away. Getting on the bay, I can walk there, right? So it's very nice.
I'm glad you kept the same decor.
Well, he's moved to where I grew up. Basically, he's relocated to the area of Canada that I grew up in. So it's like I'm so fucking envious of him. It's crazy.
Yes, Mr. Max folded up a curtain and put it into a box and took it with him.
By the way, Mr. Max, you want to have fun down there? Buy a Skidoo, man.
It's too noisy for me.
You can afford it. You can afford it.
Skidooing is awesome fun down there.
No, I'll get some more dogs in a sled.
it's half a crypto coin.
What I'd like to try is
didn't Bitcoin just like take a hit just now, like a week ago?
No, it's
buying time.
It's going up now.
Oh yeah,
well, it was like a kind of a big dip, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but it's a season. Like
that's good. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying
Bitcoin got those 4-year cycle, right? Yeah. So there's always like going to be a big rise, then it's going to be a big dip, then it's going to stabilize a bit in the middle, then it's going to dip a bit, then rise a bit. There's cycles that are somewhat predictable. So
when it rises, liquidate, summon, buy gold. Got it.
Most of my Bitcoin's about $45,000 purchase on a buy.
Well, you don't buy a full coin.
Pretty trash for now, but.
But that's the thing. Like, keep it for another year, and then we'll start again.
I am. I'm not. I'm a hodl boy.
Yeah. If you like, don't put money in Bitcoin that you're not willing to keep to not see again for 4 years. And always keep in mind it can always goes to zero. But like, if you try to make like the day trader and stuff like that, like that's dead. I did a lot in the past. Now it's too hard to unpredictable.
I know you said you are a little political or a lot political, but did you see that? I'm sorry if this is a foreboding topic, but did you see that RFK Jr. was talking about backing the dollar with Bitcoin?
RFK Jr. has said that he believes in reparations now.
Yeah, I think he might have said that. If he did, he's probably not getting elected.
He's getting weirder and weirder every time he talks. That guy, it's like, what the fuck?
He's got to stay in a headline.
Well, I saw one guy talking about saying
Bitcoin for his business.
Yeah, talking about your coin. Yeah, it's sometimes it rise and then it go down, and then sometimes it's in the middle.
It's not a bad price.
I remember that part from the play I watched last night.
Yeah, I sent you a picture of my penis for Bitcoin.
No.
There you go. Put it on a T-shirt.
Yeah.
No, that's my job.
And make it a stage 4 guild navigator on a T-shirt. There we go.
I'm gonna put it on there.
That's Mr. Max's fucking sex life. I was not here. I did not say this.
But he's the freaking guild navigator that looks like a butterfly. Not a
he just walks into the bedroom and looks like he goes, "We literally just folded space from X. And she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, worship Shai Halud.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta kick my dog out before my wife wakes up.
All right. No worry. You know, like this fucking Lynch movie, Dune Lynch movie is the movie I saw the most in my life by far. Yeah, I love that movie.
I saw it in the theater.
Oh, really?
You lucky bastard.
It's like
when I was
years old, man.
What was that? 84.
Yeah.
I was a negative 3 months.
You weren't even an itch in your dad's balls yet.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, no,
I was probably.
Your mothers were pregnant.
Probably 85. I was born in 85.
He was still, still in the belly.
Father, the sleeper has awakened.
When I would come back from school as a lad, right? And every day after school, I would sit and watch this movie.
You had no friends, huh?
Well, I did, but you come back from school, like it's 4 o'clock. You're gonna have dinner at 6, right? Get this time. It's perfect time for the movie. We didn't fuck off after
People
school.
People legitimately told me they think I'm weird because I eat my dinner at 6. I'm like, motherfuckers, I ate my breakfast at 6. Dinner's 12 hours later. That's how it works.
Yeah. Well, I usually have.
And you're old.
8.
Hey, now you be careful there, Texas. I know where that was.
I don't eat breakfast.
That's okay. You can come over. I'll feed you.
Yeah, diabetic. You can't feed me. Texas can't.
Some brisket.
Nope. You guys put. Oh, are you of the tribe? Is this a shalom moment for the brisket?
No.
Oh, well,
if you're asking, I'm a Jew. I wouldn't be on this stream.
That's the best fucking. No, I clearly believe some Jewish people need to come hang out with Mr. Boivin to make him feel really uncomfortable all the time.
I have some Jew on the street
because I would love to see him going like, I want you to know that I feel not you guys, but I feel that but you guys are cool. I just want to see that play out.
Brisket kosher or something? Is that what you're saying?
Brisket's very popular in the Jewish community.
Oh, that's what Texas calls barbecue. It's brisket.
Yeah.
Smoked brisket. New York, they both said it right. It's New York barbecue is a smoked brisket.
Meat.
Okay. I got something right over there.
Yeah, but they got it from like the Germans or the Dutch or something like that.
What?
Yeah. All Jewish food. All Jewish food is like ripped off from other cultures, man.
Except the matzo ball.
Except for the matzo ball.
Sure,
maybe that stupid cracker that they make from the blood of orphans or whatever.
I was at some point. I was at a function at a. Should I tell this? Like at a synagogue, right? I was at a function there for some reason, and it was like a Jewish thing. But there were some goyim that were invited nonetheless. But we were sat like in the corner, and at the last table, and with the bad Jews, kind of a joke. And at some point, like when they brought plate to everybody, right? And they had plate with like a Star of David in it, except us, we didn't have one. Like the plate, it was the same plate, but without the star in it.
Yeah,
you're not of the tribe, man.
Yeah, exactly. But then I said, like, man, like they really pay attention to who is in and who is out, right? Like bad Jews said at the Star of David. But the thing is,
here's the primary difference for Judaism and Catholicism. Catholicism wants more Catholics.
Yeah.
Judaism doesn't want you unless you come to them and want to be with them. They're not trying to convert anybody.
I was talking about that. I was thinking about that afterward, and said, like, I guess the reason's probably like there's probably a good reason though, that because we're goyim, if we don't know the rules, right? And you cannot put cheese in the same plate as you have meat and stuff like that. There's all those kind of rules, right? And if you do, then you have like to you have to like purify this plate or whatever, right? So that's why they had like a different set for the people that didn't know those rules. Like they probably didn't know those rules. But
So they put cheese all over your meat or something, or what?
No, but like if there was like dairy stuff, there's nothing wrong with that. Like cheese goes well with meat.
Yeah, cheesesteak's good, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
a good cheeseburger, right?
Yes.
What's wrong with that?
Have you ever heard of Tex-Mex food?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, man. I love it. I love
too much cheese on everything.
There's no such thing as too much cheese.
There's a whole category for it.
There is no such thing as too much cheese.
There you go. Like Brian asked you where you in.
I know. I realized that my name looks like Filthy Thrill, which is an accident.
Well, you fit in nicely here.
But I'm from Nacogdoches. It's the oldest town in Texas. Oh yeah.
Bob and it's the ultimate non-kosher meal, double cheeseburger with bacon. Yeah, that's the meal that only Aryan can eat because there's pork, there's beef, so they do her out. There's...
Only
white people can.
You'd be surprised how many non-Aryans eat that here, actually.
No,
I don't know if it's an honorary membership.
She's also a lot of them are lactose intolerant. You know, a lot of them.
Yeah, there's
a lot of Asian, a lot of black.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Aryan still. Yep.
No. We're the one that can digest like milk usually, like right. Interesting.
It's not always Bear. Bear, it's not always. You don't need to say anything. I know you're.
Yeah, I'm much more of
I'm petting my cat.
Yeah, I just let you know.
I'm hanging out with my cat because my cat doesn't say hate crimes.
It's not a hate
crime. We're talking about food.
I know.
It's not how is this hurting them? We're not the ones causing them to be lactose intolerant.
I think he really doesn't like cheese on meat.
I love cheese on meat. What are you talking about? Okay, so look, you're going down because you just want food. You don't actually want so when I first moved to Montreal at the age of 15, I was living with strangers, boarding, and my best friend was a Jewish kid at school, Sam Kalman. Sam and I became best friends. And when his family found out I wasn't living with family, I was like, they practically adopted me. And so I was always over there eating and all that. And what was really cool was his father, Dr. Calvin Kalman, was a physicist teaching at Concordia. His wife, Dr. Judy Kalman, was a professor of Holocaust studies. She told me the best Jewish jokes ever. We went to the Howard Johnson's one time to have supper, and she ordered a ham and cheese on rye. And her husband's like, Judy, we're Jewish. And she's like, Calvin, my ancestors didn't survive Hitler, so I don't get to enjoy this deliciousness, okay? She was like, she did not give a shit about any of that stuff. She was an awesome lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually don't like cheese on burgers.
No?
No, really?
I think it takes away from the chicken flavor.
Heretic.
I don't like the cheese on chicken. That's the weird one for me.
Yeah, that's weird.
Cheese on
but
chicken.
It's not terrible.
You put it in chicken.
The burger should just be like patty melt, but no cheese. That's kind of what I go for, like an onion jalapeno, double patty.
Yeah,
I like all the cheese. The cheese like help to keep all the stuff together, right?
I know.
It's like the glue. It's like the glue that keep everything together.
I know. You've made it into a pasty brick of nothing. Yeah. It is less beef.
You need like a Monterey Jack or something like that, man.
That's fair.
I just like that a couple of years ago, smash burgers became all the rage, and I'm like, no, that's just poor people food. That's how we make the meat last, is by making it as thin as fucking possible when we cook it. Like, come on.
It's got more.
And then all the prices shot up, right? This is the problem with the fucking foodie revolution, is everything gets more expensive all of a sudden because idiot hipsters are eating it and fucking taking pictures on Instagram. How much does a pizza cost where you are?
Me?
Phil.
It's probably $20 to get a pizza delivered to your house.
How big? How big a pizza?
I want to say 14 inches.
So a large pizza is about $20, right?
Yeah.
If you step
get
outside,
in like one or two toppings.
Yeah. If you step outside of the chain brands, like you get away from Domino's and stuff like that, $30 for a large pizza here.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you get the deluxe one, it's like fucking medium is like $45. No logic to it.
I ordered the medium 3-topping coupon from Domino's this afternoon, and it was $22.
Yeah, because they hit you that $5.95 fucking delivery fee now.
Yeah, I don't do delivery anymore.
Yeah.
I hate delivery. Fucking all the delivery drivers suck now.
Yeah, well.
They're all.
Now my delivery driver
from a delivery driver.
The delivery driver at my Domino's gave me his number and said he'll pick up from the restaurant across the street for me. He was like, I don't care, man. You want something from Square Boys? Just let me know.
Nice.
I'll get you that Euro on a pita.
He's going there before he drops your food off.
There was a period in the 90s where there was like 4 or 5 of us living in a house together, and we ordered a lot of fucking pizza because it was college guys. And then we stopped for some reason for like a month. We didn't order pizza. We were just cooking or doing other things or going to restaurants or whatever. We got a fucking letter from Domino's saying, hey, we miss you. Here's a coupon. Like they noticed the drop off in business from our house.
Yeah.
It was insane.
I'm pretty sure I put the one guy's kids through college.
Yeah.
I've never been a big on ordering pizza, except at my last place that I live. Like once in a while, I would order a pizza because that was the only thing that would deliver
Healthy.
where I was. But when I was living in Montreal, we would get like a poutine delivered a lot. That's what we would, that's what we would get for yeah.
We get the cheese curds from the farmers market.
I prefer mozzarella. I really do. Like I don't like the cheese curds.
Really?
The squeaky cheese is what I
love that. I remember you used to be able to get it at the convenience store when I was a kid.
Yeah. You used to be able to get that here. You just go into the depot and there'd be like bags of cheese curd for like $1.
Yeah.
We just started getting cheese curds.
Yeah.
How do you finally got it? It finally got it.
Yeah. Anybody can make it, just like it's like the easiest thing to make.
Yeah.
Get if you get a gallon of raw milk, you can fucking make your own.
I don't know how to get a fucking gallon of raw milk. I gotta go to a farmer's. I gotta go to a farmer's market and haggle.
There must be dairy farmers in Texas.
You gotta show them your boobs.
I heard you had cow in Texas.
Yeah, there's cows here. Yeah.
Just a few.
It's at least 3 cows.
You can do other things than just meat with cow.
Oh no! Stop! I know where that's going. Stop.
No, I was talking about cheese.
Like a leather jacket.
Yeah, cheese and leather. Yeah.
Minotaur,
and have sex with it.
No,
do not have sex with the cat.
Man,
there's a danger
line. The cow, it's fucking way too big.
Cultural differences.
You don't want to cross.
It's just our culture. I don't know.
Gentlemen, it is late and I got to work in the morning, so I haven't slept well this weekend, so I'm actually going to try and get a night's sleep tonight and see if that fucking happens. So either this is good night or in a couple of hours, I'll be back going, good and sleep. What's up?
Okay. All right, man. I don't know how long I'm going to go tonight, but have a good night.
Dude, I've never seen you go less than 3:34 in the morning. Come on.
No. Like I've went less than 5 hours at some point.
Well, last week we ended at 12.
It's true, but I was fucking dead tired from the move.
And we got rid of the don't read all the chats rule.
Oh yeah, we also
got rid of
the chat rule.
I still remember the first time I was on and I acknowledged a chat and you got mad. We don't do that here. I'm like, oh, sorry.
we don't do that chat. We're gonna get it in time.
Anyway, Phil, nice seeing you.
Yeah.
Take care, man.
Justin, I got that link. I'll look into it. Thank you. And Mr. Boivin, salut de visit, man.
Now that link is for a playlist of Guy walking through all the different things you can do with that.
Cool. I'll check it out. Playlist of guys. That shouldn't cause any jokes. Okay. Bye now.
Bye. I'll put the link again in the chat if anybody else wants to join.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we all know.
So Max, you're pretty hardcore Catholic then? Like,
well, I'm a real believer. It's important for me, but I'm a bad Catholic. I'm not gonna lie about it. I'm not like I'm a sinner, like one of the worst.
You have a choice. You can be a bad Catholic or unfaithful.
I've always been like really interested in Catholicism because it's like, and you probably don't want to talk about this at all, but because it's so like so the opposite of where I went with like this unorganized religion route, and then the Catholic is like the super most symbols and like rules and strict things. But
I know
so interesting.
I know a lot of Protestants, like it's weird to them because like they say, oh, like it's not supposed to be all the money and stuff like that. But like we say, I say, and I think that's the view of Catholics say, like think about the people, like when you go to a Catholic church that's beautiful, that is like well ornamented and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's like a vision of heaven almost, and for a lot of people, even for the people like regular Joe, right, that's the only time in the week they get to see such beauty. In a way, it's like bringing all this beauty and making it accessible to the people. I think that's a great thing in itself, singing all this art, all those ornaments, all those like a beautiful church is uplifting as well. You go in there and you feel like you want to fucking worship God because there's so much beauty there.
Yeah,
And
I
as
gotta
for the
say,
money,
as a Westerner, I sure appreciate Catholicism doing that around me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's handy.
And for the riches that are there, like people say, oh, all this wealth could be, but you have to remember that's all wealth that have been given to the church, right? It's people that instead of like spending on themselves, they sacrifice that wealth to bring something beautiful
to their
that's going to be in the
community.
church that everybody can enjoy. So
yeah,
that's interesting.
I like
So you'd say that beauty is like a really big part of Catholicism?
Yeah, I think it helps elevate the soul. Yeah,
it used to be a big part of our society generally.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Used
Like
to be
all
like
the architecture is shit now.
Exactly. Yeah.
What was we were talking about 9/11 last night.
Finally.
on well, it came up in passing.
Yeah.
On Shadow's show, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm very sad for all the people that died and all, but I celebrated because those buildings were fucking ugly."
Yeah. Well,
you celebrate the downfall of the Bill of Rights because you didn't like buildings.
Well, I was 15, okay?
Oh yeah, no.
That does sound like something a 15-year-old would say.
And I still think those buildings were ugly. I hate the continental architectural style.
The World Trade Center? The Twin Towers?
The World Trade? Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
Or the side of the Pentagon. One of those two things.
The World Trade Center. The Pentagon was a nice building.
That's nice.
It's too Masonic to my taste, but nice building. Could
have used an extra side.
But yeah, the Twin Tower were like, very modern skyscraper kind of bullshit, right? It's not like Chrysler building was nicer.
The architectural style is the continental architectural style.
Yeah.
And it is, in my opinion, the most hideous architectural style ever devised by man.
Yeah, it kind of goes downhill.
Yeah.
I don't. When does it go downhill? What do you guys think? Where's the tipping point in architectural interest?
1945, but we're not allowed to talk about that.
Yeah, we're not allowed to talk about that.
What happened that year? I can't.
But no, even before that, because you look at the Soviet and Russia, right, in the 1920s, right, they were already like doing this like kind of brutalism and stuff like
functional,
that. Functioning like, and we say like good, like beauty elevate the soul, and in a way, like when they try to do something that is devoid of all beauty,
I heard that
it's meant to crush the soul, like to put you in your place.
I heard something that was like the architecture, the person who designed it is basically giving a critique of what he thinks about civilization at the time. You know what I mean? So like, if he respects his culture, then he'll design something that's very beautiful and will stand the test of time. But if it's all temporary trash, it's kind of like.
I remember like I was listening to this architect as well. He said like, designing, like people are all focused on architecture, like making them like sustainable and shit like that.
Yeah.
But he said that's the wrong thing to see, because like the most, if we were into that carbon kind of shit, like the most pollution that is going to be like produced, or the most carbon emission that's going to be produced from a building is when you build it. It's when you put it together, right, with the concrete and stuff like that. If you design a beautiful building that people will want to preserve and maintain for hundreds of years, then this ecological impact is much more diminished. If you build something shitty that you're gonna have to tear down and build over again in 30 years, well, then that's much more
perverted environmentalism.
Wasteful. Yeah.
Well, all environmentalism is perverted environmentalism.
I disagree with that. I think that wanting to have clean rivers and stuff is good.
Well, that's
the environmentalist movement now is pretty much all perverted.
Yeah, like the tearing down nuclear plants that produce steam as an outrage, so you can clear cut forests to burn wood pulp.
Are you happy to hear that China is the fastest producing nuclear power right now? They're producing a shitload of nuclear power plants.
Well,
don't you think China is going to do a great job maintaining all their nuclear power plants?
Compared
probably
to
not.
The
Chinese constructions.
Yeah.
I feel like
I think
if someone gives a shit, then nuclear power is good. But
we're still looking at the Chinese from from like 1960, right? Like that ideology, because they execute people that fuck shit up. We don't do that. We give them grants and let them keep doing it.
Xi Jinping is really trying to because like China has been like when you go like to communism stuff like that, it creates like those very like low trust society, and now like people like criticize like the social critic score and stuff like that. But like I think this is real effort to try to rebuild the high trust society where people like are, because you look at what they and let's not kid ourselves. We're the same thing here in the West. Like those critics, so like, it's just like unofficial. And it's like you get fired because you express the wrong opinion and shit like that.
Just like our fascism.
Yeah, exactly. Whatever.
Wrong term to use.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
But
no.
But it's tyranny, but like not all tyranny is fascism, right? Fascism is a specific thing.
So the marriage of corporate and government power is the fascism.
Well, if you want to use the Mussolini definition, like.
I guess that's what is a good definition.
But still, it's not, because you don't have a marriage of government and corporation in Western countries, because our governments are fucking lapdogs. It's not the other way around.
And there's another thing with like
doesn't matter.
There's another element that I think is necessary for fascism, or like is the love of the nation and the people.
We're not supposed to be talking about this.
Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about that.
I'm sorry.
That's the check.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because if we talk about that,
this rule exists for me. I should not be the one enforcing it.
Exactly. This rule is there for.
Well, can I change the subject?
Yeah.
Talk about
so potentially, I'm playing a game Friday with GM Cody of Dune.
Oh, that's nice.
Okay.
And I've heard you guys trashing the idea of playing a Dune role-playing game for the last 3 weeks. And I'm wondering why.
It's not like I find that I love Dune, right? Like I said earlier, like the movie is the movie I saw the most in my life. The book, the first book, is the book I read the most in my life once.
I've only read it one time.
You only got about halfway through.
That's because like Justin said, I don't read books, so
yeah, it's a running joke.
I read a book one time. It's the book I read the most in my life. No, but
I'm terrible at reading.
Joking aside, like Dune is the book I read the most. I read it like every other year, I'd say. Maybe sometimes a little more than that. Cool. But
what'd you think of the movie? What'd you think of the new movie? Just one.
It was brutalist.
I didn't see it.
It was soul crushing. The architectural art.
Yeah, I didn't look the design. I cannot stand fucking Chalamet. And I didn't like how they race and gender swap.
Chalamet, is that the director?
Yeah, the guy that played Paul.
Has he been in anything else ever?
Yeah, a few things.
The King, movie about King Henry V.
Oh, I remember that movie, but I don't think I ever saw it.
But the thing.
So why do you hate that? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just about to get to that. The thing Mr. Max dislikes about role playing in the kind of world Dune is, I kind of agree. Is there's the figurehead, like Paul. Paul is in the world. There is a meta plot that, unless one of your players is playing Paul, which would be the point of playing.
Okay.
It's like a cat.
I understand your point. So
unless you divorce yourself from that timeline and that setting, like I say, maybe you could do a bunch of guys on the jihad. Well,
who censored you for saying American is good?
It's a weird type. It's a weird type for sure.
But I don't know what timeline or.
So I think we're doing it right before Harkonnens take over Dune. I think that's what the plan was. But we're actually not going to be on Arrakis.
Okay, so that's.
So I've heard you guys say this before, and I feel like Dune is one of those IPs where it's like and I know it's about the Emperor and like the highest levels of ruling the galaxy, but it's like a very pinpoint perspective of what's happening in the whole universe.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like hints at all these like massive organizations that are all kind of coming here to head. So I feel like you can go over here.
Yeah, there's a lot of open place you can play in that is
there is, but the thing is like because like the story of Dune is so centered on Dune, Arrakis, and the spies, and the Emperor, and Paul, and whatever else you're gonna do is gonna be like a B or a C story, and it's always gonna feel like a B or a C story, right? There's room you can play in it, but like the main event, like this, when you do those IP, that the story that's been told in those IP is world altering. Everything else you're gonna do in that world is pale in comparison, right?
I guess.
But whatever the farmer does pales in comparison to whatever the archmage does. But you can play a farmer having his village raided and have an epic story,
But it's
if you
not gonna be epic if you doesn't reach
it'll be a good story, interesting.
Yeah, but what I mean, seeing like the farmer could become another archmage, right? It's not and there's more than one archmage in the world. Like that's like I say, in a world like Conan. Conan is an awesome dude, and what you can do in the world of Conan might be pale in comparison to what Conan does. But Conan does this thing in the world. He doesn't change the world, right? He affects the world around him. He doesn't affect the world as a whole, right? So you could, this other character that is not Conan yet, could at some point grow up to become Conan. But your character in the Dune movie won't become the Kwisatz Haderach. Won't become like
I think if you have players that can get outside of that, like get that out of their head, you could probably you know what I mean? But
Bene Gesserit are cool, Mentats are cool.
Yeah.
You can create your own houses. The Emperor and the Sardaukar can still come in and fuck your shit up.
Yeah, you treat Paul like a force of nature.
The trade guilds or whatever the fuck they're called.
Yeah, the trade guilds.
Navigators, I forgot.
Yeah,
they're the same thing. But anyways. The Chom Company contract.
Chom Company,
yeah.
There's combined honest.
That is nothing you should ever be dealing with, because that's the mining of the spice. The Chom Company contract is the mining of the spice.
No, Chom is all commerce.
It's the relation of trading spice with the three factions of the Bene Gesserit, which is the political class, the Emperor, which is the imperial leadership, and the
Bene Gesserit is not in the Chom.
Yeah, they're one of the three pillars of the Chom Company contract.
No, the three pillar of the Chom is the guild, the Emperor, and the Landsraad.
The Landsraad, yeah, you're right. But the Bene Gesserit organized the politics of the Landsraad.
And the Emperor, and they're in the background, but they're not involved in the Chom directly. And the Emperor owns 51% of Chom.
Yeah, he has the controlling vote.
Well, I've played a lot of games that I didn't deal with the chosen one in the whole universe.
Yeah.
And, so I feel like it's a little unfair maybe to call out the entire role-playing game as probably being shit.
Well, no,
I don't think you ever said that.
You guys are a bit hyperbolic, I'm sure, but
yeah,
it's all fun.
I don't know. That sounds more like a bear speak than mine.
That is a bear.
But
that's a bearism.
I can say I think it's not a great place to role play. I'm not saying you cannot do it, because like I said, I love this world and stuff like that. I love this story. I don't like the everything outside of the first book. I don't like.
Fuck the books. That's what I'm saying. Like, fuck the books. Grab the setting and do whatever you want.
Well,
just like World of Darkness, just like fucking everything else.
Even in the setting, it's very like political. So you have like this in this game. You're gonna create your house, and then like you play the house more than you play your character almost. So there's this thing again. Like it's kind of weird for the role play perspective.
It is a really weird game. I actually think we're dropping all the. Have you read it? Like, are you kind of familiar with that?
I haven't. I know it's used the 2D20 system.
Yeah, there's like all these weird conflict rules that are super gamey, and I think we're pretty much ditching all that and just playing.
That's good.
Basically, just taking the character creation and playing a game.
That's what you should be doing. That's 90% character creation.
But they have like rules for big espionage conflicts, and like you can fight a war as your house, and like all these other like weird rules. We're not doing any of that, I don't think.
I think it's good to have that stuff for reference in case you come across it, but it shouldn't be a primary mechanic.
But I don't want to do it.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said it shouldn't be a primary mechanic.
I just want to fly in an ornithopter and go, holy shit.
Well, are you going to be on a desert world? Because I think that's the
we're going to be on a jungle moon.
Well,
that's orbiting a gas giant.
Yeah. But
that's interesting. But like that's the thing too. At some point, also, like there's the point. There's so very little that's been said about the world outside of like what's directly in the book. That in a way it gives you a lot of room to include your own stuff.
Yeah.
But in another way, at some point, it's almost like why bother playing with Dune? Like I guess there's something that are cool, like the shield are cool.
If you're gonna play Alien, right? Are you gonna have a xenomorph?
It depends. If I do a one shot,
why does it depend? If it doesn't,
if I do a one shot, I'm gonna have one xenomorph.
Is it Alien universe. If there's no Alien? For the same reason?
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
So it's a fair point. It's a fair point. It can be like Alien,
but it would be fucking cool to play, right?
Yeah.
Without an Alien.
Yeah. You have that sense and that aesthetic. I don't know, but you
like the aesthetic, the tech in Dune is cool.
Yeah.
Like the
but if you're playing that kind of game, your characters shouldn't even know who the hell Paul Atreides is or what's going on.
Because he's not born yet.
Until the jihad specifically kicks off, that's like some gossip you might kind of be aware of, but wouldn't give a shit about.
Like that's what I was saying as well. I was saying if you want to play like in the world of Dune, you would have to play like much before like the event of the books, right?
Well,
so it will be,
or at least people that are oblivious to the conflict. You know, well, that's what I'm getting at. Is people that
it's
are
pretty much impossible though, because Dune is like you said, spice is a big deal.
But that's the difference. Like, you're aware that something might be going on Arrakis, that there's slowages and spice shipment, that commerce is slowing down, that the cost of moving goods costs more.
Mm-hmm.
But are you really familiar that the Emperor is engineering civil war between two houses, and
probably not,
that the son of one duke is hiding in the desert raising a band of fucking aboriginals No, you wouldn't be aware of any of that shit.
Not likely.
Yeah.
But we have someone playing as a Bene Gesserit. Did you guys watch the recent Star Trek game that Bear did at all?
I missed
the last episode. No.
The girl that was the Ferengi is going to be in our game, and Elfbait is going to be in our game.
Oh.
And
okay.
I don't know anyone else. And like some people Cody know. And I forget why I brought that up. I forgot what you were talking about. I've lost my brain again.
It happens.
Sorry.
But yeah.
But you know that's it's gonna be interesting, like because what kind of adventure do you do in the Dune world, right? If you're not involved with the main like story of the plot, because are you gonna play?
I'll tell you specifically.
Yeah.
We are a minor house, and we have a patron major house, and our major house has set up. I'm sorry if Cody didn't want me to spoil it. I don't even know if he's going to stream it, but there's this moon, and it's basically he cut ownership in half, and our two minor rival houses are on both sides or whatever, and it's a very similar. It's gonna sound Arrakis-y. But basically, there's this fruit where our house is in charge of harvesting. That's like a superfood. It's really good at feeding people. And then there's going to be this like other thing that's going to be like a stim or some kind of toxin we're going to harvest from animals whenever we scoop up from the gas giant. Anyways, and then so we're going to be competing with our rivals over whatever, trying to be the best boy. for our patron.
But you see that's like, because of the type of world it is, I often feel like much more like there's a lot of like management, a lot of you know, I just thought of an idea. I thought of something.
Yeah.
Fucking Dune should have used a system like Pendragon, not a system like not the Conan system, right? The 2D20 system. I think that would be much more suited for it. You can go on an adventure once a year, then you have like the house management and stuff like. I think that would be like much more fitting.
Yeah.
That's a mistake they made.
I'm not familiar with Pendragon. I know you're a big fan of it, but
yeah, because in Pendragon, like you have like this, you have to manage your estate and your manor, and you try to achieve glory and rise up in the world.
So is it Arthurian? Like it's an Arthurian kind
of...
It is Arthurian. You also have like Paladin, which is in is the same system, but in Charlemagne's court, which I like better. But the book of Paladin is like worse written than the book of Pendragon. It's like the same rules, but written like worse, even though it's been done later.
Is that what it says on the back? It's like
yes. Yeah. If you like Pendragon but you hate clear rules.
We have the same rules, but it's just a little shittier.
But we just make it a little harder for you to get through them.
If you like these rules and slamming your head against the wall.
Finally. At last.
If you're looking for something to help you cause brain damage.
But it's Pendragon is Arthurian, but like most of the time I used it, I just use the system for any kind of like, you're playing a knight and you're doing knightly stuff and you have your estate to, I take out the Arthurian part out of it.
Yeah. I love stealing those big meta systems. Did you ever, I think I asked you this in a chat once, but you played World of Darkness live action, right? Or no?
A little bit, yeah. I did.
So that I steal that influence system every time I play a World of Darkness game. Do you remember the influence system at all?
Don't remember. That was like fucking 20 years ago. 25
Anyways,
years ago.
I also steal systems. That was the point of that story.
Yeah. Well,
stealing systems is good.
Stealing systems is tight.
Yeah. That's also like, when you write your own game and stuff like that, a lot of the time it's like Bear say Bastard Sword is a bastard game, right? You say like because I still system, like I took the system I like here and there and I put them together.
And as long as you change the name, it's not copyright infringement.
Yeah, well, you cannot copyright system. So
that's why I said as long as you change the name, because you can copyright the name of it.
Yeah, the problem with Dune is setting is the nonsensical anti-technology pact. I love it personally. I love like this the Bloodlay NGA. I think we should have one right now.
Is it just anti-AI? Isn't that all that?
Yeah. What is this?
It's anti-AI, but they're very like they have very like they're basically like anti-technology in general, like mostly AI. But because that's why they developed those grade school where it's focused on the development of the human potential, right, instead of like developing machine. So that's why you have the Benedictary, the Guild, the Mentats, and some other as well.
And something else you said, which is also awesome about Dune, is they have fucking shields. So you have to do knife fights all the time.
Yeah, and they're slow knife fight.
And they fucking strangle, goddamn. Like that's happening every goddamn kill.
I just can't believe you guys are just being so mild about this heresy towards the Orange Catholic faith.
Yeah. I like how it's called Orange Catholic.
The Orange Catholic Bible.
Yeah.
I guess they're saying like Islam is like orange.
No, it was
no,
because it's a marriage of Islam and Catholicism. I thought
it was. He wrote it during the Troubles. It was a reference to the shit going on in Ireland.
Oh, really?
The House of Orange.
Yeah.
Okay. But is that what it is in the world?
No, it's what you said in the world.
I thought in the world, like the orange part, just like referred to the book, to the actual like Bible.
No, it was the House of Orange, because the guy, there's a thing in one of the books where they're talking about how the religious sects came together to create the new religion.
But because that's the thing, like they call it the Orange Catholic Bible, but it's not Catholic. There's nothing like it has nothing to do with Catholic. Catholic is just a word that exists that means something.
Yeah, I've
right?
never really seen any religion outside of like Bene Gesserit fuckery.
The book was written by a bunch of priests and clerics and whatnot.
What book?
The Orange Catholic Bible.
Orange Catholic Bible.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was Protestant,
but it's not.
Catholic.
It's not Catholicism.
No, but there are undertones. The Zen-Sunni thing that you were thinking about
that's the Muslim thing. Yeah.
That's the Muslim thing, and that's on Arrakis, because they were Muslim slaves that were captured and sent there by,
I guess,
because Catholic just mean like
war.
Just mean like universal and like
ceremonial.
Yeah,
all embracing. That's what that like. It's like it's all encompassing. That's what Catholic mean.
Oh really?
Yeah. No, it's not just like it's not referring to a specific religion. Like we're like Catholicism is like Catholic religion is we're Christian, but it's all encompassing. It's
I gotta go get the dog again. I'll be right back.
All right, no worry. I'll go and yeah, the shield are cool, and I like also like this thing with the like the Ixian always like kind of pushing on the limit of technology, you know, in the movie, like a lot of new machine on X, a lot of machine on X, new machine, you know. They always they're an interesting conflict.
The Ixians were the ones who were either rediscovering technologies or finding ways to bring back technologies without using AI, even though their world was controlled by an AI.
But that's the thing, like they're kind of heretics in a sense, or they're kind of like breaking the rules of the Butler and Jihad. That's a kind of outgoing outside of the main conflict with Paul.
Yeah,
that's another conflict that was brewing up in the world, right?
That they were skirting that line really closely, but they were supposed to. That was the whole purpose of the Ixian project, was to bring back those technologies without crossing that line.
Who's supposed to, according to
their writ, like their license for establishing that colony.
So what's the other like there's no other like anti-technology shit in Dune, right? It's just the anti-AI shit. Like
there was like an empire-wide like leveling of human population during the machine wars, during
that's because you talk about the book by Brian.
I'm talking about all of them, but it is referenced in the 6 books, but it's fleshed out and kind of non-reliable narrator told during the Brian
because
books.
it's mostly like the AI stuff that they try to forbid, because even with the Bene Lilacs they have a lot of like weird technology that some people
most of the other stuff seems to be a product of technology. Like jumping is better than calling someone on the phone, so they send all their messages by courier.
Well, there is no fast.
They have to stab you because shields.
Exactly. You cannot send communication faster than you can travel.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And also communication can be intercepted. A messenger.
It's such a cool setting to roleplay in because it's all those like Dark Age strategies, you know.
If you accept the Brian books as canon, I guess Sun's books, they have technology to jump faster than light without the navigators. It's just you have no idea.
That's even in the later books, like the nose ship, and they're already there. You don't need the Brian book for it.
I don't recall them in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They come in fast after the. Oh no, it's maybe in book 4. Maybe in book 4 or 5.
Thought you never read them, huh?
I read them all. I don't like them, but I read them all.
Yeah.
I didn't read the last one. I didn't really. I quit on the last one. I was kind of fed up. And there
Is
was
the
no
third one the best one? I've always heard the third one's the best one.
No, it's the worst one.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not the worst one. The last one is the worst one. It becomes just like silly, and also like there's no hope that it's gonna get better because that's the last book and it's still bad. The best one is the first one with Paul.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely recommend you watch the new movie, man. I think it's great.
But, it's just ugly. It's so brutalist.
Yeah.
I watched
and I'm such a fan. I'm such a fan of the Lynch
it's
movie,
like
right?
super artistic. I don't understand what you mean.
I don't like the color grading.
Good, you know. Yeah.
Fair enough. There's parts in the movie that I didn't realize was actually happening, like themes. I didn't realize that like almost every character in the whole thing knows what's gonna happen to them at the end. But like they do like little things to kind of advance their agendas. Like it's so it's like every character in the whole fucking movie's doing that, or book.
Also, like, isn't the music like super dissonant and stuff like that? The soundtrack.
It's that shit music that's.
Yeah,
I don't know. I like the movie. Honestly.
Well, you're that's all right. You have to like it.
Well, I guess you hate movies, so.
Exactly. I'm super picky with movie. Like I watch like 2 movies a year, right?
What's the top 3 max approved list? Would you say? I'm always looking for a cultural exchange.
They're all going to be
slavery.
You can't talk about them on the show. They're all from a certain.
No. I really like the like Excalibur. I really like. Conan, I really like. Conan the Barbarian, I really like. The Lynch movie, the Dune Lynch movie, I really like. So those are really.
I don't know why I'm writing this down. I've seen all of them. Those are good.
You've seen all of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Those are three movies I love.
Holy shit!
I like a lot of like the early. Well, like Wes Anderson, I'm a big fan of Wes Anderson movie. But from Grand Budapest Hotel, I kind of get fed up with it. I said, what? No, I've seen it. Now you become a caricature yourself, right?
I didn't like
Darjeeling Limited. I really love. Beautiful movie. Darjeeling. How do you pronounce that, Justin?
I have no idea.
Say it one
Darjeeling Limited.
Darjeeling Limited.
No, just type in Wes Anderson because you're not going to reply me. Yeah.
It's, Darjeeling, like this region in India, right? It's the
one about the train.
Yeah, it's the one about the train. And The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou is always fun.
That's where I dropped off. I did not like that movie or anything after it.
Really?
Fucking movie's really good.
Yeah.
I really like Rushmore a lot too. I don't know if that's like
Rushmore,
the first one. It's the first time I started watching Wes Anderson
movies. The Bottle Rocket is the first. Bottle Rocket is before
Bottle Rocket was good.
Yeah, Bottle Rockets was good. Right? Yeah. And I like the Nicholas Winding Refn movie. I didn't watch Neon Demon or anything after that, but I watched his other movie before that. We were talking about Thailand earlier. Only God Forgives, a movie I watch a lot. I really love that movie. Only God Forgives.
I really got to see Neon Demon.
God Forgives. What? What do you say?
Me?
Yeah.
You've seen Neon Demon?
No, I really got to. It's one that I keep putting on my list and then forgetting about.
Yeah, I try to, but like I don't get into it, right?
Yeah, it's about from what I understand, it's about
fashion industry.
Yeah, and then like the model is actually a dude or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just like
I can hear Mr. Max like turn off whatever the rest of it.
Yeah, but
oh, okay.
He's in there like as a serial killer, right? It's like it's about a tranny serial killer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it a supposed to be a type of character that you can relate to?
No.
Probably not. No.
No, it's not a slice
I
of
hate when
life
they make
movie.
relatable serial killers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of my least favorite genres.
I've only found one relatable serial killer, and that was in American Psycho.
Yeah.
I relate a lot to serial killer.
I mean, like Dexter. You ever seen that?
Oh,
Never seen.
no, I couldn't.
Yeah. It's just every time someone's like doing like evil, I'm like, I don't like him. I'm not gonna like this guy. Have you ever seen In Bruges?
Yeah, I've seen it a long time ago.
Okay.
I think I've seen it when I was in the mood for that kind of movie.
I
remember it being fun. That's what I remember. I remember like, oh, it was a good movie, but it was a wrong movie for tonight. That's what I remember from when I saw it. Right.
Okay.
What happened in it?
It's about this like
it's a killer fire that's gonna be
Colin
messed
Farrell.
up on a job. Colin Farrell, yeah, and he's gonna be he need to be killed, but then there's the other guy that the other serial killer that's gonna kill him decide to bring him to Bruges in Belgium to see him something, to show him something beautiful before he die, and
What
the guy hates it.
What the fuck?
Something like that. Is that right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. There's like he made a mistake and like killed a kid during this hit. He's a hitman, and like his buddy that he went with, kind of his mentor, is like trying to talk him out of killing himself. He's trying to talk Colin Farrell out of killing himself, and then their boss wants Colin Farrell to die.
Oh yeah, that's it.
The other guy's like, you can't kill him, you made a mistake. And so it's this kind of like this forgiveness versus punishment kind of theme going through the whole thing.
What the hell was this called?
In Bruges.
In Bruges.
In Bruges.
It's the name of a city.
Yeah.
And they're in it. In Bruges.
Yeah.
Colin Farrell. I don't know, it just seemed like a movie you might like. Because it sounds French.
It does sound French.
But I think it's like
something to
Dutch.
do with where it takes place. Close enough.
Yeah. So
wait, is Bruges in Netherlands?
I think it's somewhere.
I think it's in Belgium, no?
Land. Yeah, Belgium.
Belgium. The homeland of Justin.
There you go.
I've never been there. What?
Have you been
Your
to
father is
Bruges?
from Belgium, no?
No, he's from Paris. Well, my grandfather was a Parisian.
What do you think?
Oh,
of
that's his
waffles?
name. That was his name.
No, he was. Oh.
Parisian.
I thought you are who got a Belgian ancestor then? Somebody in our circle got somebody the father or grandfather.
Where's Victor from? Isn't he from some weird land?
Netherlands.
Okay.
Victor is from Netherlands.
No, my grandfather is French. My grandmother is Italian.
Hmm.
And my mother's parents are from somewhere on the stupid island. But not the smaller island slightly further than it. The stupid one. Maybe Welsh. I'm not sure.
I love that war fighting stuff. Is too bad people won't play that. I don't understand that. What is it?
He's talking about the Dune conflicts, I think.
Oh. Yeah.
It looks interesting, but it looks like a war game.
That's what I'm about to say, because like I can see the big picture of Dune, right? I can see the big picture of Dune, and but it's like the day-to-day, session to session, basically what you do, right? Are you just gonna sit around the table like trying to make pact? You know, Dune is almost a setting to play like diplomacy in, right?
Well, you get minor characters, so depending on different things you want. Everyone can kind of quickly make a secondary character if you're gonna go off an espionage mission or something.
Mm-hmm. It's like almost troop play.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that means. Does that
troop,
mean
like you play like a multiple character? Like Ars Magica used to do that, right? Everybody would play like a mage, create a mage character, and then supporting character. And then when you go on an adventure, one of the PC around one of the player around the table would play as mage, and then the other one would play the supporting character. And in the next session, you do like a mission with different player playing as mage, and so there's always like one mage with a retinue.
Okay. So do they ever hang out?
The mage? No, they don't hang out together. They hang out together when they're in their compound.
Let's all get together and play 5 different games. We're gonna rotate them.
Yeah, exactly. No, but they hang out together when they're in the compound. But it's like because they say like usually like mage don't like when they go on adventuring, like one mage is enough.
Yeah, they don't like
the
each
mage
other.
need supporting character. They need other people. Like need fighter and they need like stuff like that, like scout.
A wagoneer.
Yeah, a wagoneer. So that's what you play. Oh, I play my wagoneer. Yeah, I want to play my wagoneer this session.
Someone to scoop the horse's shit up on the walk down.
Exactly. Mage don't do
you're
that.
gonna spell for that?
Mage isn't gonna do that. I need someone.
Oh, fuck, man.
I got all the shit scooping perks, guys. I'm ready. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, somebody got to do it. Yeah,
that's true.
Like I come and you say I put them in my Star Wars and nobody quit. Yeah, like people have some expectation when they come for a role playing game, right?
Well, I'm a total gamer, so I'd love to do the whole thing.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta just like play where you are.
Yeah.
And not everywhere all at once.
I am kind of like I've recently found this like weird ass corner of YouTube that y'all are in. And it's like super refreshing to see the type of role playing that you, Max, and like fucking oh my god, I can't believe I forgot his name. Crispy.
Crispy, yeah.
Yeah, Crispy are into Shauner. Those guys. It like it's so fucking cool the type of role playing. I don't know, the whole like anti-passive player and active reactive GM total sandbox style is something I'm really interested in.
So we're gonna put some games. We're gonna try to do like a few one shot.
I think
but one shot or 3 shot or whatever, something like short mini campaign or like one shot about it. When we're gonna try to demonstrate and promote and also like push ourselves in a way as well. I think talked about that like.
Crispy was really right. Crispy was really right when he came on.
Crispy's always right.
Well, about the specific
smart,
thing.
Man.
About the specific thing, it's like we need to start like maybe this show. The first hour has to be a session, and then we can shit talk about philosophy for the rest of the show. I don't know. He said like because he said it again when he was with other Sean and Shauner.
Yeah.
The other day.
Yeah, Sean's another really good role player. The never
Sean
dropping
Cherry?
Character thing, and then 28mm. I don't know what his real name is, but
Rick.
I'm really digging y'all's Castles and Crusades game. I'm really digging.
I'm glad you do. It's a lot of fun, but I miss it now. To be honest, like it's on hiatus.
Yeah.
For is that a word in English that you use?
Hiatus.
Okay, sorry.
You gotta say hi.
Sounds a lot like
hiatus. Yeah, hiatus. And that's also why like we kind of want to do like this. It's kind of the same group in a sense. We want to do like those one shot and try different system and stuff like that. And we talked about this. Sorry, Justin, we didn't let you finish. You say it was right about we had a time to play a game instead of
1 hour
talking
before.
Yeah. Well, he said we could have played a game instead of shit talking about a game. But we enjoy shit talking and talking about games.
Exactly.
And I don't think I have enough talking about in there.
I don't know what your intentions are, Max, but I feel like you probably get more viewers on a shit talk stream rather than a live play.
Yes, we do. Like, but
I don't know what your goals are. It seems like just
my goal is to promote a specific type of gaming. Like I'm trying to promote a specific type of roleplay. What I often say, and it's not like promote in the sense that not that I think that the other one are wrong. Like I always say you need to find the right table for what you're looking for and for the right group that you are with. But I often say, like, if some people say, like, maybe I'm feeling I'm not getting as much as I used to from this hobby. Maybe I've outgrown it and stuff like that. Maybe you should try something different. And like maybe if maybe like just kicking down the dungeon door and just rolling dice and making jokes and stuff like that, maybe that doesn't cut it for you anymore. So try to be like more immersed. Try to be like more like a 3D player, 4D player. Now we're talking about.
I think those terms are a little.
I saw that for a second.
A little conceptual. It's one thing I like to get away from is like the language of using terminology instead of actually saying what you mean. But sometimes it's needed for shorthands. But if you're doing a show like this, you should try to not use terminology because then you get the person who wants to discover.
Yeah, you're right. I should like try to being like an active player. Try to stay in character more. Like that's what we mean. Like just try almost take it a little more seriously, right?
Yeah, the reason why I bring that up, and I've been noticing it a lot lately, and trying to mention that is because if you want to bring more people in, putting barriers from them understanding what the hell you're talking about isn't going to help.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like vocabulary words?
Yeah,
versus like common.
Yeah. Well, it's using esoteric language over.
Well, that's also something I'm big about, like trying to define like good language for gaming. But that's mostly like what I'm trying to talk to game designer in a sense, or to critique. So we can have like I think we need a better common language to talk about the game. And even for gamer, when you say like, oh, what is the system like? And you see, like I often say, like in board game, you can say like, oh, this is like a worker placement with push your luck mechanics and ratchet. Like, we have like those terms when you talk about board games, and people say, okay, I'll see how the gameplay is gonna go. I like those kind of game. I mean, right? But we don't have that language really in role playing game.
I also see your channel as, and this might be why you're called reactionary. I don't know. But as a response to we're here to have fun, or fun is the most important thing, like aspect of that's seeping into the hobby versus like trying to find the quality in a game, or trying to find a quality game versus inclusion and trying to bring everyone into the hobby.
I've talked about that in the past. Like I do believe that we do role playing game for fun mainly, like, but because like it's we're not getting paid for it or anything like that. It's obvious stuff like that. But it's like fun does not need to mean funny, and it's not like necessarily like fun, like the fun like in the exact moment. Sometimes it's like a rewarding experience that you have after the session. You get stressed, you get nervous, you get all those emotions. But it was kind of a reaction to my channel. Was what I wanted to do was a reaction to the. Well, first, the politics that we see seeping into the hobby that I dislike. All this like progressive bullshit and stuff like that. I'm not a fan of.
Yeah, they found us.
Yeah, but also like I found like a lot of like people like just repeat the same advice over and over again. Like you look at those like Jenny D channel and like DM Lair and stuff like Dungeon Master Professor, whatever. A lot of those channels you listen to, and they repeat the same fucking advice, like to improve your game, stuff like that. And a lot of it is like bad advice. And then like the video with like Chris Perky and like
I was just about to say that. Actually, no, I wasn't about to say that.
No, you don't say
the fucking stream you did on with Mr. Max with that fucking
Mr. Max
yogurt boy.
With
With that was like a perfect example of you saying what is good in a game and then them responding with like, yeah, but different things work for different people and all that. Like,
yeah, exactly. And like obviously, okay, like different people are gonna like different things. Like, that's fine, whatever. If you're on YouTube, if you're talking it and stuff like that, you need, like, in my view, you need to promote something. You need to take a stand on some point. Otherwise, if you're just here to say like, well, you know what, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, that's stop fucking wasting people's time. Take a stand on something.
You're not providing an opinion. You're just talking and telling everyone how good you
exactly. Like, oh, play your game all you want. Drew, you like just at some point, like, just man. Obviously, like I'm just a guy on YouTube. Obviously, you don't have to do what I say. You can do whatever you want.
No. You have to do what I say. I own you. You're my property.
It's so weird, like listening to people that are against absolutes speak in absolutes. Like it just seems like it's just such a contradiction. I don't know. It's like everyone can play how they want. It's like, yeah, this is the way that's awesome, and you should.
But it's like there's something that are not like almost like not worth saying, and it fucking annoy me. But a lot of like what I was saying about like the Chris Perkins video, like we did a reaction video to that on Max Liao's show, right? And it was a 2 stream actually, so it took a very long time. Yeah, basically
it was a
month. What are you talking about?
Like Chris Perkins, like Watsy basically like made a video, and Chris Perkins was the one talking about like advice for new GM and stuff like that. And a lot of the advice they were giving were like actually shit tier advice, like actually like it's gonna make you like they fucking promoted railroading and shit like that, like things that are gonna make your game worse, right? But like I said, like those people, they have like a vested interest in making you a bad GM or making your game, because then you rely on their product. You have to buy their books. You have to buy their.
No, I would say otherwise modules. Because like a module is far more flexible and thus more valuable if it allows you to do more stuff than just a railroad, right? If a module is convincing you to railroad a scenario, it's good for exactly one use, and then like so it becomes less
but then you buy the next one. You use it once, and then you buy the next one. It's a business.
Yeah, you can't like sell. You don't need any of our books.
Exactly, and I'm not exactly like a pro consumerism guy. Like I say, keep it simple. Like don't fucking fall for the gimmick. You don't need much.
Max. I think people should buy what they want.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I should make a bunch of products, and you should have to buy them by force.
I had to interrupt you and make sure you knew that people can do what they want, Max. Okay.
Yeah. People can do what they want, but they should do what I tell them.
This is where you're wrong.
You can do what you want.
People don't do what
you should do what I tell you.
That's the shame. That's the real shame.
This is where you're both wrong. You can't do what you want. You have to do what I tell you.
And that is whatever you want.
No, it's what I want, not what you want.
Like those very fucking non-committal. Like, anyway, man, just like.
I'm sorry, I derailed a little bit.
No. Trust me, we're far more on a rail than what the show used to be.
Oh yeah, man. But
have you played Traveler?
I believe you should. You can fucking like keep it simple and sorry.
When did Sean get here?
I was gonna ask if you ever played Traveler.
No, I never. Like, that's probably like part of those one shots I'm gonna do. Traveler is gonna be into it. Like, and it goes well with this what Martin Webb was saying there. I've been on the screen because I wanted to address that, but then we got the derail. You say I hate the sci-fi genre. I will never play. Oh wait, I've been told not to pronounce that word the other day. Genre. No, genre.
Yeah, what's wrong with genre all of a sudden?
No, I pronounce it wrong.
Oh,
don't worry about it.
No.
Can you pronounce it so I can hear what wrong sounds like?
Genre?
No, that's correct.
Is that right?
Yeah,
that's correct. Yeah, but I used to pronounce it wrong in English, but like Sean Major's Musing corrected me, so I'm trying to improve. I hate this sci-fi genre. I will never play a space game. And that's the thing too. I'm not a big fan of sci-fi game usually. That's why I never like played Traveler. It's just not my.
Dune is so great.
Yeah. Dune is Dune is a fantasy game, right? Like Dune is a fantasy setting.
It's a
fantasy setting. Yeah, this guy's as a sci-fi one. But when it comes to sci-fi, like I have this thing that I don't like in fantasy when magic becomes science, and I don't like in sci-fi when science becomes magic. Right? Mm-hmm. If you want to do science, you have to make it make sense. If you do magic, it has to be mysterious and like mystic. Like there has to be like some
I was just thinking about that actually. Like, I play I'm a GM in a game that I'm running with these people that never role played in their whole life, and
that's good.
So they have to play 5e because that's the only thing that I can get.
I have nothing against 5e per se. No. Like the core system is alright.
System seems fine. Except they hate me, so fuck off, I guess.
The company is different.
Exactly. But I didn't pay for it. So. Anyways, of course I did. The point I'm trying to make is the weird thing about high elves is that they all have a cantrip. So in a society where everyone has a cantrip, what the fuck is going on in that world? Like, how are you born with a cantrip? Is it like a mutant power? Like, what happens there? I don't know.
You go through puberty.
You go through puberty, and all of a sudden you're fire blasting everybody and fucking.
Eldritch Black. But even with those, the way they
So I was just thinking about that because you were like marrying magic and technology.
The way what they do with especially those cantrip can do a lot, right? And it would change society so much.
Like prestidigitation.
Yeah, exactly. Like now, like everything. People saying, "Oh man, you look at the D&D movie and everything is so clean, doesn't look lived in and stuff like that." Yeah, it's a world where you have like prestidigitation as a cantrip. Yeah. Everything would be fucking clean and like wouldn't look lived in at all, right? That actually that fit the setting.
And everyone's food tastes amazing.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know.
Yeah. So. That's one thing with the way the magic is done in D&D. Like oftentimes in the setting, it's not accounted for, and it's cantrip through the thing even more. Like that's something I promote in if I say if you want to play 5e, like and you want to make it like a little more like palatable system to my taste, I would say. I say like put every spell, like kick every spell up by one spell slot, by one spell level. So cantrip, there's no more cantrip. Now they're level 1 spell. And the level 1 spell become level 2 spell, and all level 9 spell they're fucking out, right?
I was thinking about upgrading the rests. So like a long rest is 7 days now, and like
that's what I do as well. That's an optional rule in the DMG. That's an optional rule. Like short rest is a full night, 8 hour, and a long rest is a week of rest. Addition that really improve the game. But that's the thing, if you do that. Because like people talk about like a resource management, so now your caster like gain their spell back only after a long rest, right? Don't fucking mix that up, because the spell slot is a resource for the caster the same way that the hit point is a resource for the martial character, right? So because the martial character are also gonna just gain their hit point after a long rest, so
it's not just
balance in that way. The other thing that, and like when I say like kick every spell by one level. Kick every spell up by one level, people say, well, then it's going to make the caster much weaker. But I say, but also kick everybody's it dies down by 1. Like everybody that got a D6 he died, now got a D4. Everybody got a D8, now got a D6. Then you also make the game much more lethal, which depower the martial character.
I think Bear had some crazy idea. I think I remember Bear saying something like, you only get your Constitution modifier, but there's no way that's real.
That's something else that some people do. Only your Constitution modifier.
If you have a negative modifier, what the fuck happens?
You get weaker every level.
You just age.
Yeah. But that's the compromise I do. Like instead of like saying like, oh, you're only limiting the number of hit point. A lot of people say remove the Constitution modifier, but then you just like make the Constitution stat like a dumb stat, right?
There's nothing that it does now.
I do. Exactly, I do. That's why I do like just reduce the size of the dice of everybody by one class, and they're much more aligned. Now that you have the wizard back on D4, which is cool.
Yeah, spells suck.
All I'm saying is when you do the Traveler game, I've never played Traveler, but if I'm not in that game, I will be insulted.
Why? Why you're not invited? Because you don't show your face.
I will still not show my face.
There you go. You're still not going to be invited to those games.
That's important. That the expectation is set.
Yeah.
You're telling me I need to set up a camera? I can do that.
Yeah.
In this economy.
Yeah, that's
so that's the thing with the space game. It's just not my style usually, and also I'm not a big fan of technology. Everything like when you start having train, I hate train and everything that comes after that. So that's my cutoff usually.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hey Crispy. Of course I want you to jump in.
Oh my God,
Crispy. Of course, Crispy, I want you to jump in. I'm putting Justin down because he doesn't have a face.
Oh
shit! You downgraded.
Move over, bitch.
I'm all face.
Yeah. Sorry, I called you bitch.
I don't care, man.
Yeah.
I'll call you a wide nostril, weird, 4-eyed, hat wearing.
Come on, Post Gaming is on your side. He hates fantasy. He's sick of it at the point and say like there's like 391 fantasy system on Drive-Thru RPG. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it's even more than that.
I just got Crimson Death Dragon Slayer or whatever.
Crimson Dragon by Venture.
That's kind of a cool system.
Oh, is it? What does this do special?
It's stupid easy. That's the special part about it.
Stupid easy is always good.
Yeah.
It allows you to role play more.
I agree. I've heard that this concept being bandied about, that a system will promote role play, and I don't get that. Like, what does a system have to do to prevent role playing?
Take your attention away from your character.
Yeah. One system are very like tactical. Some system like or if there are a lot of mechanics that now you kind of have to. Oh, here you go.
You have to think about it.
Look at that. It's Crispy.
Hey, Crispy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Thank you for joining us.
Taco Bell.
The master. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm pleased to meet you. Now, what should I call you? Phil?
It's Phil. It's not Filthy Thrill, I promise.
Okay.
Lies, it is.
I stumbled backwards into that, and not in an innuendo way.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Phil. Thank you for thanks for letting me join you. Max, thanks for the invitation. Justin, I don't know if we've been on a stream before, Justin. Have we?
We've been on this stream together before.
Oh yes, that doesn't count. That's like it's like downgraded Reddit. That's what
because you don't have a camera.
The stream is.
I am anonymous.
That's true. That's I'm using Phil's using the pseudonym. So am I. Max is the only.
My actual name is Phil.
No, my actual name is Justin.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, but no, my name is Chris, so that's close enough.
Yeah.
So what's this is an everybody stream. What do you want to talk about, Max? What were you?
Like I said, it's the bring your own topic. Now we're talking about
you. We're talking about you specifically.
Yeah, we're talking about you just before Crispy.
Oh, yeah. Okay. My ears were burning.
I just want to say,
saying nice thing.
I really like the way your character and Max's character are developing these bonds.
Yeah. So tell me.
Castles and Crusades.
Oh, okay. And Phil, what is it in particular that you've noticed? I'm really curious to know what's working when you watch it. What's working for you in your opinion?
So Max's thief is clearly super impressed with deeds and effectiveness, and then you the first time you guys encounter each other and you kill that bat swarm or whatever, you kind of run up and you grab the dirt or whatever, and then grab Max, throw the dirt in his wounded thigh, whatever the fuck you do, and heal him for 2 points of damage with the slot. And I'm like, that's probably a waste, but also badass. And then put the entire swarm to sleep, and then he's like, whoa. But when you pull him up, and then you guys kind of go back to back to kind of defend against the I don't know, I just had that super visual in my head, and I was like,
so
this is a true duo. This is like a Dargo John Crichton duo.
So I really I'm interested. We should talk more about that. So what was it in that when Max and I were, and of course this isn't planned, this is just happening spur of the moment, right, Max?
Yeah. I think a lot of it also is Max's character is maybe an atheist, I don't know, but it's clearly a skeptic.
He's not super religious, but he's not like a guy of, he's not in the region of Pioneer, but he's like a
he seems to almost kind of hold it against you that you're religious when he meets you. And then you showing how effective you are, it's almost like you're gonna turn him into a follower.
That's 100% my goal. It is 100% my goal.
And that comes across a lot too, by the way. I just fucking love the way you play, man.
So like I think this is really valuable to dissect this a little bit and see, well, what is it? Like, what are we doing that's working in those, because that's the kind of, like, Max and I are on this project where we want to encourage more in-depth cinematic type role play.
The beauty of it is that you guys aren't trying. Like, you're not trying to make the bond. It's just and this is one of those sweet little gems that come from that spontaneous, like, role-playing style that you guys are trying to strive for, is that he has his set of values. He has his reaction to the situation, and it's like hitting yours.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, like, organically is becoming this really awesome partnership. And that's what I think is making it magical. It's because it's not a planned situation. It's just kind of happening. Forced.
I think that's sorry, Max, go ahead.
No. I think that's fair, because, like, that's the thing. We're like, I'm the mindset of my character, you're the mindset of your character, and, like you say, like, I'm trying to think as my character would think, and we're in this situation together, and it's just like what emerged from this interaction, like if we're people, like, in that world, right? That's right. That's the whole goal, right?
But I really like what you said, that Justin made this comment just now that when we try to force it, it doesn't seem natural. Like, it should feel natural, and it's tricky, because I am forcing myself into the mindset of Barris, the cleric of Peony. I'm trying to be Barris. I'm trying not to be Crispy, because I do that, the other 6 days of the week. I'd rather do something a little different here. And that's the next thing too, is that as we do this more, because, like, Max and I and a few others are like, we gotta get more practice at this, and in different settings, different genres, and get enough of it so that we don't be typecast. Because I'm sure Max doesn't want to play just knowing the little bit I know about Max, he's not going to want to be playing the skeptic all the time, right? You're probably going to want to step into the devout character at some point.
Oh yeah.
And I'm excited to play the skeptic. So, like, but I don't want to be typecast. So that's but I really appreciate the feedback, Phil. Like, that's really good feedback.
I don't think, I know you don't need to be typecast. I saw this I think it was like a Palladium one shot you ran with Big Bad.
Oh yeah, with 28 millimeter. That was so much fun.
Such a cool, like, violent asshole that you were playing.
Oh yeah, like, so violent. It was just, I loved it. It was so
basically
good.
The exact opposite of Barris.
Yes, absolutely.
It was really cool.
Yeah, I'm just reveling in the blood and guts and gore, and it was
what
fun.
OCC is that, by the way?
I was playing a mercenary. Yeah, gotcha. In the OCC, I believe. Yeah, but it was first edition, and I don't have first edition. I have second edition. But Big Bad was really good. He's like, he made pre-gens for us, and it was good. And I think that's what Max. I think we're trying to do that too, is more of the pre-gen side, so that, hey, you know what? There's less chance of you falling in, or me falling into the same habits. If I'm like, here's a cast of characters you could pick from, just pick one, and then role play that. Like, step in, role play it. Yeah. And it be something different.
Now you're talking about the habit of min-maxing.
Yeah, well, I'm just not even so much min-maxing, Justin. I'm just thinking of, like, for a while when I was new in the hobby, I like playing rogues or thieves. Like, I'd always play a rogue, and I've got a character or a player right now in my in-person game, and he's a rare gem because he loves playing the healer, but he'll always play the healer, and so it's a bit of an effort on my part to say, hey, why don't you broaden the horizons a little bit, play something else. So we're stepping into a 1970s gang New York City mob game. And
he's a life cleric.
And he's not going to be a life cleric. He's going to be, he's basically a fixer for one of the families, like one of the New York families. So he's going to be a bruiser. And I think it'll be interesting to see him step out of his normal role. Yeah. And that's what we want to do. Look more of that.
It's really good that you're breaking that habit of not playing the same thing, because that goes back to what you're saying about it being organic, the relationship you were talking just now.
Yes.
Because if you're trying to force I was thinking this. If you're trying to force the things you want to do between your characters, you're building a wall against the organic growth of outcomes.
Yeah.
Like for every one thing you're pre-thinking you want to do, you're preventing at least a dozen from actually happening.
That's true. And
you want your character. You want to be in the moment. You don't want to think about who your character is going to be. You want to think about who your character is now, because you don't know who's going to be. That's going to be determined by what is going through. That's how we grow as people, right?
Well, and the other thing too is that if I already have a preconceived notion of how I'm going to interact with Bernier, that's Max's character. If I already know exactly what I want from that, I'm also assuming that I can make a decision for Max and his character, but I have no control over how Max runs Bernier. And if Max decides, you know what, I'm done with this, right? I'm just done with it. Then I have to be flexible enough to say, okay, well, because I'm pretending that it's a real situation. I'm pretending these characters are real. How would he react to that? Like, is he going to try to like force Bernier to do something? No, that's not in his nature. That might be in my nature, but it's certainly not in the character's nature. So I agree with you, Justin. It's limiting, and it also presumes upon the compliance or the acceptance of this particular story arc from the other player. But I don't want to make that assumption. That's totally in Max's court. He also wants to. If he wants to play around this way, great. If he doesn't, I'm going to switch. I'll go somewhere else. I'll do something else.
It breaks immersion.
It does.
If you have a goal, like a player goal.
Well, a player goal.
Yeah, player goal, right. Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's much more fun. In my opinion, it's much more fun to just like to be surprised and to figure. You don't want to try to control and funnel the thing in the path that you predefine. Like you just go along. It's like it's not about like the destination, it's about the journey, like to use this.
That's true.
There is only one player goal, and that is sitting in the chair you're sitting in at the table.
See, my goal, and I do have goals as a player, but they're more along the lines of this. Like, so when I'm running a game, I'll tell my players at the beginning of the session, all right, guys, here's what I'm working on. So for this session, I'm going to try to speak less. I know that sounds impossible to the three of you gentlemen, but I'm going to try to speak less. and I'm going to tell you this because it keeps me accountable, right? Like, so I'll have those kind of goals. And when I'm a player, I'll start the session saying, I want to make sure that I keep my turns short.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of goal I have as a player, but that's more of a how I'm trying to improve in the hobby.
It's a strategy for role playing. Right?
Yeah, but what that's not. I don't think that's what Justin's referring to. Justin's referring to the character has goals. They have to be believable for that character. They're not the same as my player's goals. Like a player goal would be, I really want to get to the next level, right?
No, you shouldn't even have that as a goal.
No, that shouldn't be a goal. That's not a goal. Like that doesn't exist. It does. I've always wondered that. In your opinion,
player goal should be in a game.
Yeah, like in your opinion, does it make sense in a game with levels that everyone knows that there's levels in the game? Like, do like the characters know themselves?
Yeah,
I like it. Yeah, it's not something. It's not like something that's the diegetic level in my game. Like there's no level in the game, right? It's a mechanic of the game. You don't know. Oh, this guy's a level 5. Nobody would talk like that.
Well, like it's some kind of, like that's what I wonder. Like you don't do that. Like you run into a mechanic. Oh, this mechanic's only a level 1. How do I find a level 5 mechanic in town? Like what? Like that? I don't
never
really work that way.
Never refer to a
5e lets you do that.
It does, but I'm not as familiar with 5e, so you'll have to tell me, Phil.
There's just some shit little thief skill you can get where
it tells you what level someone is.
If you study someone, you can tell approximately like.
Okay, and do you know like that? Does that apply to classes too? Like, do you just kind of know? Like, how does like in the game, do the characters know each other's classes? Is that?
Oh,
that you see more often because like class of like a job, Oh, we need a cleric to come along with us, Like, and that's always something like one character I wanted to play. If I play a 5e game at some point, I always say like I want to play like a barbarian.
Yeah,
that is a priest.
Yeah,
his job is gonna be a priest.
Did I tell you my barbarian idea? This is crazy. I want to play a barbarian, an illiterate barbarian that's absolutely convinced he's a wizard. And
so you want to play Mr. Max?
He's frustrated. He has a big spell book, but it's actually not a spell book. He just thinks it's a spell book, and he gets really frustrated, and then he ends up just using that. He goes barbarian, so he goes into some rage or something, and then he just beats people to death with his spell book. And then he has maybe a little, so that he's like, I'm casting a spell, and everyone knows it's not going to work. And then he gets really angry and flies into a rage. Anyway, that's my idea for a barbarian.
That's something similar I wanted to do, but for me, I was coming in because like barbarian is a class, but it's not really a culture and stuff like that. You can play a barbarian in a city setting, right? Whatever.
Right.
And I just wanted to play like this guy is a priest, not necessarily, maybe not a good one, but a very like a zealot, and you fly into rage when you see like heretics and shit like that.
Oh, that would be awesome. That would be awesome.
He doesn't have,
everyone's a freaking heretic.
That would be awesome. I love it. That would be great.
Yeah, I don't know if
you're just justifying the murder hobo.
I don't know if in 5e people really know what class is. Like, I think
I don't know either.
Treat it that way.
I just don't know. I don't know. But that's anyway. So that's what we're trying to do, and I really appreciate that feedback. So with this, because just you, Phil, telling me this scene that you remember that made some kind of impression, and that's what I'm curious about. So this scene made an impression where you went back to back, and of course we're not using pogs. Max and I were not using pogs on the screen, so there's no
but
visual cue.
Max specifically described, he's like, all right, well, I'm gonna put my back to, I forget your characters. I don't remember.
It doesn't matter.
Very bad with proper nouns, actually.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna put my back to this guy, Barris, and we'll face him together or whatever. And I was just like, whoa, they're in a tornado of bats back to back, and this is awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I love.
If I could just if I could just compliment you again, I'm actually doing exactly what you're talking about because you said it. The GM accountability thing, where like every time I tell my players, because I'm playing with a bunch of new players.
Oh, perfect.
And I'm saying I'm not going to say you, because that was something I got from you also. I never say the word you. I'm always like describing a scene. I never say you see this. And like at the start of the session, I'll tell them what I'm going to try. And it's like, I think last time I was like, I'm going to try and describe stuff with 3 senses, like everything I described.
Oh yeah, perfect. Good for you.
And
how's that going?
That's something
poorly. I'm trying my best.
Yeah, that's all right.
I think I hit it twice.
Hey, that's good.
That's something I really like. I like that's something I like about like this side of like with Crispy, with Rick, with Sean, like people that try to improve them, and Black Lodge game that forget themselves. People that try to take the hobby seriously enough that say, you know what, I want to fucking get better at that. I enjoy this hobby. I'm in there for the long run. I want to fucking get better at it. I want to be like fucking top tier player, right? I'm just not.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
There's like this and how do you do that? And this idea of like saying like, oh, this session I'm going to try to do that, if it's stated or not, I think that's great. But one thing I'd like to do better that I take from Crispy, because Crispy is the fucking master.
No, come on.
Oh man, you're a fucking top tier player.
Not
but
true.
The way you add those little things that you do, like those little description of your action while you speak, like in this game with Big Bad, you like, oh, I jingle some coin in my hand, and then you go in your dialogue. Like those add so much. It's so simple. You keep it light. You keep it like
really
that's not simple in the sense it's easy to do. It's not that easy to do, but you keep it simple in the sense that it's just like a short little detail, like that you say, but it adds so much to the visual just when you're listening and stuff like that.
That's
speaking from like
effort.
an observer standpoint, it makes it way better to watch. I don't know. I'm sure it makes it better to play with too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's
and that's something I'd like to get better at, because I see you do that. I say, man, this guy is fucking awesome.
I want to do like I like the I like to remind myself by putting by doing things like my character when speaking to another NPC or let's say another player character, I like mentioning, I'll put my hand on your shoulder, like, or something like that. Because then I know I'm right next to him, and then it helps the game master, because like Rick will know, he's right next to him. Like, so then it helps everybody. Those little things, just a little. I don't know. We embrace, like I was talking with Big Bad. We were like, you know what? You just got to embrace the cringe. You're like, and we sound. So I'm really impressed, Phil. Can you share any other experiences you've had?
So I actually ran an entire campaign with these same guys. It's been a few trade outs the first time, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with this guy, but I recently found this like little corner of the internet, which is of like you, Shauna, Crispy, and like all y'all, and really been getting a lot out of it. But before that, I would watch like more mainstream role-playing channels, like How to Be a Great GM is one of my favorite.
I've watched that. Yeah,
and I designed like an epic campaign with his formula, but it's like you're mapping out adventures and then mapping out all these things.
I hate it.
Right.
But then he kind of, I know exactly right. But then he kind of changed over to this like full freestyle format. As long as you know how like 3-act structures work and like all these like little things. And I was like, okay, that's what I want to do. Because I fucking suck at prep. But anyways, so I did that whole first campaign, and I really thought it was a bad campaign, but everyone loved it because they don't know any better, right?
Well, so we often are our worst
It's
critics.
so true, though. No, Phil, you're absolutely right. Like we have such low expectations, so this should be easy. Because even minor improvements are like, that was amazing. What happened there? And like, I just changed one thing, guys. Like,
but then in my first hour, the first session was my session 0, right? I'm telling them, I'm like, okay, guys, I am trying to improve as a GM. And,
good on you.
I'm going to use you as my experiment.
Good on you. Good on you.
And like, actually, this is a quick aside. Like, I have a guy who also always plays Life Cleric. He won't play anything else. I got him to play a Forge Domain Cleric. So I was like,
now, what's the difference? I'm sorry, I'm ignorant.
It's just available spells. One of them's about like Life God, and one of them's about like metal mining.
Okay, good. So it's a move. It's a move away from the normal. Yeah. Okay. Good.
And he had a backstory and everything. It was great. Anyways, so I was talking to him, and I was like, I said, I am going to never tell you guys what you're doing, and I also never want you guys to talk out of character, and we're gonna see how it goes, because usually it's a big shit show.
Always.
The old fart and dick jokes followed by
always.
You know, that's the group that I was running.
Yeah.
And then as soon as I told him that, I was like, okay, guys, so I thought that last game sucked. And one of my friends was like, well, first of all, buddy, no complaints here. I really liked the game. And then after the first session, he was like, that was the best session I ever played. And you're doing like
fantastic.
That was way better. Because I know that it's serious. Like, like they want it serious.
Well,
they want the cringe, right?
Well, and Phil, what I think you're going to find, or if your experience is anything like mine, if you've collected a few gamers at your table that are really interested in the hobby, then by doing that, you're going to filter out those that are just, you know, hey, I'd be happy if we were just playing cards. You know, like that's, and I'm happy to play cards, but for this 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, we're not playing cards. We're doing something completely different.
Yeah, put yourself on a way.
Yeah,
you know, I'm not anal retentive about staying in character the whole freaking time, but try to.
Missing out.
You know, like just try to.
Yeah.
You know? Somebody accidentally farts and you start giggling. That's okay. Yeah.
Well, my guys are
a legitimate fart.
My guys are new to the system, so there has to be some like, hey, what's the fucking saying?
Yeah,
you know,
there is some of that, absolutely. And we've had it like what happens more often than not in terms of out of character at my table is that when someone has had an absolutely incredible string of luck, then you'll see people like throw their hands up, like, "Oh, are you kidding me? Like, again?" Like we were playing a Savage Worlds thing, and I had one player draw 3 jokers. Now, 3 jokers in that's a lot. Like in Savage Worlds, and I won't go through it all. It's just how the initiative works: is you flip cards. If you get a joker, you get to go whenever you want. You get a bonus on your roll. Everyone gets a Benny. It's a gamey type element, and I'm trying to keep all of that on the down low. But when the third time in one combat that a joker is dealt to the same character, everyone's like, "Are you kidding me?" You know, like, and I'm not going to be upset, guys. That's not in character. But the more we practice being in character, the faster that just fades in the background.
Yeah, you're still not allowed to be a cunt.
Yes, yes. There is a baseline, Phil. You're absolutely right. There's a, but good on you.
That's
good on you.
That's
awesome.
the same thing that I have with the D20, right? Like when Sean called it like the luck dice, right? The luck roll.
It is kind of like it's a plus or minus 19 basically in a roll. Like
exactly. But what I'm saying is like you're like in a combat and fucking round after round after round, you roll like nothing above a 4 and a 5 and stuff like that. At some point, you're just like what the fuck, man? You know, like it does at some point break the immersion.
It does. And there is a question. Well, what about? I noticed something in the chat. Well, how is the system not good for role play?
I was trying to bring it back to that.
It's hard when everything is. And this is the issue we were having when we were playing Weird Frontiers, which is a DCC system game, is that there's so much luck involved that it's hard to. It's hard to role play. Like the gambler has no idea what's going to happen when he throws his cards in the air. It's just so he tried his best. The player tried his best to role play that, but it's hard to know. Like it's just I don't know. Yeah. I struggle a bit with it. There needs to be some more predictability. Yeah.
Now, because in Morkborg, just because I'm contractually obligated to.
Yeah, that's right. You're getting. Aren't you getting like a royalty every some say it or something?
Yeah,
Justin?
yeah.
It's weird how often you bring up.
You should. You fucking got me to buy the book.
Should. There's an optional rule for omens, and you roll like a 1d4 or something at the beginning when you create your character. And every day it refreshes in game. But every time you start to notice that kind of pattern, like you're losing a lot or whatever, you can just use one to reverse that, and it doesn't have to be on yourself. You can do it for anyone in the party.
Right.
Right. But you're encouraged not to use them, right?
Okay.
But it's specifically to prevent that kind of
I see.
Chain reaction of bad luck, because it is a D20 system. But so it's not the same as normal D20 systems though, because it uses
it's got some different mechanics.
I actually just watched a video of yours, Max, about evolving the scene with every die roll. And I was wondering, so like in this situation, you're not going to evolve a scene on like a 5th straight miss, right? So is there, in your situation, would you evolve? Like, how would you evolve it?
If you're like when I was talking in combat, like when you have like a few misses every round, like in combat, like the scene's always evolving because the nature of combat.
Okay.
But if you attempt to do something like it's
but in a stalemate.
Exactly, it's not like you try to pick the lock and you fail. It just means like you don't just like stand there in front of the locked door, right? You have to be like maybe like a guard is coming or something, like something is happening to like you want to keep like the action rolling. And what you don't want to do is like, well, I'll try again. No, that should never be allowed to happen, right?
Or the nearly as bad thing, which is each player takes a chance of rolling a D20 to see if they can do it. Like I don't like that, because you're eliminating role play there. It's just everyone just roll the dice. Like, where's the role play? I'd prefer to see that role played. So
the only time I do that is on like a perception, just to see who sees something. But that's
well, back to those omens I just mentioned. One of the character types literally has to say something ominous every time they use it.
Okay.
Like, so you have to actually go out and give a prophecy or something like that. The sky shall fall in lightning fire.
I could work with that. I could definitely work with that.
Let's welcome the new person.
Yes.
Nunia.
Yo, hello.
How are you doing?
How's it going? I was the only guy not on microphone, so I figured, what the hell, might as well, right?
Welcome. It's a pleasure to meet you.
What
should we call you?
Your command post.
What should we call you? Nunya?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That stupid thing. Yeah, I'm very paranoid about my name. Just Nunya's fine. It's fine.
Okay, sounds good.
Nunya's fine. You're coming post gaming, right?
Yeah. I started a little. Thank you. I started a little venture called Command Post Gaming. I do war gaming and role playing games, stuff like that. Trying to be a GM service, but I think I kind of missed the that was kind of more of a COVID thing, I think, the GM service stuff. But I thought I'd try it. Yeah.
But also, like, you have to role play with the worst people if you want to do that.
Wow.
Army.
Yeah. If they're good in the hobby, if they're good in the sense that they know what they're doing, then they're probably running games or able to run their own games. And
there's a lot of people looking for it, but they tend to be very demanding of certain things. And I make them say that Trump is their daddy, because that's my pronouns, just to piss them off and make them run away.
So how, like, what is the limit on that? Like you like someone reaches out to you, say, and they say, we want you to run a game, and do you set the parameters or do they set the parameters? And how do you negotiate that with a client?
Well, I have a library of games that I offer. And I put them out in places like, looking for players types of things. Okay. And if somebody says, hey, I'm interested in this particular, I do a lot of Star Wars stuff. So I want to play your Star Wars thing. Okay. This is when I'm going to play it. This is how many hours it's going to be. This is what I'm going to charge. And this is what I'm going to need from you in order to participate. That's pretty much what I list out for them. And they look at that. And if they're agreeable, then we make a connection and we set a time and they come in and play. Yeah. So it's hard, though. It's not the same. I wish I had face-to-face, but in this area, there's just none of that sort of stuff. And I know that's the case with a lot of people in America. I think a lot of people forget that there's places that just don't have any people around barely.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's the story of my life. Living around people.
In a small town, there's not a lot. Yeah,
places like that in America.
What about you, Phil? You have an in-person group? Is that
no?
That's right.
It's a Discord group.
Oh, it's a Discord group. Okay.
Discord group.
So you're kind of all over the place, but
they're all over the place.
So I want to go back to you, Phil, if we could. I just want to hear more about your experience on how this has been as you've gone to them and say, hey, I want you to be in character. What was the response? What was the response from the players when they tried that? What did they do? Did they even do it?
So there was a couple times, because I want them to. Okay, so a few other things that I made them do. Have you ever seen RPG is Dumb?
Of course. Yeah. Okay, that guy's a great game master.
So I was watching his little million-part series or whatever.
Oh, I love those. I hope he does them again. I love those.
He does them again too. Yeah. And he was saying that surprise is really has a lot of those little nuggets of goodness for your role-playing game, right? Kind of like spontaneous things. And so I was telling him, I was like, I don't want to know anything about your character other than your class and your alignment, and outside of that I don't want to know anything. And then I kind of got in my head about it. I was like, I gotta know some things, and I asked a couple people. I think I asked y'all actually, because I didn't want to know their character goals. I was just gonna let them happen organically. And I was like, should I know their character goals so I can gear things towards them, or should they be pursuing them so that I know what they are and then I can figure it out? And at y'all's advice, they told me their goals, because y'all, I don't know if you misunderstood my question, but and I asked RPG is Dumb also, and he said I had to know their goals, or he said he would know their goals, or that it would come up when they're smoking a cigarette outside talking about the game or whatever. And so when I asked them what their goals were, it was every time it was a disappointment, because it was an opportunity. I was like, that was going to happen to you, and you would have had a chance to do something really cool with that. This one's I have this vengeance towards dragons or something. I'm like, oh my God, I have a fucking dragon sitting in a mine that they're about to go in. And now it's going to sound like I turned it on. Rather than it being a victory, it's going to be they engineered some bullshit thing.
Oh, because I told him this. Yeah, I really wanted my holy avenger, and now I got it.
And one of my guys, there's a mayor in town. One of them is super friends with him. The other guy wants to murder him because of this backstory I never learned about. And I'm like, God damn it. That would have been so cool.
That would have been cool.
When they met the mayor, to see that reaction without guiding anything. Guiding is shit.
Yeah, I've had a lot of problem with that. I've been trying to get people to play over Twitter, which is probably mistake number one. And the biggest problem I have is oh God, and they want to know everything. And from a perspective of somebody saying, hey, I'm not going to join a game unless I know something about it, I completely understand. But you have this struggle of trying to give them the information they need in order to be accepting of the game without spoiler alert, and everybody seems to want to dig for spoiler alert. And then,
so how do you prevent that, Nunya? What, like, how is it, like, especially because you're playing with strangers all the time? How do you avoid the session where it's just them asking you questions the whole time, trying to guess the right, like trying to finally click on the right pixel to get to the answer that you want? Like, how do you manage that? Or you just say, look, I'm not going to be answering out of character questions. You got to figure it out in the game.
I try to use a lot of backstory. I hope nobody wants to get nasty because I know this is controversial, but I have started to employ artificial intelligence to write up stuff that seems very marketing friendly, real lot of hyped people get involved. And I do a lot of dead drops, which it's the term I use for it. Like, for example, I put them in a prison ship on my Star Wars. So now they're in a position where they wouldn't know anything until I want to inform them of the stuff. So I give them this kind of lead in. And I try to do a sandbox type of system. Once you're in the game, you can make your own decisions. But I got to find a way to dump them into the thing. So in one case, I used that prison thing, got shot down, put them on the planet. Now they just got to walk around and figure everything out for themselves. Kind of a survival game type of thing I've done with a lot of it. So,
nice.
Yeah.
Now, like, I'm a big fan of like the low prep. Sorry, would you go ahead, Justin?
In a sci-fi setting, it would be a lot easier for you to talk to your players through news outlets and such than it would be in a fantasy game.
Well, and that's why I'm putting them in the prison, because there is the opportunity for them to receive a lot more information than in fantasy. But like fantasy, I did one where the party summoned to the area magically, and then they have to figure out. You have kind of balance. How do you tell them that they're there? Why are they there? They want to know, well, what brought me here and what's the reason for it? And you have to kind of balance what kind of information they're going to receive in order to get some of those answers, but not all the answers, kind of half of it, so that they don't go, well, you know what? I don't know what the hell's going on. I'm walking out of this game. So you kind of got to bait them with it. So I put a situation where they just come across some NPCs that have half of the story, and they just have half of that story through conversation.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point, because I'm thinking of what Phil was just sharing with the objectives, like him as the game master knowing the objectives because the player told him this is my character's objectives. There's maybe a better way of doing that, where that has to be done in character. So me and my as playing my cleric Barris, if I have an objective for Barris will only share that in the course of play. So like we're sitting around the campfire, and then Bernier, Max's character, is saying how much he hates the fact that we're still sleeping under the stars instead of in a nice, urban setting. Then we have a conversation. If it's natural, then the objective can come from that, rather than me just telling Rick, who's running the game, yeah, I want Barris to be able to do this. Like, I want him to do that. Yep. It should be communicated, like what you were saying, Nunya, where, yeah, there's going to be NPCs. This is a populated real imaginary world. And that's where you're going to get your information. World. You're not going to get it from me. No. You're going to get it from the NPC. You have to interact with the world in order to get that information. Maybe that's but I do really like RPG Dumb's idea of there should be secrets. Mm-hmm. Like I have secrets. My character has secrets. Those secrets, what I've started doing is I've been encouraging each player to say, okay, think of at least one secret that you have. And then we'll talk about, and if it comes up, then great. And if not, when we're talking about how the game went, then you can tell us the secret or not. And it's been interesting to hear some of the secrets that have come out, and it's been fun to role play that way.
That's issue that I'm sorry. Go ahead, Max.
The thing about the goals, like I wouldn't ask my player what the goal of the character is, because like I'm gonna even Barris, I can have an idea what his goal is. I mean, like Crispy didn't tell me, because I can tell by the way he's role playing his character.
That's the goal.
I hope like with Bernier you can also have an idea what Bernier got all other plans and stuff like that. He got stuff in the background that might come up later, but you know what motivates him, right? He
clearly wants a lot of money. It's just, why does he want the money? And that comes up at a campfire or something.
Yeah, that's something that we have to. It'll be fun for us to figure out. It's part of the game, and I want that to be part of the game. Is me discovering someone else's character instead of just me reading their character sheet. How boring is that?
The thing is, if you're with players that are maybe new to like being more like immersed in the character, like people like are coming from like just like they're just playing a character class basically. You want them to think about having goal. You want them to, because like I would maybe be tempted to ask them, but it's just a way to say like, think that your character has some goal. Think that your character has some motivation. Oh, look at that. DM James joining us. Hello.
Hello, DM James. I feel like DM James is like the celebrity in the room. I saw some music video with him on it, so I kind of feel like you're a celebrity, DM James.
Another thing I would recommend to people: don't feel like don't be afraid of awkward silence. Sometimes just going, okay, what are you going to do next? And let them say something, because otherwise they'll just keep waiting for you to give them some sort of instruction and lead them along.
That is true. And what I've tried to do is I'm trying to just make that as an understood question. So in other words, I don't ever have to tell you that. If I'm not I want the initiative to be coming from the player. And I don't want to have to I don't want lazy players. I don't want players that are just waiting for me to say, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? I shouldn't have to say that. You're in the game. If you want something to happen, you've got to make it happen. I'm not going to make it happen. Well, eventually I will. Rocks will fall and you'll die, or someone will come in the room, or something will happen. But you can take the initiative on that. It's not the initiative in this case isn't a die roll. It's you being active and engaged in the world. So that's
choosing to do something.
Yeah.
So the reason why I brought the goals up was because they're new players, and then the last round was much more of a proactive GM rather than a reactive GM, I would say.
Yep.
And doing the I guess you guys go on to the next thing, whatever that crap. Anyways, so in the game, like in the first session, they're going up a trail to a mine or something, and I'm telling them all, I'm like, I don't want to know your backstories and stuff. It should come up organically in the game. And I feel like that's a way, because some of my players don't make backstories because they're lazy. And that's a way for me to not have to give a shit about your backstory.
Right.
Or your character at all if you're never going to bring it up. You know what I mean?
Right.
Anyways, but they're all doing it. Yeah. And my point is, as they're walking up that trail, they keep talking to my random dwarf guy who's walking with them. And he's like just having 3 different conversations with different player characters. And then we get to the campsite and they're still just talking to him. And I'm like, and then at the end of the session, I'm like, you guys should talk to each other.
Yeah.
Like they don't understand that they're supposed to actually have a conversation with each other. And one of my characters is like, well, why don't we just write down a blurb about our backstories? That way we're not wasting time. I'm like, no. That is probably the most important part of the game is you guys figuring each other out. Just like in a movie, you know.
It is, yeah. It's much more interesting to as part of the game to discover one another's characters. And
so that's why I got worried after that first session. I'm like, if these guys never tell me their backstory or their goals, like how am I ever gonna actually do a game with them?
You just throw random shit at them until.
And that's the thing. That's the thing as well. Like, that's why you want to train your player to lead the game, right? You want the player to be active, like that. Yep. And you always train your player one way or the other. If you keep telling them what they do and you put them on a stiff path and stuff like that, you're training them to be passive. If you let them lead and stuff like that, and then while their character have a goal, they're gonna lead the game toward that goal, right? And
there was a point where they were all standing at the entrance to a cave, and I'm just like staring at them, waiting for them to tell me that they walk in the cave. And like literally just looking at them like
I'm not moving you, so you have to decide.
It's real windy coming through there.
Or you have your dwarf that's been with them saying, what's wrong, guys? Starts walking
I had my NPCs all like looking at each other and like, well, we're going to bed now.
It's
time to move on.
Sometimes
every time you ask a player, what do you do now? Shauner's blood pressure goes up. I like to.
Yeah, well, I think he's right. I do think he's right.
Yeah,
like it's honestly, it's not needed. It's a habit that encourages passive play. Because then I'm just waiting. Okay, what do I do? What do I do?
Do you think it's a Shaunertopia, or do you think it's an attainable?
It was
no,
one of the things.
It is absolutely attainable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Within your group.
I eliminated it completely.
No,
and I only eliminated it after I saw some of his critiques and I'm like, okay, I'm totally doing this.
Yeah.
And it's just not necessary. And as soon as it's actually a little liberating to break those. You mow the grass, so to speak. These are habits that are not useful. I'm going to cut it back, be a little more tight in my descriptions. In fact, Command Post Gaming, Nunya, you made a great comment I wanted to pick up. It was like, stop using the prefix as you.
Yeah.
And I think that's good. That's really good advice. I'm gonna try that more often. I'm getting better at not doing that, but I think that's good. Just stop saying that. Yeah.
Can someone give me an example?
Players, do you call them by their player name, or do you call them by their character name?
Character name.
So it usually when I'm talking to the character, it's through an NPC. So it'd be it would be whatever would make sense for the NPC to say. So I'm not talking to them. I guess I would say, because I have to give descriptions, right? So I describe things, but when I describe things, I try not to use the word you.
Exactly. You don't use the word you. You don't use the word the name of the character. Or the name of the player. You just like, because that's the thing, like Shauner often say like, and you say that like without explanation.
Which is
like
very
to
frustrating.
puzzle people. yeah, you like to puzzle people. But when you say like, the player don't ask questions to the GM.
I have twice.
There's a new one coming out. It's really good.
It's
no, I've got the new edition. The one it just launched like 2 days ago, 3 days ago.
It's good. I like it.
I've already.
You say like the player don't ask questions to the GM, and people say, "What? Why do you fucking play the game?" You say, "Yeah, because like it's not the player asking question to the GM. It's like a character investigate about the world or ask a question to NPC and stuff like that. But it also goes both ways. The GM shouldn't ask a question to the player, right? You state what is happening in the world. You describe what's happening in the world, and what the NPC do, what the NPC says, and stuff like that. So you don't have to ask like, what do you do? You don't have to ask like, what is your class or whatever. It's just like, it doesn't matter, right?
I try when I describe the world too. I try not to say. This is still a work in progress, but I'm trying to not say what you hear and you see and you smell. Right. I take that out of it, and I let I still describe it. Like the air is thick. The air is thick with the smell of rotting flesh. Okay, but I didn't say you smell this.
This use of the word "you" I find less problematic, but it's still a good habit to get rid of it, because then it also like it takes out the temptation of saying, "Oh, you arrived there," or you walk, like you go through the door. Just ban "you" from your language. You just say like, "Well, there's a drizzle of rain. There's a brisk breeze of wind," right? You don't need to say like you feel the wind, just like, there's some case.
Another one is the vague speech, where it's like you say it might be
kinda,
it's kind of
sorta.
You're telling, not showing.
It smells a little bit like smoke in the air or something like that. Or it's like,
tell me.
Fills the air.
Like those are what kind of smoke, right? Because not all smoke is the same. Like you said, pine smoke.
It's pine smoke, yeah. Don't ask me any
tobacco
questions.
smoke.
They took a class on it.
Yeah.
Right,
I can tell you all about smoke and what to look for. And if it gets black and it starts rolling along the ceiling, get out.
Get out. There you go.
We got our firefighting.
But it's like 300 or 400 feet away. It's like, well, which is it? Is it 3? Or is it,
why would I make
Why not just make
you wouldn't like, maybe the character doesn't know precisely, so that wouldn't bother me too much.
But I'm not describing for the character. The player decides how the character interprets it. If the player wants the character to think that it's 300 or 400 or whatever, that's up to them.
Safety tip from James.
Just say it's 300 feet away. If you suck at measuring distance, you should probably play it that way.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. But
I want the players to have some control in that too. Phil, is that I think it would be excellent if Justin, like, let's say that scenario, there's smoke that's coming just over the horizon, and Justin's playing maybe he has an agrarian rural background for his character, so he's pretty good at gauging distance over land, and I'm an urban character. I have no idea. Like, oh, that looks like it's just right. There's something right over there. He says, no, that's easily 2 miles away, like this. And I as the game master, if I was running that, I would just say, yeah, you just go with whatever the player said. That's fine. It doesn't really bother me.
Yeah.
They can have that kind of creation. I like that, giving them that license to do that.
And that's something in the 4D experiment too that I want to get better at, and I want to do more of in both sides, as a player, as a GM as well. Like, roll with, like, let the player be co-creator of the world. Like, it doesn't really matter, or that's the story we're going for. Like, we all in this together. Like, that's why I don't like those rigid prep and this rigid, like, world creation when you come in with your map and stuff like that. So it's just like, it doesn't matter. It matters much more than we have, like, this interesting session moment to moment with the narrative that it keeps flowing.
Well, and as it rolls forward, I agree with you, Max. And as it rolls forward, who's right, me or Justin? Well, that'll be discovered as they interact. And if they choose to just ignore it, well, then they'll find out. They'll find out. As the flames start candles sticking the trees, and now it's right on the city, and I was right and Justin was wrong, or it was something way far away, and then the inhabitants of that burnt out homestead come stumbling into town. And, oh yeah, we were raided. We live 2 miles out of town. Oh, he was right. It can be just it can develop over time, just naturally as we're playing.
I owe you $1.
That's right. we could bet about it.
Yeah. Always.
Wow.
Always have
be a shilling or something.
We always have our players do the mapping, so they can set the distances. You give them a good explanation. I never play 20 questions. I got a GM that I play with on Sundays, and he'll always answer questions. Well, is it the size of a goblin? Is it the size of an orc? It is what I said.
Never answer that.
Yeah. Never play those 20 questions.
Don't answer.
Sorry, I only do yes or no questions.
Right.
On 20 questions.
Well, you have eyeballs. You tell me what you see.
What do you see?
Exactly.
And if a player says, oh, that looks like that's the biggest dog I've ever seen, then it is the biggest dog you've ever seen.
Does your style ever...
Even though it's only a poodle.
Yeah, you just haven't seen a lot of dogs.
Does your style ever bump into, like, the GM is like, you have to be wrong here because of this scenario that's...
all the time when you play with
and then it's just like a quick correction by the GM.
Just a quick correction.
It's like
more of it comes into view. Yeah, more of it comes into view as it steps into the light. You see what you're not. You see, because you see, I'm falling into it already. But you would say as
you
it
put him in
steps into the light, then more of the creature becomes view.
The more I play, the more I'm finding that I feel like players are kind of set the ceiling of the game, but like. So it's almost like players are more important, or they should be more important than the GM. Like, in that
I think that where I'm heading, and you may be right, Phil, but where I'm heading is the GM is just another player. Yeah. Right. Like it's so we're all players. We're all players at the table. But there's I take the opposite view. I think if you want to have a really phenomenal role play experience, you have to start with the game master. Yeah. You got to set the tone.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the GM is the floor and the player is the ceiling.
Yeah. A good point. Yeah, absolutely. It's a good point. Actually, now that I understand that better, I like that.
It's a nice way to put it. Like the GM is going to be like your floor. Yeah, exactly. But what I often say is like the players control the protagonists of the story, and the story we're telling is a story of those protagonists. So
they're the heroes.
They're part huge. Exactly. They have like you have to let them lead. Or otherwise like. you're playing solo. Basically, if you control the character, you control the world. You know, the GM, you're doing a solo game. You're just having human dice roller to again coach the other.
He's right. He's right. The man's right.
On some things, not everything.
No one's right on everything, but I do think that
just say Sean is right about everything, Justin.
No,
yeah, I agree with him. I have to say it's, and there's the sad thing is if when you watch other people playing the game, oftentimes that's what you're watching. You're just watching people that are waiting for someone to tell them, okay, what dice do I roll here? They're completely passive. They're just waiting to be moved around in the world. The world doesn't feel real. You're watching it and saying, where is everyone? I don't know. What are they? I don't know. We'll just wait. And the guy running the game will just tell his story. Like,
I always look at myself as the descriptor and the arbiter. Everything else, I had two newbies that picked up on rules right away, and they played 3 hours a game themselves. I was in awe just watching these two dudes.
New people are fantastic.
Awesome. And then I had one who just couldn't do anything. Now, and I had a real weird one where I had a gal who came to me and she goes, I have a problem.
Well, that's your first problem.
Well, yeah, I know a lot of you guys.
It's stealing my lines.
She says to me, I don't have a mind's eye. It's an actual physical thing. I can't imagine anything.
That's tough. I sympathize.
What are you doing here?
Never right. Yeah, well,
it's not the hobby for you. Like there's quilting.
Maybe
there's take a cooking class.
So I thought
there's cleaning houses,
needlepoint. You're not going to be able. This is an imaginary thing, and you know what? It's not for everybody. That's fine. It's not for everybody.
How did he end up?
Right. I had to pull out everything had to be done with miniatures and maps. Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
And it was a little bit much. And everybody just kind of turned into this board game thing where it's like, because it was a board being put out in front of them. I would expect that from everybody else. And I didn't want to tell the chick to go. She was paying me, but it ruined everything.
You're no longer here. You're down there, right?
Yeah.
That's tricky, Nanya. I wouldn't know how to handle that. I would just say, look, it's an imaginary experience. If you can't play pretend because you've got a real condition, then I feel for you. But this isn't going to work. It's just not going to work.
Step one, play a mute.
It's still going to be a problem. Like
step one, play a mute.
Step one, play a mute. I'm
figure out emoting.
Mute. Okay, then fine. And you just sit in the corner.
I didn't even think it was a real thing, and I had to go look it up, and apparently it is.
There are. I've heard of it before. I've never experienced it I've never met anyone like this, but I can. That would be debilitating. Like I guess you just never dream. You can't ever picture anything in your mind. That would be a really hard thing to live with.
There's a lot of people that's the case. Like much more. It's just like we don't tend to meet them, especially not in this hobby. And we just like civilization always get like kind of stratified. But
it is too bad. I feel bad.
They see the miniature. Is that what they think their character is? Is it frozen in place mannequin?
Yeah.
Like there's a
can't help it.
Dungeon Minister makes it here. So if a miniature has a sword, but I now I have a spear. Do I have to like modify the miniature now?
What is this where there's so many games all over the place and I'm walking around on a table?
She said, I always like to play D&D, but I never had anybody to play with. I wanted to try it. And so I gave her a picture. I says, well, this is what your character looks like. I took something off the internet and I gave her a pog and I says, that's it. And she had to know where everything was all the time as far as spatial relationships and all that stuff, and made it really weird to have to.
That's weird.
Yeah. But one thing about VTT that helps is being able to do that in that weird situation. Another thing is, like I say, I always like to be an arbitrator and a descriptor, nothing else. Never have anybody ask you a rules question in amongst the entire group. Have them write it down, or with VTT, you have the option of just having somebody PM you. Boy, did that make things go smoother and work out better, and less of immersion breaking when people are like, well, now do I use this? Especially the chick who'd never played before, because she had to ask me about every die she ever had to make a roll for and all that shit. But she didn't DM, so it didn't disturb the rest of the group. I would recommend that.
You bring up a good point. We should maybe spend a little bit of time on that. Like, how do you handle in a role playing? Like Max and I are going down this road that we're going to be actual role play, like role play combat, role play all this. We're going to role play it all. But when there's a rules question, the way I've been handling it is I've told my players at the table, first of all, I expect you to know the rules. Read the manual. Okay, honestly, you expect to come into a game, you don't even know the game. read the game. But if you can't do that, if that's impossible for you to do for some reason, I mean, come on. Like, but if you can't do that, then your job isn't to ask me the rule. Your job is just to tell me what you're attempting. That's all you have to do. You don't have to worry, well, I can't remember the grappling rules. And what is this? How do I disarm again? What do I roll for that? Okay, if you don't have the wherewithal to know the rule for that, I know the rule for that. And if I don't know the rule for that, then I'll give a ruling in the moment. And then we'll look it up after the game.
Smart.
And if I got it wrong, okay, I got it wrong, whatever. But we're not going to derail it. We're certainly not going to crack some of these rule books are intense, right? Like there's some intense rule books out there.
Okay, 400 pages.
We're not going to cross-reference the 17 times that something was. We're just not going to do it.
So, 400 pages, and that's just the introduction to Mr. Max's book.
So exactly. I have nothing against crunch. I have nothing against that. I just don't want to play a slow game where we're just constantly referencing the book.
Fucking program is
it's Kate. When I learn a new game, I make those cheat sheet, right? When I put like all the rules, like that's for Castle and Crusade. So like D20 plus attribute bonus plus level. So I have all the rules here important. So like writing them down, make them remind me. And I send that to Big Bad as well because he wasn't familiar with the game. I said, well, read that. It's like 100 line, not even. And then you'll be good, right?
Not even by 2.
So that's a good way of doing it. I just don't like looking up rules when we're playing. Time to look up rules afterwards. And or before. Like I will before we start a session say, hey guys, I did this last week. It's been a little while since we talked about mechanics. Do you have any questions about how the game works? Do you have any questions about what to roll? Is it because and then I made it clear because Phil, like we were talking earlier, I like to tell them up front what I'm doing so they know what to expect. So I'm not going to be reminding you of rules. So we're going to go through this before we get started. And the game system we're playing, of course, you have bennies to spend. I trust that you'll spend bennies according to the rules for the bennies that you all know, but I don't want you to tell me you're doing that. It's easy enough. Yeah. You just hand me the token, hand me the poker chip, done. Okay. Everyone knows what's going on. We don't have to say anything. You just tell me what you're doing and then roll. And then that's it. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
That's what we call free Kriegspiel. And that's why I tell people, I says, you don't need to learn the rules anymore. Just do a rules light thing. And that's the difference that's the difference between rule 0 that some of these folks use that go, I'm just going to throw all this shit out the window and do whatever the hell I want. Okay, you don't want to read rules. I'm doing a situation where I can make the ruling at the table. Why? Because I've been doing this since about Disco died, so I remember this shit. I don't need the book in front of me. You just go ahead and like you say, tell me what you want. I'll come up with it. And that way you can bring people to the table who would be like, well, I'd love to play those games, but I can't read 400 pages of mathematics or whatever.
This is what I love about new players, though, because new players don't think that. New players just think, wait, I can do anything that fits within the physics of this world that we're creating, that fits within the genre. So you had mentioned Star Wars. You run a lot of Star Wars. Phil, what are you running? You running 5th edition fantasy stuff?
I don't want to run it, but I run D&D 5e.
So the players already, all they need to know is a little bit about the fantasy, and that's it. It'd be nice if they eventually read the book, but if you can't get them to do that, at least they have they can interact in the game because you tell them, well, anything you've seen in these kind of movies, I mean, that's the idea, or books that you've read, whatever you're using as your reference point. There's at least a baseline. Okay, well, I can just I don't have to know the ins and outs of flanking. As a rule, I can just describe where I am.
Right.
Like Max and I tried that in our game with Rick, right? Max is playing a thief. There's something, I don't know the particulars. I'm guilty of not reading all of Castles and Crusades.
I didn't either.
Isn't that hypocritical of me?
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. It's more than a little bit.
You need to know the core rule and the rule for your character. You don't need to need the rules of every character. Right?
I'm not playing the thief, so I don't have to know about backstabbing. Yeah. I'm not a backstabbing kind of guy. I'm a convert to peony kind of guy.
You should be an expert at converting.
Eat your fistful of dirt, damn you.
Yeah, eat your dirt. It's good for you. Put hair on your chest.
One of the other things that I struggle with, I still struggle with this a lot, is somebody says, I want a deep game. I want a lot of immersion. I want a lot of story to the story. Okay, so I write you a lot of story. Then you don't want to read it. Then you go in and I make the story that I write something relevant to, and you have to know it. And otherwise you won't know what's going on in the session for the next week. They don't want to read it. Then they're pissed when they go walk right by something, you know?
Well, so how do you handle that? Is that just an info dump then? You have to like, okay, well, I guess you guys didn't read it, so now I'm going to have to tell you it. Like, how do you handle that? Oh, I think you're muted.
No.
Very good. I couldn't.
There we go.
There we go. Sorry. Yeah.
Sometimes I go, well, you're in trouble because I'll make something up that'll make it worse. I like to punish them for not doing it, quite frankly. And some of them get mad, but I'm going to make them screech for it. I'm just going to put you in a worse situation. And then if they get out of it, I can tell them, if you had known this information, you would have been able to make a better plan and maybe survive this or done better through it. And next time you'll get the information. Then they'll go, well, we don't want all that. We just want to be led through something. I says, well, you can't have it both ways. If you want an interesting story, there's going to be something.
Oh my God.
You're going to have to read about it, you know.
But I get a lot of 2D game, then don't ask for much more than a 2D game.
Right. That's when you need to pay your GM for sure.
Yeah,
that sounds terrible.
Yeah, and that's why I tell people, they go, well, how are you charging? What I've started doing is I've started charging on the front end. If you're going to get involved, because I got a lot of people that are very flighty. They'll say they want to play and then they disappear. So I charge $5 or $10 up front. If they want to pay me to play, they got to pay for the reservation. They get real mad, and I says, well, if you want this, take a look at what I'm putting together. I'm putting together all this backstory. Some people really hate backstory, but some people say, I want a real deep game. So if you want a real deep game, I'm going to have to do all that preparation. You know, if you just want to walk into a sandbox, that's a different deal. Then I can just let you go. You know, you can do whatever you want. So sometimes you got to read the room.
I'm much more like a sandbox kind of guy. Like, like I said, like, don't tell me a story. It's like,
Let's face it, it's not going to be the greatest story. This isn't going to be some Pulitzer Prize winning story.
Right.
You're not going to be winning any.
Well, I don't know. Have you read any Pulitzer Prize winning novels?
No, they're garbage. Of course not. For Gilder Prize up here in Canada, it's even worse.
If it was just me shoving bad fiction on you, I could understand being mad. But you want something where there's a tie-in. Okay, now you've got to read that at least paragraph and a half, a storyline. What I do is, like with my one Star Wars, I use a lot of this because I have a situation where people are coming and going all the time. So I do what I call an on-ramp. I always have an in for the new person to come in, something contextual that introduces them to the rest of the crowd. If they don't read that, then they miss what's going on in the world the next day. The next session, I've had people walk right past the clues because they were inside the fiction. But yeah, I can understand people that just go, oh, I don't want to read your novel because you are not the author that you think you are.
Well, yeah. Well, Dungeon Minister has a good comment there, is that in info dump, if it's just me reading off a paragraph, there's very few things in this hobby that are as dull as me. And hey, man, I may be able to read real well. Like I do the reads good, sir. But it's still boring. And a better way of doing that would be to someone in the world comes in and they have the information. So if there's going to be any kind of info dump at all, I'd prefer not to have like big chunk of text. Like, so the guy, you go up to the bartender, he's cleaning the bar and so tell us about this, and then he talks nonstop for 10 minutes. Is that really what a bartender would do?
No.
Like, is that really how that works? It doesn't seem very believable. It seems to me like that's not a real world. That seems kind of weird.
Yeah, real worlds don't have perfect knowledge of anything.
No, you gotta feed them kernels here and there, and maybe they don't get all of them, right?
Well, and Justin, that's true. Plus, if it's coming from an NPC, they're a little more. It's a little more likely that it's going to be an unreliable narrator because what does that guy know? Like maybe not the same as what the guy across the room knows.
Yeah, and turn it into like a fishing story. And then like, wow, that was a big fish.
I put them in, and I've got a program that makes the crawl. So I put it in the crawl. The crawl's 2.5 minutes, and it's the whole idea of West End Games Star Wars was the theatrics. So it's just the intro to that theatrics. If you buy any of the modules from the original game system, they all have it's not the crawl in the graphical sense, but they always have the open and crawl, and that's just how you introduce people to what's going on. But if you there's a difference between, like I say, giving somebody a novel and being people that are going to be TLDR, but yet say, well, this wasn't a very deep story.
Yeah,
well,
see,
I feel like Star Wars has that secret pass on the exposition a little bit.
Yeah,
well,
I watched Star Wars.
It's also at the start of the campaign. Like, at the start of the campaign,
Crawl.
you can give like, okay, this is the situation, this is the world, this is what's happening, this is the conflict in the world.
The king is dead.
That's what the crawl is, right?
Yeah, and it should be about that length. I think that's a good thing to learn, like from that crawl in the beginning of the Star Wars movies that we'll pretend are the only ones that exist. We won't talk about the other ones. There's enough information there that someone coming in fresh is like, okay, I got it. Right?
They all got the crawl.
Perfect. Got it.
Even the
Everyone got the crawl. That's good. I have no patience at all. I'm a pretty patient guy, but I'm not. I have no. Well, sometimes. Actually, no, not really. And Discord doesn't
You're
count.
covering your bases.
So
you are.
So then, I have zero tolerance whatsoever for players that are not going to value the time that I put into it. And what I mean by that is, if I do send out something and I say, okay, I want you to do this. First of all, I'm only going to ask players to do something I'm willing to do myself. But if I have a player that consistently just won't do what I ask them to do, then I have no patience for that. You're gone. So I have had to, unfortunately, not very often, but I have had to say, look, and I'm putting a lot into this, and I like it, and I do it because I enjoy it. But I'm not going to accept to have a player here that's just going to leech the time of everyone else.
Have a good night, Father Aaron. Yep. Thank you for dropping by.
Thanks for your comments. Good comments.
Sleep well.
Hi, Joe.
Justin, you wanted to say something?
I will say this. The crawls in the Star Wars movies add flavor to the movies, but you cannot read them and still understand what's going on in the whole story.
That's true.
And like, you can put that little bit of pretext.
You're put right in the action if you don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, but
you figure it out pretty quickly. Like, oh, those are the good guy, those are the bad guy, whatever.
Yeah.
You don't need to know that the Empire and the Rebellion. You know.
There's in a role-playing game, you just come off as like a slightly slower character if you don't read the. There's nothing wrong with being the slightly slower
had a question.
Character.
I meant something like leeching time. What I meant by that is, if I send out a little blurb by email to my player group and I say, okay, here's what you need to know. Here's just like everyone knows this. This is the baseline. So, for example, we're playing a 1970s New York gangster setting. Is our thing. So I send out just a little bit. I'm not asking them to read a novel. Everyone's got their own lives. These are
the equivalent
grown men. So it basically, I give the elevator pitch, and here's what you need to know in order to create your character, and you have to create a character.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's it. That's what I'm talking. Now, then there's that one. I hopefully won't have this, but then there's that one guy that shows up that's not read anything, doesn't have a player character ready, and now expects us to just pause while he gets ready. I have very little tolerance for that.
Yeah. No, I have no
That's what I mean,
tolerance for
leeching
that
time.
whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, there's some basic. When I put my game out on something like Start Playing into Star Wars, there's a basic assumption I put in there. I assume you've seen a movie or two. I don't need to explain to you who the rebellion is versus the Empire.
That is the benefit of the IP.
What's a laser sword?
Yeah, right.
What is a phaser?
When does my laser sword run out?
I did have a bunch of players.
Where are the Falcons?
I thought it was really great. I did have a bunch of people call it laser sword because they were playing in a time after the Jedi had been killed off, and they were considered mostly a myth by people. So they just kept referring to it as that, just spontaneously on their own. And I thought, well, at least I got a couple people that can play a little improv. Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
What's the real name? Lightsaber.
It's a lightsaber. Yeah. It's a lightsaber. Only heretics call it.
Right.
To be fair, lightsaber sounds a lot cooler than laser.
It does. It's way better. I agree completely. It's way better.
Yeah, so another thing that I do.
Yeah, we call them laser in French.
Yeah.
In French, that's what it is. Yeah.
How do you guys feel about laser saber?
Yeah, well,
that's what we call them, basically. Sabre laser. Yeah. So laser saber.
I don't just do that. I do fantasy too. The one thing that I found too is if you're going to make a sandbox, if that's your deal, find something that's familiar to you as far as geography or something like that. I went and took my old stomping grounds as a young kid. I took that neighborhood and I changed everything about it into fantasy. That way I'm immediately know the geography without having to reference a map. You know, I can tell everybody about every little nook and cranny of the place, because even after 50 years, I can remember what it was like to tramp around as a kid with my neighborhood and all that. So I just converted everything, kept it real familiar. It made everything go a lot smoother too.
The other thing I mentioned that would have done, Anya, is that would have limited the scope of the geography to the immediate.
Right.
And I think that's a great idea. If you want to role play, great. You're not birthed into the world with a the atlas of the world in you know your little farm, and maybe you've heard of the town next door. That's it. Like if it's a fantasy, I prefer fantasy like that, where it's not I know all of Faerun. No, you just know this little tiny corner, and that's it.
Maybe
and I like to keep it vague too.
Yeah, vague is good.
Vague, so the player can interject their own thing too.
Maybe you know the name of the far off capital and that it's somewhere that way.
And you had an uncle once went there. Like that's and no one talks about that guy. He was a hairdresser. Like that, like that kind of thing. That was just there was.
Don't talk bad about Mr. Max that way.
Every place Mom wouldn't let me and my friends go is not mapped. We don't know anything about it. It's a frontier land. It's just it's open. And if somebody goes into those areas, they're going into some real danger because
because your mom was right.
Because my mom was
right. And what Max and I are talking about is, well, wouldn't it be great if those the low resolution parts of the map, those are created by the player too, not just me.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, they can bring their own thing, right? So and that gives them like a lot of ownership in the world as well. They feel like now they feel invested because they can this is like it became like not like the GM world, became like our world, right?
Right.
Remember, role playing is communism.
It's role playing is communism.
That is heresy, and we won't have any of that.
It's the official tagline of the show.
Yeah, I guess so. What am I doing here, man? I gotta get out of here.
Well, because it's a communal activity, right?
Crispy, I don't think I've ever heard.
That's what I'm saying. It's communal activity. It's like we do that together, and it's like the player co-creator. There's no like
absolutely.
It's much more flat than like
with the maximum allowable individual freedom that you can have.
Yeah. So eventually you starve. That's role
exactly.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then everyone dies.
Well, until the pizza guy gets there.
Until the pizza comes in.
Wow.
Crispy, I've never heard like your preferred system before.
I don't really have one. I'm still trying to figure that out. It's a great question. I'm not trying to dodge it.
I recommend Morkborg.
Yeah, I was expecting that. do you when you say Morkborg, do you like make the TM like trademark symbol after like every time you say that?
It just kind of appears like.
I've been experimenting with a lot of different systems. I've spent the most time in I would say probably 3.5, D&D. That was when I was first introduced to in a real sense. That's when I started when I was in university, and some PhD in electrical engineering was running a game, and he's like, hey, we might need someone from the humanities in here. I'm like, oh, great. So it was at any rate, great experience, but I spent a lot of time with that.
And communism.
Yeah. And then I realized, no, these guys are ridiculous. So the 3.5, I spent a lot of time with that. Pathfinder. I've done 5th edition. I've played some Numenera. So I'm familiar with Cypher system. Spent a lot of time with Savage Worlds. Done DCC, MCC, Weird Frontiers. I've done a little bit with Stars Without Number, Worlds Without Number. Experimenting a little more with the rules lights types of things. So
Have you played Traveler?
I picked up Traveler, and I'm working my way through it. I think that's probably going to be one of the first things I do as a next system.
I've always wondered why Sean is such a huge
I think it's because it has a very simple mechanic that doesn't get in the way, from what I understand. Now I'm still new to it, but I haven't actually run a game. It's a bell curve. It's a 2d6. It's very simple. I don't think the mechanics get in the way, and I think that's why he likes it. Is that it's allows for it's more skill based, from what I understand. But I'm still new to it. I did pick it up again because he talked about it a lot.
James got some experience with the Traveler, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a.
Traveler's a great game. The rules are super easy for anybody to pick up, and I mean, there's enough variance in there to keep you interested. Like, they added a thing where if you're doing something and it's really hard, you roll 3 dice. And you have to keep the lowest 2.
That's the Bane roll, right? Like there's a boon roll and a Bane roll.
And you have the good versions.
Boon.
But the best thing about Traveler is your power gamers that always want to build the perfect character to run amok in your campaign. In Traveler, they got to roll.
Right, because they have to go in that cycle, right? The character creation cycle.
Yeah.
The life path. You don't know what you're going to be.
Mm-hmm.
You might have wanted to be in the Army or in the Marines, but guess what? Right. They told you to get bones, so now you're a wanderer.
Yeah. See, that's I don't think I've ever played a game like that where like my creation was totally random.
We've done some of it through the funnel system in DCC, which is essentially a randomizer.
Level 0 or whatever.
Yeah, but it's not my favorite part of the DCC system. It's what everyone remembers of DCC, but I think it's not the best part of DCC.
It was like the big innovation of DCC.
It was an innovation, but I think it was a little bit of the thunder of what the system can do, and I do like it. But I'm also I've been sitting on a collection of Rifts and Palladium books for a long time, and I really want to use that system. Like the only thing I have trouble with is, again, we're back to this D20 for combat resolutions.
Yeah.
I like the skill system in Palladium a lot. The percentile roll under your percentile. I like that a lot. So I don't know. We'll see.
I like it, but you really suck at the beginning.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, that's right. But I'm not real big into leveling. And that's what I've been trying to move away from is this kind of, the goal of the game is to get to the higher level. I'm trying to move away from that. Like I'm trying to have players that are like, no, the goal for the game is whatever I decide it is for this character that makes sense for this character. And then I've had it many times now where the player sees that the character has accomplished the goal that they had set out, and then they don't adventure anymore. They have a new one. They create a new one. Because why would it still look? You got what you were looking for. You saved the princess, whatever. You got so now you don't need to go out anymore, and so they don't. And they of their own volition, they retire the character, and we bring in a new one.
But also, like sometimes new goals get created in play as well.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
What you said, James?
I was asking Crispy if he has considered the Call of Cthulhu game.
I would consider it. I'm not much. I posted an actual play, guys, of me trying to run a horror, like a space horror type thing. You can tell I'm not much of a horror guy. So it's not that I don't like it. It's just I haven't a lot of experience for it. I would do Cthulhu, but which one should I do? There seems so many of them. Which one would you suggest? If you know about the system, which one should I look at?
Well, if you don't care if players die all the time, just play 7th edition Call of Cthulhu.
Second edition?
If you want your players, 7th edition. If you want your players to actually have a chance to survive, then pick up Pulp Cthulhu.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I'm not a fan of Pulp Cthulhu.
So 7th is what I should look at. I'm always looking to
7th.
7th is the most recent one.
Yeah,
7th is the most recent one, right?
Right. And you're just making, like, when you make your characters, you're just making, like, maybe a college professor that has the
edition of
Egyptology or something.
The edition of Call of Cthulhu don't change much from, like, the system doesn't change much from edition to edition. So
no.
So
Ryan,
Ryan has a great question. This is a good question, and I take this as a real sincere question too. So the question's for me, but I think everyone should jump in on it. What keeps a game's longevity if there's no, I'm going to say incentive is what he was going for. Incentive to keep coming back to the game. And I think I understand what you're saying here, Ryan, is that, well, if as soon as the character completes what they were looking for, then they just retire. So then you just start again. And but go ahead, Justin. I've got some thoughts on this, but go ahead, Justin. What do you think?
Sorry,
we'll go around.
What keeps anyone from waking up the next day after achieving any mild goal in their actual life? You know, I graduated from high school. I committed suicide now.
Asking myself this question every morning, Justin.
Well, yeah, but you're a manic depressant that misses the gay club.
Yeah. Well, I'm in a small town now.
I'd say all you gotta do is blow up their house and
see, I was gonna say, baby. Just when there's a couple of ways you could handle this, right, Phil? You could say, well, you did get this, but now your character achieved this goal, what was maybe a long-term goal, but that actually maybe that there's complications now that you have that goal. Now you've got to keep it. Now you've realized that there's something else. There's another goal on. It's just that when I don't want to have a situation where a player is playing a character that they just kind of like, why am I even here? Like if the player can't think of a reason why that character that they're playing is still in the game, then that is a sign that you've reached the best before date of that particular character. And it makes more sense to say this character is going to leave for a time, maybe come back, but leave for a time. And now there's this new person that I'm coming up with. They've got some short-term and long-term goals. And then I think
it's really not the game master's job
to figure out it's not the game master's job.
But if a player doesn't have a goal or a character doesn't have a goal, just fuck their shit up.
Yes, always
give them a goal.
But that's
kill John Wick's dog.
That's what I was going to say. I found a lady who started. It was a character that started to find that kind of I've done it all now type of thing. So I found something throughout the campaign that they consistently seemed like they were emotionally invested in. Another NPC, and I had that NPC kidnapped. And I said, no, and they wanted to play that character further because they believed that character would be out to try to save that person. So I just kind of reeled them back in with that little thing. So,
I mean, the player should be reaching out to the GM if they want a generated goal, but otherwise it is up to them to come up with some fucking reason.
Yeah, they should. And I do think the other thing in actual practice, because that was a concern I had when the player told me that, this guy, you know what, I really think that he would just ride off into the sunset here. Like, this is the end. But what in practice, what happens is that's a huge motivator for the player. Like, I'm excited about doing this now. Like, I've had this. They still have, they still have warm, fuzzy feelings about this character that they were able to have this big arc with, but they're excited about doing it again. So I actually haven't found that. I was concerned about that too. What's the incentive? But I don't think the incentive needs to be, well, you just have to play this character all the way from level 1 to level 20. No,
I find it very satisfying when we can like organically retire a character, because you know what, I achieved what I want to achieve. I got nothing else pressing me now, and sometimes even this character can come back later on in the campaign.
Of course, they can. And players love
out of retirement.
Love that.
Yeah. Ryan was asking too, do you think goal versus level or cognitive to emergent gameplay? I think level is something that should happen leveling up or getting more powerful, or getting like, it's something that happens through play, but it's not the goal of the play, right?
I agree.
The goal of the play is the emergent narrative.
Yes.
You want to conclude your character goal, and like I said, like what keeps you coming is like as you play, your character evolved. Your character is like his goal from the start. He might even like forgo his goal at some point. He might not care about that anymore because something else came up. You know, like the event he goes through changed the character. There's character development going through. That's the point of the game. It's going through this like figuring out the story of this character. That's what we do. It's not about like killing monster. It's about figuring out the story of those characters we're playing.
Yeah, living their lives, not
trying your best to imagine that little piece of paper or index card or whatever you got your character on. You're trying to imagine that as a real person,
right?
And play it as such.
Leveling it depends on what's going on. If it helps, like my guys. With the one I was doing with Star Wars, they're civilians. They've been put into a situation where they want to become militarily adept to fight the Empire. So the part of the story arc is that improvement is going to learn how to be a guerrilla person. So that's a means to an end to achieve the goal. It's not their end all be all. But
why would you want to fight the Empire? Like seriously, bro.
What
did the Empire ever do to you?
Yeah,
Ryan, you're fucking there, James. Just discover your channel, and you love your axe content.
Well, right,
you're James. James is I don't know if he's ever listening.
He's putting together his spaceship level or whatever.
Yeah, that's all right.
I gotta say, talking about the Empire, you guys already know my position on that.
You're a good guy.
The Empire never did anything wrong.
Actually, really dislike levels. I'm finding.
Yeah.
It's like you just generate superpowers.
What I like to tell people, or what I ask, I just have a conversation with the players and say, what is it that you want to like? What power level do you want? Like, you want to play a superhero style game, or you want to play a gritty game, and then we'll just decide. Okay, well, this is where we'll start. We'll just start here. Like, I'm not a purist when it comes to every game must start at level 1. Like I'm not. I'll just say, like, for our it just didn't make sense even with this 1970s gangster game we're playing. Every player is playing a representative of major, mafia family in New York, but they're sending their best. Well, that to me is not a novice character.
Sure. Right.
That's a seasoned character. So it makes more sense for everyone to create a seasoned character, and then we'll just start with that.
So you're just cutting off progression.
Yeah, well, it's not good. Even like I guess that's a real tricky thing. I don't have a good answer for that, Phil.
Like,
because
super slow progression.
I prefer slow over fast. I've done both.
And just like stay at that power level.
What system are you using for that game?
We're gonna use Savage Worlds. Savage Worlds works really well for modern settings. It's really good.
You could have if one of those characters gets whacked, the replacement has to be a lower level.
Well, that's possible. Absolutely, it would make sense. Yeah. So, if they sent your best, then this is the second best that's coming in.
Or it's just whoever's on hand, right? Like, so they're assistants.
I like leveling. I like it to be more gradual, but I like it in the sense that people get better at doing stuff as they do stuff. At some point, like some game make more sense than the other. But also, like about starting at level 1, it depends what you're trying to do. If you're trying to tell a specific story, or we're like in this scenario with like those crime busts, like being sent there, like whatever, right? That's you start at a higher level. But if you're planning on playing a campaign, a more long-term campaign, like what I often say, like what we do is we're telling the story of those characters, and we want to tell the interesting part of those characters, and they're like. So if you have all those things those cool things that you did in the past happen off screen, sometimes it's unsatisfying, right? I like to if it's a one shot, like you don't necessarily need to start at level 1. You can start at the level that is appropriate for what you're trying to do. One thing I want to try on our game, I want to try like vastly disparate power level, like characters are seasoned with characters are young. Like you do a group that makes sense to be together. There's the apprentice, there's the master, whatever. I want to try that at some point, but because I think that shouldn't matter for the player. They should be able to work together.
What's a system that's based off of skills used gets you improved skills? I know World of Darkness is kind of like
edition.
that. Yeah. Sorry, which one?
Call of Cthulhu 7th edition.
I was about to say like
skill you roll at the end of the thing. You mark the skills you use, and at the end of the session, you roll percentile die.
Mark and Wade say rune quest. I was about to say BRP.
Your skill goes up.
Gotcha.
I was about to say BRP, and BRP is the system
Rune
that is
Quest
used in Call of
uses
Cthulhu.
the same exact system as
exactly. It's the system used in RuneQuest. It's kind of the system used in Pendragon, and I'm probably going to use that system to run a game for our experiment, Crispy.
Right on.
BRP.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm all in. That sounds great.
Yeah.
I do like, as a player, I do like my characters get more powerful. Who doesn't? But I like the pacing to make sense in the world. And I also really agree with what Bleeker says. I don't like this all of a sudden you have all of these things all at once. I actually prefer the advancement ability. Like the way levels work in Savage Worlds is that you'll get an advancement. And an advancement lets you do one of your choice, but one of several things. Like maybe you improve a skill, maybe you lift a trait, maybe you reduce a hindrance. You get one of the several things, but you don't get it all at once. And then you can take that over time. Maybe you get an edge this time. Next time I get a little better at the skill. It's more gradual, but even then I like to slow that way down. Like it's going to take some time.
There's there's so much. RPG is such a fingerprint comparative to even to wargaming, because if you listen to Alex that made Axe.
I watched it. He's super smart guy.
Yeah, he's very well informed, very intelligent. He was talking about subjective XP versus objective XP. When I play Star Wars, the things you're talking about where you want to level up less, you can do that through subjective award of XP, as opposed to having a list where it's just going to be this, no matter you kill this, you get this much. So I can go, well, based on your performance this week, I'm going to give you this much. And that way you can kind of control it and curtail some of that massive leveling. But his case made for objective XP is pretty convincing too, where he talks about why the subjective XP is a real problem. It's pretty much based off of the whole gold for XP thing, but it's an interesting 10-minute video.
It's definitely well thought out. Yeah.
Yeah, but it depends what you're trying to achieve as well. There's like Alex sometimes like maybe aiming for a different goal than we are, right? And he's doing well for that goal. And about also like what Bleeker was saying, like about like having the class ability over time rather than one big chunk. I agree with that. But also like one thing I find in D&D type game, especially like in 5e and stuff like that, I find like the power curve is way too big. Like the difference in power between level 1 and level 20 is way too big. I like in my game the power curve to be much more crunched down, so you still have progression, and you're gonna get better. Like
also super
but at some point, like
it's super front loaded too, so you really
like the difference between level 1 and level 0. Yeah, it's massive. But
it's like So I just want to encourage. How close are you guys to actually doing these one shots?
That's a great question. I don't know.
We're still any encouragement you need. Your way, guys.
The sooner the better. But we're starting at perhaps the worst time ever to get this started.
Especially like I just moved.
Max just moved. We're going into the holidays. My kids are coming back for Christmas. We've got things. There's lots of things going on, right? So it's a bad time, but you know what? Any time would be a bad time. So I think we just need to get started. So the sooner the better. Yeah.
It's the benefit.
And one thing that we talk also about doing those like one shot, or they might be like few shot, depending on where we go. But one thing we talk about, we saying like, oh, maybe people watch more like the talk than their actual play. I think that's true. I think that's fair. People like listening to people like talking in. But with those actual play, is that the term we use?
Actual live doesn't matter.
Live play.
With those live play, we want to do those those. We want to have like a talk afterward.
Yeah.
Where we have a talk afterward.
That's part of it.
Talk, like, what we did, what worked well, what
worked, what didn't work.
Better.
Yeah, we want to have that interaction with the chat afterwards. So like these are going to be short one shots. Like this is going to be maybe an hour and a half of a one shot, and then a good half an hour of talking about what went well, what would we improve next time. Next time when we do this, we got to be careful about this, or I really like this, those kind of things, and then have some interaction with the chat. So the chat's saying, well, why is it that you said this, or why is it like what was the rationale for this move rather than this other move, and then. It's a way for us to also highlight other game systems too.
So are you thinking of pre-recording the game, then having like an after show live?
No, I think we'll do the whole thing live. The idea behind it is the whole thing is going to be live because we don't want to get into this. Well, I guess that's something we'll have to talk about, Max, to see like what the other guys think. But
like, I would be okay with recording and doing the talk afterward, right? But maybe we can like premiere the recording and then right after recording end just so we don't get distracted by the chat, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because when we're doing the game, we're not going to be interacting with chat at all. Like not even
interacting with chat.
Yeah, even if you throw money at Max, which he'll do anything you throw money at him. But even if
especially take his clothes off and shit.
I'm not Bernier.
Yeah, that's right. He's not Bernier.
No, that's right. For free.
But the
like casually over the stream, people are getting more naked.
Oh, well, yeah, and there's going to be some criticism, like Bleeker said. You're going to rip into us, and we're telling people how to play, so you're going to be super judgmental of us. That's right. a fair comment, and we do expect that we're going to get some of that. But this is going to be a process. Hopefully, we can keep going for a while as we get better and as we show that, hey, you know what we're talking about actually can work. Because right now you just hear me like, who am I? You don't know who I am. Like you shouldn't believe anything I say.
You're crispy, bro.
I'm just crispy.
I think that you lose the tool of live chat though.
So that's why
you guys are adults. You can minimize your chat window.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. Or we just stay in. We just don't pay attention to the chat while we're playing because we're going to be. It's a little more. Well, it's not more than a little. It's a lot more demanding to be this kind of in that 4D space. So we're not going to be able to interact with the people watching until afterwards. And then afterwards, then we'll go through it and have some interaction and talk to each other too. What worked, what didn't work. And it's going to be challenging for the whoever's brave enough to run the game, to be the game master for the first one. That's going to be scary because like Bleeker said, we're going to get haters. I mean, we're so small, who cares? But there's going to be some that'll be just like, oh, I saw that guy with Shauner once. We're going to go after him.
I'm looking forward to the Shauner deconstruction video.
I actually am. No, but seriously, Justin, I welcome it. Like I send him my stuff and say, hey, you pick me apart. Tell me where tell me where you think I can improve.
My favorite part of a Shauner video is when he just says, fuck this guy.
No. My favorite part is when he pauses to deconstruct something that gets distracted with the virtual background and then loses the whole track.
What the hell does that mean?
Hey, it's me. We're seeing doorknob in your video.
Yeah, that's right. I know. I do have a doorknob. It's right here. See it? There you go.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that.
I think it'll be better probably if we could just do it live. And then it's spontaneous, it's real, it's authentic. I mean, that said, it's not going to be perfect, and we know that going into it. But we're on this kind of quest ourselves.
Never is.
Yeah, exactly. It's never going to be perfect, but I think we can show people that there's a different way of playing than just what you see more often.
And we're not coming here like to say like, oh, look at us, we're so good. Look at no. We're coming here to say we want to get better, and we're gonna do a self-criticism, and other people are welcome to critique us as well, because that's the point. We're trying to improve. We're trying to develop like this, like push our skill further in the hobby.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
As a player. And I think
this is us honing our skills. Absolutely.
As the format, because like it's kind of experimental thing as well, because like we want to experiment with different systems. We want to experiment with the style of role play, trying different things, see what works, I think we can also experiment with the format as well if we want to do like longer thing, like a little short stuff like that. We can be quite loose with that, right?
Are you gonna start out yours, Crispy, going in this session? I'm gonna work on
Yeah, absolutely. I will. Absolutely.
It'd be kind of cool to get that like pre-session moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully
absolutely.
It doesn't just look like people wasting 30 minutes before they start the game. But
no. Yeah, it has to. Yeah, that's a good point. But that's why we're trying to think. At least in the initial thought was, it's going to be a lot less than a 3-hour, 43-minute live stream. Like it's just a
2-hour session.
This is a really short. Like it's a shorter session with some talking about the session, and but yeah, we pull the curtain back. Absolutely. What are we working? What am I working on? It's what I'm working on. We're gonna be trying this. We'll see how it goes.
It's gonna be that's the element of like doing it live. Like so you see that like there's no like you see everything with words and all and stuff like that. Like as we do it.
Yeah. We're not going to be scrubbing it.
You get to see the coping mechanism. You know what I mean? Like
yeah. And you know what? I kind of hope that this is going to sound weird, but I do hope that from time to time things don't go well. Yeah. Because that's important too. If you want to get better, you gotta have to.
Only way to learn.
Yeah, it didn't go well here. Like what went wrong? Well, the game mechanic got in the way. Okay, well, we got to show that.
It's kind of like working out. You go to failure.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Not all the time, but sometimes.
Not all the time, but it's from time to time.
I'm a lifting coach as well. So
yeah, that's right. That's right.
You go on there, like, you're gonna trigger
Renaissance, man.
Pimp your other channel there, Mr. Max.
Yeah. Well, my other channel, like I don't post much on it. TSM training. I don't post much on it because when I those videos like when I have like people I'm coaching online and I want to explain them something and say like instead of just making a video for them like I used to do, I say I'm gonna make a video more general, post it on the channel and then send them the link so other people can see it. But yeah, I do have this lifting channel. And at some point I'm gonna put it, but TSM training with Mr. Max Boivin.
There you go.
Mr.
Max. Yeah.
Step one, pick things up and then put them down.
Yeah, lift heavy things. Rinse, repeat.
I actually
squatting day is always bad.
On form, that's what I'm talking about. You know, like I'm a form coach.
I actually just had like this abdominal surgery, so I can't lift over 10 pounds for like 8 weeks.
Already? Well, yeah, you have to.
Smokes, man. Did it go well, Phil? You doing better now, or is it still early going? What?
It was like to fix hernias and
stuff. Oh, in hernias, so they put like a mesh in and stuff? Yeah.
That's no mesh. Like,
no mesh. Oh, good.
Small enough to stitch it up.
Oh, good. That's good.
We had a guy on our team. We had a guy on our team. He had to go fix a hernia, right?
Yeah.
And he had to be off training for 6 weeks afterward.
Oh, yeah.
It was 6 weeks.
Just 6 weeks.
Came back afterward. It took like another 6. Well, then he could start like lighter again.
Was it abdominal or was it like?
Yeah, it was abdominal. Well, it was kind of like in the groin almost.
Okay,
like,
yeah. That must be.
But then 6 weeks later, after he came back, like he took six week break. Then he started training again. 6 weeks after starting training again, he was benching 500 pounds again.
Holy
fucking monster!
That is a monster. Yes, I saw the stats on how many people can bench 225. You know what the stat is for how many people, like worldwide, how many people can bench 225?
Just dudes?
How many?
0.07%.
Jesus.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. I can do that for quite a few reps.
I bet you can do it for reps. Yeah.
It's not... Now I feel statistically fat too.
Yeah, sure. Well, you and me both, Nanya. Don't worry about it.
Because you're part of the 99%.
Yeah, I'd like to know I'd like to know what the stats are for people that could do like.
I got to say this guy that got fixed the hernia. Just to be clear, he's a world record holder. So you know, like he's actually he's a beast. Like he is. Like he's the guy that holds the world record. So
yeah.
Anyways, I brought that up to say I'm looking forward to trying to not be a fat piece of shit.
Yeah. Starts with the motivation,
19, but I still could use a little more. So
I need some ribs.
Yeah, be able to work out.
That's okay. I eat ribs. That's all I eat.
A brisket.
Got one in the fridge. Absolutely. Yeah, well, I missed the squat rack. I do miss the squat
background.
Yeah,
but now everything is in a different room now. So
is moving weights a pain?
Have any of you guys, I'm sorry to interrupt, but have any of you guys seen that video where they compare gym class from the 1960s?
I have seen that, yes.
And it's like back in the day, in order to pass gym class, you had to be able to do like
it was intense
pull-ups and it was intense. It was like military stuff.
Yeah,
like it reminded me.
I had to do that.
Basic training.
Yeah. Oh, now we just play dodgeball. When I was in high school,
and now they're saying like.
Well, just look look at a picture of the beach in 1970, and now look at a picture of the beach.
Yeah, well, that's also like the
whales are all on land now.
Yeah, there's been a migration of sorts. Yeah,
the power of science.
I don't have any appliance yet. They're supposed to arrive this week, right? But like I've been eating like shit fucking since for 2 weeks now because I have like no fridge, no stove, no nothing.
You can go to restaurants. You don't need to scoop it out of the toilet, man.
No, but even in restaurant, like you eat like fucking like food that has been prepared with all kind of like
it's got all the seed oils,
there's too much
nasty
poison,
poison.
like it's all like I cannot fucking eat
microplastics.
What kind of meat do you like?
He likes
a big beef guy.
Beef. Got a cow coming next week.
You like fatty beef or you like lean beef?
Fatty beef.
Fattier the better.
Yeah, the best.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
80.
Nothing but that. All day, every day.
Oof.
I
was having this big like bowl of like 3 eggs and a pound of ground beef. I was kind of.
I eat that all the time.
Yeah.
Fantastic. The only thing I'd add to that is some eggs.
That's what I said. Like 4 eggs.
Yeah, a little bit of sour cream,
on
maybe.
top of a pound.
Yeah. Love it.
Cheese.
Yeah, and some cheese.
And cheese. Some cheese.
I like one of my favorite meals is gonna be like
you gotta put that on top of nachos though.
No, you got no carbs. You just have the fat and the protein. That's all you want. That's it.
Beef with a Brussels sprout and some onion, fried onion.
Yeah, if you want the onion for the taste, go for it.
What's the much because it's sweet. I'm a fat guy.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
And then some cheese. Yeah, that's no, I'm happy with that. I can eat that every day. And then like
straight up carnivore. Then.
I usually do my lighter meal like in the evening, so I'm gonna eat like some eggs and stuff like that. I do like my heavier meal, like my first meal of the day, which is oftentimes around like 3 or 4 o'clock.
Yep.
And then I have like a dinner at 8 p.m.
Yep. So
it's gonna be a lighter meal. Yeah.
Do you do any kind of protein supplement, or do you just beef it up?
No, I just beef it up.
You don't
really need the protein supplement. If you're eating ground beef, you're fine.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't do a protein supplement. I don't do.
They put a lot of crap in that stuff too.
Yeah. I'm like if very keep it simple.
Yeah, there's a couple that are okay, but you got to look at it and see like if the serving size is say 35 grams, and you're only getting 20 grams of protein in that. What's the other 15 grams that you're getting?
Binding agent, preservative.
Well, they put a lot of stuff in that. Like you can get some pretty clean stuff, which is okay because if you're on the run, then you just put that in. You
sound like you're buying dope, bro.
Yeah.
Where do you land on the grams per day in the protein?
Oh, it's all I eat is protein and fat. That's
it. I'm saying like how many grams?
I don't know. It's probably 150.
You just eat what you want.
Yeah.
Or eat as much as you want.
I just eat until I'm full.
I think me too. I don't count it that much. I try to stay under like 30 grams of carbs, but like I've been doing it for so long, I don't really count anymore. I just like kind of know about right.
Mm-hmm. The problem with counting macros is the variance on those the dietary guidelines on the side of the box or whatever. There's like a 20% variance on that. So if you're like really counting the macros,
but I think I do about like 180 gram of proteins, but I eat a lot.
But you also lift a lot too, like so, and you're a big guy, right?
I'm a big guy, right?
Yeah.
So, and I do about the same for I do about like 50-50 protein and fat. I eat a lot of fat as well.
Fantastic. Nothing fills you up more. It's great. It's good.
Yeah.
I stopped eating bread and rice.
Yeah, that's a big one. I avoid that stuff.
And
rice is the hardest for me.
Rice was terribly hard because I love curries.
Oh yeah.
So you're eating a curry, rice.
You can have rice. Yeah.
But anyway, I went from 300 pounds to what I am now, which is 220.
Congrats. That's good. Wow. That's serious. Yeah, good for you.
That is an 80-pound drop, and it happened in like 3 months.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Good
and I didn't even do anything crazy. I just stopped eating bread and rice.
Yeah.
And of course, no sodas, no sugar.
Yeah, you got to cut all that out. That's poison. I'll kill you.
Anything with sugar is out of diet because sugar is just poison.
Yeah, you don't want that.
And there's a
except for eggnog and cookies. I think that's the rule.
For Christmas, you're right.
I don't know, man. I gotta have my bi-daily pizza.
I still take some alcohol. I'll drink like some whiskey and like bourbon stuff like that. But there's almost nothing in there. No.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Got John Cena poking through your wall. You sure about that?
Yeah. He just buys the empty bottles and brews it himself.
Anyway, gentlemen, I got an early morning. I got to run, but thank you for letting me have you on here. It was nice to meet you, Nunya, and first time ever with the famous DM James. I'm impressed.
Infamous.
Great.
I guess
famous. Nice to meet you, Phil.
Yeah, it was really good talking to you, man. I really
it was great.
We've met before, bro.
Yeah.
And you're always welcome, Crispy. You always add like a very valuable contribution to every conversation you're in.
Well, I increased the forehead ratio of the any stream I'm on. So
I gotta come over, bro.
We've got the forehead covered. Wide. We got the forehead covered. Have a great evening. Thanks for having me on.
You got the eye, the forehead. I got the fucking width.
That's right. Thanks, guys.
I have a normal size.
Like a Cybertruck windshield.
Are you really thinking about getting a Cybertruck? I saw that.
No, because they're too expensive, to be honest. And also I don't like the first year production vehicle either. I like to let them get their shit together and stuff like that.
Did Elon Musk sponsor you or whatever the fuck you're trying to get?
Buy a DeLorean.
Yeah. No, I wish. I used to be on a Starlink for my internet. Now I'm in regular place, so I can't.
Fucking is good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Go watch the old streams.
Well, to be honest, it was like much better than what I could have. I couldn't stream before that.
Yeah, rural internet. For rural internet.
Exactly, rural internet stuff. Really, and I was still in the woods, so it was hard because there was a lot of like there's sometimes like trees that was kind of a bit in the way and stuff like that.
Doesn't go down with power either. If you got a generator, I guess.
If you got a generator, exactly. Yeah.
Elon is just his own special little.
He's fun.
Yeah.
Special little guy just doing his thing.
I think secretly he has purple hair, and he dyes it brown.
He has like a wig.
No.
His natural hair color,
like a Scooby-Doo episode.
His natural hair color is purple with vermouth highlights or something like that.
He's also a groundskeeper.
You know that's the you guys are talking about the richest African ever.
Wow.
Yeah.
Richest man.
Well, I don't know if ever.
Richest anything.
There's like some
the richest anybody, but he is African.
Yeah. Publicly stated, anyways.
But like I said in my last video, it turns out I'm a person of color too because
congratulations,
my Slavic blood. So apparently I'm BIPOC because somebody decided that Eastern Europeans were all
they're not white
orcs.
People of color. So I was like, that's interesting because everyone I know is.
In Victor Gorchev, I think you got like the Slavic orcs.
Okay.
You pass really well.
Yeah, right. I'm passable. Yeah.
The other thing with
you're white presenting.
Yeah. Madness.
No, that's an actual like academic term.
The other thing with the Cybertruck too, it's like I live in Canada, right? And I live in like rural Canada, especially. And those EV are not great because in winter the battery capacity is diminished a lot. And also like if I want to go see my folks or my parents, it's like a 9-hour drive, right? And there's no like flight to go there. There's no nothing, so you have to drive. That's Canada. Like our distance are fucking long.
You don't like your parents? What are you talking about?
I
might go see them one time again before they die.
I had lunch with a guy who bought a Cadillac electric Cadillac SUV, And he was telling, I didn't know that much about him. He says, you think just the fact that there isn't a lot of generators around is the problem. He says, it's like cell phones. Every single one of these outfits has a different plug. And then you have to get a different service. He says, I drove to one of these stations and I didn't have the right service. I didn't have the right plug. I couldn't fill up, even though I was at one of the stations. This is the 16th largest city in America. And he still couldn't find anything. It's really complicated. So he said,
apparently, like Tesla is doing much better with that. And also they maintain their station better, because oftentimes you go to the charging station for the other one and the station is out of service. And then I said, well, now I'm kind of screwed, right? It's just it's a problem. But now also they're standardizing nowadays. Like they're all gonna go move to the Tesla plug.
Well,
it's all FireWire now.
Right. That was the thing. He said, some of the shit. He said the difference was if you're on the right plug with the right time, it takes 2 hours to charge. If you're on the wrong plug in the wrong place, it could take 6 or 7. There was even more to it. It just went on and on and on. I said, well, I think I'm going to wait a while before I buy one of these things.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And but that's the thing. Like, like for a 9-hour drive now, like if I would need to stop to charge like 2 or 3 times, like for 2 hours in the best case scenario, like it'd be like fucking insane, right? I'm not gonna do that.
If they had it so the battery was a contained unit that you can just pull out, walk over to the station, slide it in, and grab a replacement.
Right.
Slide it in.
There was some at some point there was like some people talking about that. Like you just like the charging station would just be like you drive over it and you just all down underneath. You change the battery, and then you part of the service that you pay for. It's all like taking care of that. But that like those batteries are fucking expensive, right? They're a big part of the cost of the car. So
maybe at dealers.
It's a problem.
Maybe at a dealer.
No, I mean like as refilling your batteries, like instead of pulling out your chargeable and putting it into the wall socket plug and grabbing another set of chargeables and shoving them.
Oh, you think at home?
Wow, like kerosene tanks.
But that's the thing too,
until they figured out how to open it up, and there's
you gotta design it from the get-go to be like that.
Yeah,
I think is it Toyota now they're pushing for a hydrogen car, and that's the thing. Now you can just go and change your hydrogen cylinder, like put it from the back, put a new one that you're ready to go. So actually like faster than filling up with gas.
They call it the Hindenburg.
You gotta love that compressed hydrogen canister.
It's like a canister that you screw it in when it's full, and then you drive. And when it gets empty, you just unscrew it and put another one in.
No. The car accidents are what we're concerned about.
Yeah, supposedly they've got that under control. Where
I'm sure they do.
You know, it's all protected and shit. It ain't going to blow up.
Bomb.
And then a car drives into Detroit.
Yeah,
and then it just looks like Detroit afterwards.
Well,
workmanship would be the problem, I would think. It's just like I got the Fit, and the Fit year that I have is made in Japan. It's very great. Now, I got a neighbor who's got one that's made 2 years later, and it was made in Mexico. That thing looks like it's falling apart right now, and he hasn't even damaged it. Yeah, it's amazing, the workmanship. That's why something with a hydrogen car would worry me, because what if you get the day? It's like the old adage my grandpa used to say about cars: never buy a car built on Monday. Some hungover guy built it. You know, what if you get the one that's got the leak in it because you got the hydrogen? You know, some guy didn't screw the tolerance tight enough or some shit like that.
I guess.
No,
I guess, but also like that's the problem with
the car. You could run it off of water.
Yeah.
Because you could just put water in, use electricity to crack oxygen from the hydrogen, and then run the car on the hydrogen.
Did you ever see Bob Lazar, that freak that thinks UFOs are real? He made one of these things, and he was explaining how he made the hydrogen fuel, and he had a system that he used. Now, he claims he built it. I think he bought it. But according to the reality,
it's very easy to make.
Hydrogen crackers.
We make them as a kid, like for science experiment, like
right,
stuff like that.
But
and then you can blow up hydrogen.
in America, it's all heavily regulated, just because It is, but who knows what rules? But at the time when he made the thing, it wasn't as regulated. But now, apparently, buying that equipment is difficult to get a hold of. But he had a whole system to make that shit.
You can just take the lead from a pencil, and use that as a I forgot the anode or the cathode. But anyway, just like a piece of copper, and they're very, very easy to make.
Yeah.
But of course, you're not gonna make like big quantity with those little like system, and the anode is
you can it's the
anode,
lead,
they get
right?
degraded pretty fast. Yeah, the lead. Well, the graphite.
Graphite, and you can get that in stick form, like large stick form,
right?
And then you just wrap you split an extension cord and wrap it around the thing, and you build one pretty big.
And then you take some Coke bottle that you put upside down in the water, above your anode and your cathode, and then you're gonna have like one fill up with the oxygen and one fill up with the hydrogen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a fun experiment for kids.
Maybe so you guys have designed cars with these sort of devices?
No, I never designed a car, but like you can
You're wasting money on gasoline like a sucker.
We would make rocket with those. Actually, that's something.
I use public transit, my friend. I live in a metropolis.
Thank you for your service.
I walk and I bike a lot when I can.
He's just a regular, everyday, normal guy.
What are you talking about? You think I leave the house?
You? There's nothing special about me, motherfucker. Right. Friggin' John LaJoy, which is what I base off Canadians on.
Yeah. Well, French Canadian at least. That's what we are.
He's just like.
You say you ride your bike everywhere, Max?
Not everywhere. Especially not in the winter. I don't ride as much, but I like to ride on my bike.
What kind of Canadian you call yourself? You don't do normal summer activities in the winter?
Yeah. No, I still walk a lot.
It's barbecue weather.
Yeah.
How cold is it where you're at?
Cold.
My living room is made of snow.
We're gonna get like a -30, which would be like what would be in Fahrenheit? Would be
like
minus 30 something too, like minus 26 maybe. I know that -40 is -40, but with -40 Celsius to -40 Fahrenheit. That's where it meets, and 0 is 32. So somewhere about that, maybe like probably around the same thing as well, -30.
Okay, that sounds pretty cold.
Yeah, but I come from the north actually, so
the north.
Yeah, I'm in the south.
Yeah, I'm a Southie.
Yeah, I come from the north of Canada, so from the north of Quebec. So, like, I've seen like -52 degrees Celsius, which is fucking insane. Like,
he's done his time on the wall.
Yeah, northern Canada. That's where criminals.
Man, that's something that fucking show. That's something that bothered me, right? Because they're always outside in the wall like that, and it's so cold and stuff like that. I came from a place like you spend 15 minutes with skin exposed, and it gets black burn because it's killed from the
Leave it to Canadian to to watch Game of Thrones and go, you call that cold?
Exactly.
It's such a Canadian thing to say.
Nah, you know, like they don't know cold.
This isn't cold.
You don't know nothing. You know nothing.
You don't know cold until you've lost at least 4 fingers per hand.
You had to learn a lesson many times.
Yeah, you're just a slow learner there. But you know, like where there's always like every year there's people like that died because like they were drunk and fell asleep in the snowbank and then died. It's like it's a regular thing, right?
Yeah, imagine you get pretty sleepy when your blood isn't moving.
Yeah. And we walk everywhere too, so yeah.
Neat.
Anyway, there was another topic I wanted to talk about. another gaming topic I wanted to talk about, but it's getting pretty late. The stream is only for 4 hours long. I think I'm gonna wrap it up and I'm gonna talk the next topic. I want to talk about like a system that promotes role-playing game, because it came a bit on the topic, but we always like veer off talking about something else. And somebody was asking in chat, but I think it's gonna have to wait. I'm thinking it's almost 1:30 now here.
I already know the system, so
it's called Morkborg.
Morkborg is the worst.
You've never played it.
Morkborg
Have you played
is the worst system.
Why? Have you played it?
It is a huge waste of time.
There you go. Settled it.
We'll see. I just bought it.
If you want to play a game that's sold by that company, buy Dragonbane.
Dragonbane seems like a waste of time to me, to be honest.
Oh, BS. Dragonbane is like the best. It does everything you want it to do. When you're talking about
it doesn't even have a fanged deserter
like this and you like that. Dragonbane does all that.
But it does it does like nothing new, you know. It's just like a mix. Oh, we're like not between D&D and between like the other free league game. Like it's just like, well, I got D&D and I got those free league game, right? I don't care about that. Dragonbane. I don't know.
That surprises me, because I would think with all your like northern whatever and descended from Vikings bullshit that you would be all about Dragonbane.
Go play a war game.
No, man. I just like I don't know, man. I just like they didn't sell me. I can just say that. Like I saw what they proposed, what they were offering. I say I don't care. You know, just like
okay. I mean,
it didn't reach me at all. And also, like the fucking duck threw me off.
That was the best part of the game.
I don't know, man. I don't fucking care about duck.
When I mentioned the game to my player group, like half of them were talking about playing mallards.
I know it's not.
That's definitely that situation I want to avoid.
So yeah,
but I don't like fun, so.
I know it's
mallards with names like Darkwing.
Oh, that's just lazy.
What do you think,
I know it's not the system that gets praised a lot, but I really like World of Darkness's character system and like skills and attributes. I just feel like it's like super versatile and do lots of fun combinations with it. Also, the XP system I like a lot.
Okay.
I forgot the XP system. I haven't touched those games in like so long. I just
like small progressions rather than levels.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I also bought like the 20th anniversary of Werewolf the Apocalypse. Something I told before. I don't know if you guys know. At some point, like a lot of years back, in one of my moves, I actually lost a box of books, and a lot of more my old role-playing game were in that box. Actually, it was all that it was. So I lost a lot of games that I used to have in one of those moves. I had no idea what happened to it. But yeah, so I still have my old vampire game, but the werewolf one I lost. None of my old D&D books I lost. But anyway, I just bought the 20. Well, you know,
20th edition, 20th anniversary.
Yeah, you know, when you have like my AD&D second edition book, right? It's kind of nice to have. Like, you know, it's even if I'm not gonna use them, you know, just like I actually rebought the player handbook at least.
Are you talking about emotion?
Yeah, nostalgia.
That happened to me when my car got stolen. Actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when I was in the Navy for 4 years, and it got stolen while I was like underway, like in a boat.
Oh really?
Yeah,
that sucks.
I had like all my fucking games in it.
Oh my, that's okay. In the car?
In the trunk of my car, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you left all your game in the trunk of your car.
Well, I didn't want an apartment because I don't want to pay rent.
I see.
So all of my belongings are in the.
So here's your storage locker.
I took my clothes. I just didn't have room for them.
I absolutely loved it back when the Navy had a base here in Orlando.
Yeah.
That was the best. I mean, there were so many game stores and so many games, and because like the Navy dudes, when they're not out to sea or doing whatever, most of them like in
doing whatever.
They're gamers.
You would know that firsthand, right, Mr. Max?
They're gamers, right?
Norfolk was the same way. Yeah.
I was at I think they call it Fort Liberty now, but it used to be called Fort Stewart back when we weren't idiots. And almost everyone I knew in my unit, and I was in an infantry unit, 3-7 infantry, was a gamer of some sort.
Yep.
Whether it was Shadowrun was huge back in like 90.
Yeah.
1990, 1989, first or second edition, whichever it was. Yep. Massive. Like everyone was playing that game.
That's
interesting. So
for some reason GURPS was real popular. I was like,
I could never get into it because of
me neither.
It gave me too many choices.
No.
And I was all like, I don't know what to do, and I don't know what's good. And so I just can't get into this game. Now, Max mentioned Werewolf. Yep. Werewolf is great fun, and it's easy on the storyteller because it's basically D&D. You get your group of werewolves. That some will be fighters and some will be healers, whatever. And then they just run around like killing Pentax people and doing crazy shit. So it's a lot less political, or it can be, than vampire.
Right.
Yeah, it's like there's like this emo kind of like or where like I'm tortured because like I'm trying to keep my humanity and be a monster. No, you're just like, werewolf. I'm doing the right stuff. We're a good guy fighting for the environment or for Gaia.
We're fighting for Gaia to stop the worm and the weaver and to keep the balance. And if that means occasionally you got to wipe out some humans, then it is what it is.
And it's super fucking gory. It's awesome.
Yeah, I always played a Fianna Galliard. They're the ones that are like the bards.
Yeah.
And I had to play Fianna because until I got my DNA test, I thought I was Irish.
Yeah, but now we know you're black.
No,
the darkest Nubian.
But I am a person of color. Actually, BIPOC, because I don't think German counts as a person of color. So the fact that I'm German,
James, can you do me a favor?
That's not what BIPOC means. That's not what BIPOC means.
That makes me, BIPOC. I'm BIPOC.
James, can you do me a favor?
James, the bi in BIPOC doesn't mean bi like in bisexual.
I don't.
The bi in BIPOC is black, indigenous, people of color.
And Slavs count as that now.
Yeah, can you do me a favor, James? Can you do me a favor? Can you close your eyes and mouth? I want to see you disappear. Yeah, where did he go, man?
You need to be like in the background like me for that to work.
Yeah. For the type of BIPOC he is, it counts.
I'm just telling you, I woke up one day and I was on Twitter and they were talking about, whatever, and then they listed the list of people who are considered to be people of color, and for some reason Slavs were on it, and I was like,
as a Bavarian, this is not news to us. So.
Yeah,
it was like, really? Slavs, like the roots.
As a Bavarian, this is not news to us. Hey, I read Hitler's book.
No, are now people of color. The freaking, the Cossacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm of Norman descent, and I see like people of Breton descent as different people.
That's Brittany.
But they are
Brittany, like Britain in France, not the Britain in England, the Britain in France.
Yeah.
I can tell. I can always tell looking at them.
Can always
I can always tell.
I take out the caliper.
Just
No, I'm kidding.
smelling them.
Those are the ones that smell like snails, not cheese.
Yeah. Disgusting.
Well, I know there is.
They smell like fish instead of cow dung.
Yeah.
There's a place in France. It's like the last place where there's Celtic people on the continent.
Wow,
I think
they're just
the province is Brittany.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The Britain.
Yeah.
And they're all Celts.
Not even a whip of cow shit on them.
Like Vercingetorix and all that bullshit. That's what they are.
Well, the Celtic people was like a wide confederation. You know, it wasn't like one people really, but like the Britain was part of that.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that confederation went all the way up to the other side of Germany, bro. So.
And you still wipe them out.
No.
Well, we interbreed, we inbreeded a lot as well. Yeah, like that's the thing. Guardian Runes say too, like this BIPOC thing with the I in there, like meaning indigenous. Like everybody's indigenous from somewhere. You know, that's fucking insane. It's like they just want to.
It's otherizing and dehumanizing.
I don't think he said
people.
everyone.
Yeah. No. He said everyone is indigenous somewhere except one tribe. We're not gonna go on that, but like, but that's the thing, you know, like.
I'm sorry.
European in Europe, and come on now.
You said we were going to do this.
Speaking of really awesome werewolf characters, I've always wanted to play a Ragabash Shadow Lord. What do you think? I don't know. I just wanted to go off.
It's been a while. It's been a while since I
wanted to go back to the 13 tribes instead of the one tribe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, that doesn't take it as far away as you think it does.
I was more viewing it as a segue.
Well, yeah, but it's
don't they own that company?
But I like the Shadow Lord was the Russian one, right? I like those.
Yeah.
I like the
Silverfangs are very Russian also.
I don't know why, Max, but I totally see you as being the guy that shows up and you're like, I'm going to play Gata Fenris and I'm going to
I like the Gata Fenris.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I'm a big Swedish freaking.
I want to play like a Theurge get. It'd be like scarring yourself for spirits. That'd be dope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like when you went to go in the. I always like the. Was it the Yuktana? The Coyotes one? No.
Nuisha is the were coyote.
Nuisha
Uktena is the oldest of Native American tribe.
Oh, okay.
Or Injun, as they prefer.
Yeah. I like those coyote one. I thought they were cool. Like
I think there's a raven one too. You could play.
Yeah, the Korax.
Yeah.
Well, at some point they made like every fucking animal, and at some point it fucking became like ridiculous. Yeah. It became like stupid.
Can I play a were-human?
Nope.
I want to just like turn into a different person.
Actually you can. They're called lupus.
Yeah.
When you
that's true.
When you play a werewolf, you're either born a wolf that can turn into a human, or you're born a human that can turn into a wolf, or you're metis and you're born midway. But so you can play a were-human basically. Your natural form is a wolf, and you can turn into a human.
Oh no! I want to be like a guy that on the full moon turns into some other guy.
Some random other guy.
No, it's like the same guy, but like I don't know who he is.
He's like,
in that game, you control when you turn in that game, and you have like those mid-form, right? So that'd be fucking weird. It's like, oh no, man, those guys are coming after us. Just another guy.
You're just like slightly different and 20 pounds heavier. Like, I can't run as fast now, guys.
I turn my character sheet over and it's just like a different character sheet. Like, slightly shittier character. The first thing I always say is, I don't remember putting this on.
Yeah, because now like your shirt is like one size too small, so it's like super tight on your man pits. That's what you look like.
Or you
I just don't remember.
You can spend those like point of noses so your clothes get absorbed in you. So now you just like you transform. You're just like a shirtless fat guy.
It looks like you have like a shirt tattoo on the just running around. That'd be great. Smart.
I mean, if you're gonna do it, you could be like, where your normal form is just some average dude, but then you can wear out and become like that one dude that they always use when they talk about Chads.
Yeah.
You know, like that big muscular dude with the big chin.
That sounds funny.
And you just kind of turn into him.
Yeah. Or a lady.
That would be something.
There you go.
Oh man, like now you're gonna fucking attract a different crowd.
Yeah,
like,
the flakes are gonna be flying on that one.
Sorry to say, but the werewolf kind of already attracts that crowd.
Yeah, that's what. Well, it's mostly like vampire, to be honest. Like werewolf was like attracted different people a bit because we're a little more savage.
Changeling is really the.
I quit with the World Darkness before those came out. That's like when it started like doing like the raid and mummy and stuff, I say, that's too much now. You know, that's something always bothered me in role playing game when they start like. I'm always like been like kind of a core book kind of guy because like at some point that you always add those supplements and you add too much to the world and it kind of like spoil the flavor for me, right? I like when things are simple. I'm a simple mind. I'm simple man. Simple mind.
Yeah, part of me, a little part of me is a collector, so I don't mind it too much. And I just throw out whatever I don't want. I'm very happy to ignore anything. Yeah,
like I got the Book of the Fomori.
Yeah,
because like that's one I have. So where you can say like those there were like people that were corrupted by the worm, like human being corrupted by the worm, and you get like those weird deformity, and I never really used it though.
It's funny, a lot of people say they're collectors though, and I look like I mentioned earlier. Drive-Through RPG has 391 different fantasy systems on it, and it doesn't matter. People just keep buying that shit. The guy says, you don't want to get into this. You don't want to get into this. Nobody's making any money because there's too much of that shit. But it doesn't matter because there's people just they'll buy it. They'll read 3 pages, go, I like that part, and they'll put it into something else, right? Isn't that what you're doing with a lot of this shit?
Yeah, I find I don't mind spending $5 much.
Yeah. So yeah.
Well, I don't like PDF, so it's never $5.
Yeah,
I give my game away.
Except for Crimson Dragon Slayer, I got it for $7 on Drive-Through.
You could take up
you could go to
bookbinding
Geek
there.
Emporium and find my game.
I did bookbinding.
Okay.
Yeah,
that'll be of mine.
I know. That's why I mentioned it, because
good,
you could get your PDFs and print them off and bind them into.
Yeah, I could do that. Yeah. I've done that with some books that I got when the PDF was really cheap and stuff like that. I got, I'm going to buy it and bind it, especially when they're out of print and stuff like that. That's something I did already, but now I need to. I would need to redo my setup because I my office is not fully installed yet. I need to reprint to plug my printer and reset it up and stuff like that, recalibrate it.
What kind of printer do you have? Pay someone. Why would you subject your printer to printing?
Right.
I got this. I got like big ass fucking printer. That was,
I gotcha.
Yeah. That was really expensive, and
fair enough.
Yeah. I can print like a 13 by 17.
He's got the nice
big,
stuff.
So like basic expert, I imagine Alex is doing the same thing, going through something like Lulu to have his stuff binded because you can get the hardcover of it.
Yeah. But I like the stitching of the book and stuff like that. I think I find it very meditative, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you stitch your books?
Yeah.
Are you?
I made some tools for to trim them as well. Like I'm making my own tools.
You should show videos of that shit, bro.
Max, are you actually creating your own game?
I am writing my own game. I've been working on it for in a while. I have too many hobbies. That's the whole fucking thing too. It's been a while since I worked on it with the move too. But I am still working on my game.
Yeah, we gotta do a WinterDarn.
And what is it like?
It's there's a link in the description below if you want to see the preview already. I can say that. I should mention it more in the description box. But it's a dice pool system where you look for success. Okay. The number of dice you roll is based on your skill. It's a skill-based system. It's class-less, level-less. The number of dice you roll is based on your skill. The type of dice you roll is based on your attribute, right?
Type of dice. Oh.
Yeah. So you can roll like 1d4. You can roll 5d12, right? Depending what your
attribute is.
On what your attribute and what your skill. And actually, it's based usually on 2 attributes because each skill is linked to 2 attributes. So you add them both together. Let's say like you do a skill that is based on strength and dexterity. Your strength is a 3. Your dexterity is a 5. Then you can roll a d8. So
But you're rolling 8 dice, or you're rolling? What are you rolling?
You roll d8 because
it adds up to 8.
Because it adds up to 8.
Oh,
yeah. And if your skill was if your skill level was 3, then you will roll like 3 dice. So you will roll like 3d8, and you look for multiple of 4 because 1 dice can give you more than 1 success if it's big enough. So if you roll 4 to 7, it's 1 success. If you roll 8 to 11, it's 2 success. If you roll a 12, it's 3 success. I wanted to represent the fact that you can be like very good, like somebody that is not skilled in something, but got good natural aptitude, so high attribute, could do very well, but it's very chancy. It's very like random. When you get more skill, it gets more reliable, right?
Okay.
So that's the core mechanic, and everything.
Are you adding those numbers?
You're looking for success. That's what I'm saying. So everything above a 4 is 1 success. Everything above a 8 is 2 success. Everything above a 12 is 3 success.
Gotcha.
Cool.
And combat is done a lot in the opposed roll. It's a bit more crunchy of a game. Combat is done a lot of, but I'm working on this game. Like I often say, it's like almost like I take it like a thesis in game design. Like I say, I'm trying to solve some question, some issue, and I'm trying to, in the system favorizing role play. That's what I'm working on. I'm trying to figure out because oftentimes like crunchy system get in the way of role play. I'm trying to say, can we have like a more crunchy system that would favorize role play? That was like, and I'm trying to solve that question. It might not, I might fail my task, but I'm having fun doing it.
I put my stuff out, and I don't know. I got 2 problems. Instead of trying to sell to people, I'm trying to prove a point. And I don't think that's going to sell very well. And then I always put out stuff, and I don't know why I can't express things. Like I use a hit chart like Palladium, and I put that out, and I got all these people, maybe because I'm not recognized very well by most people, and they start sending me back stuff on Twitter, showing me all the different systems that already use a hit chart with like a silhouette of a human being, as if I was unaware that.
Yeah.
Like I wasn't presenting this as some sort of, innovation. It was just I just figure it's the easiest way to do it. And they keep sending me the stuff back like they're educating me that this has already been done or something. But I don't remember stating it as such as, you know.
That's why you copied that paragraph in the book. You knew it existed.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't need to point it out.
You need to get yourself a good clapping gift, because they send this to you on Twitter. And you can reply with a clapping gift. Just somebody.
Oh, right. Yeah.
You know? Yeah. And you just reply with that.
I suggest Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah. People on Twitter are fucking
classic.
Fake, man.
The Leonardo DiCaprio just
golf clapping.
Yeah, like, hey, good job. You pointed out the obvious.
What game do you think you're going to run for this super one-shot extravaganza, Mr. Max?
I'm probably going to do one with the BRP. That's what I'm looking at now. Or maybe, maybe I'm going to try to.
That's the Call of Cthulhu.
Yeah, but I might do it, but bring it back on the D20 like Pendragon is, because I don't like the D100. I don't know.
Pendragon. That sounds. You talking about?
I thought about doing Pendragon, but I was talking about that on Legion of Myth the other night as well, on Friday. And I think Pendragon is not a great system for a one shot in a sense.
Right.
It's not it's not a good game for one shot, but it's because like there's too much that is like in the long run, right? With the character goal, when you build your family and stuff like that. Like the system in itself, like it's getting in the way. But like the BRP system, which Call of Cthulhu use and RuneQuest use, is very similar. But those games are more geared to they can be used better for, I think, for a one shot. Well, Call of Cthulhu is known for is working great with one shot. But we'll see. We'll try different system. I know that Rick want to do a Traveler one, which I'm excited about because like I want to try Traveler. Big Bad might do like a Rift one because this is his game, I think. But oh really?
Traveler would be a lot of fun, guys.
Daily Wire has solid movies. I don't know if you guys.
Daily Wire. I never see any of it. I don't trust them. Doing a Game of Thrones like version of the Archery and Myth. Yeah.
But they're putting out a bunch of movies. I think it's really weird.
That's interesting. I'll have to look at this one up because like I'm.
I don't know why I'm recommending movies to you again, but here we are.
The Wire, isn't it?
The Daily Wire. The Daily Wire. Shapiro's thing.
Oh, yeah. That'd be interesting.
Oh, I'm seeing ads for that piece.
Who are they getting to write that? Who are they getting to write it for? Who's writing that system for them? Shapiro himself?
No, it's a TV show. The Daily Wire are making like movies and and TV show now, I guess.
Right. So, I'm curious who they're gonna. Does Ryan know who's gonna be writing that system for them? Have they hired somebody? I'm curious.
Wasn't Shapiro a writer in Hollywood? Shapiro's father. That's what he was doing, no?
A director or something like that.
He was a director. I know like Shapiro's father was working in
lawyers.
No, Shapiro's father was connected in Hollywood, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Shapiro's wife is a doctor.
His father had that island, right?
No, you.
They're making it Pendragon series, so you have to watch it because of the word.
Yeah, the trailer is already. I'll check that out. But yeah, like I said, I don't watch much stuff, and I'm very selective in what I watch, and I don't trust this crew.
That's something on with him now, and I don't know if it's his sister or what, but she looks so similar.
Abby Shapiro? What are you talking about? Are you talking about Abby Shapiro, James?
A lady on his show now.
Yeah. Oh, the redhead?
She's like a commenter, and she works for the Daily Wire or whatever. And she looks so much like Ben Shapiro that it's like,
oh yeah,
it's like, is this his sister?
Nope, it's Ben.
You never saw Shapiro's sister?
Yeah,
it's not his sister. It's
Abigail. Poor Abigail.
Yeah, Abigail Shapiro.
Yeah.
Poor Abigail.
I'm surprised you never saw her. Like, there's a lot of meme about her.
The thing is that like I appreciate that you don't trust Daily Wire as
Abigail Shapiro
at all, which is I agree. But do you trust any Hollywood publisher?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, messaging wise, they're all pretty much
right.
Throw that in the garbage, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Screenwriter. Oh, okay. There we go. The answer to Nunia, the screenwriter, looked to be some guy named Stephen R. Lawhead. Never heard of him.
Yeah, no,
You're talking about Brett Cooper. Who's Brett Cooper? We're talking about Brett
lady.
Cooper. Her name is Brett?
I guess so.
Is that a lady name? Sound like a dude name.
It's a dude name.
It's the double T though. Makes it a lady.
Oh really? Should be like Bretta or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Wake up, David.
I'm gonna wrap that show, guys. I want to thank you all for joining.
One second.
And Nunia and Phil, first time on the show. Was great time. I love to have you on. You're welcome back anytime.
I really appreciate it, man. It's an honor to talk to you. I really like the stuff you're doing. You're making me a greater GM, man.
Yeah, this was
really
well.
I love your old videos. I love your new streams.
I have.
I'm gonna try to increase the content. Like once I'm more settled now, like I moved. I have like no furniture, so now like I'm building furniture a lot. I'm doing too much shit. I should just like fucking buy stuff, but I know I'm an obstinate man. I'm gonna do it myself.
Yeah,
it served you well.
Yeah,
I'm sharing something.
I saw. Okay, I'll put it. Fuck it.
Just for James. Just for James.
There, James. That's now. Oh, now you get to look at fucking Justin's tab.
Yeah,
well, now you got to look up Brett.
I think we shouldn't. Brett Cooper.
Yeah.
You do not want to look at that nose too closely.
See which one looks more like Ben Shapiro. I think that's the test.
Oh, okay. Brett Cooper. No, Abigail look more like Ben. Brett she does look like a boy though.
Yeah.
Let me share my tab.
Share my tab.
Yeah.
Holy fuck! You made me want to watch Conan again. How good is that movie? I watch it like so often.
Oh, that's the okay. Well, whatever.
That's a serious neck she has. Holy shit!
I like a long neck.
That's a shopped neck. That's
a lot of room for your end.
Shouldn't be that much room.
Well, you can't overlap your hands, man. It's not the same. If you overlap, you run the risk of choking them to death.
Less golf club, more bat, baseball bat.
You want to get good skis in there without cutting off the airway. That way they learn their lesson and survive.
Smart.
Actually, the point is you choke them a little bit.
Okay.
And it cuts off the blood to the brain and gets them a little high while you're doing your thing so that, when they orgasm, the orgasm is much more powerful.
Hold on a second. You said when you choke them, it cuts off what?
The air
to the brain.
I'm sorry. I don't get it.
What brain?
I can't help myself.
Carotid arteries are feeding the brain, right?
Yeah.
You're not completely occluding them. You're just reducing blood flow.
I know a guy that
James, the next David Carradine.
To the brain causes things to happen in certain ways. Come on, guys.
Now you know how David Carradine went out, right?
That's how he did it. I know a guy that did it.
Yeah, but that's a little different. I'm pretty sure he was murdered.
No, that guy was a freak. I know. They used to film that Kung Fu: The Legend Continues across from my grade school.
Oh, really?
Oh, shit.
Oh, man. Now you have like a Justin origin story.
Did you steal your bike when you were a kid or what?
No, he was just a drunk.
David Carradine's dead, guys.
Yeah.
You didn't know that,
bro.
Why are you talking bad about the dead, man? That's bad luck.
That's the thing when you die in the funniest way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was he in like the Philippines or something too?
It was
a lot of
yeah.
people seem to go to the Philippines and end up or hanging in a closet.
Yeah.
It happened to Anthony Bourdain too, almost exactly.
Oh, he was murdered.
Anthony Bourdain, him, I believe he was murdered.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mr. Max, I think we got a lot of similar.
Unfortunately, Gary Glitter made it through Thailand.
Because Anthony Bourdain was on all their bullshit.
Oh. So he was on board with it though.
Well, I think he was trying to reform himself.
He
was working on a documentary about like sexual traffic of children.
Yep.
So I think he was coming clean. Yeah, but then suddenly he had a change of thought.
Yeah. Usually when I'm working on a big project, that's when I'm.
Yeah. Anyway.
And then Chris Cornell had to go.
Sorry.
Chris Cornell was involved with some stuff, so he had to go.
And you know who else? Fucking Paul Walker.
Yeah.
Paul Walker.
Paul Walker. Did he know things? Oh, he was. Yeah, I heard that too.
Yeah. Paul Walker was on that project as well. You know who that is? Like the guy that from Fast and Furious that died in car accident.
I know who Paul Walker is.
Yeah. Suddenly his brake didn't work. Some shit.
Yeah,
that's right. He died in a car accident. I remember.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's a strange world, man.
It's a strange world. A lot of coincidence. But
do I have to say it?
No.
No.
That's a topic for another day, maybe from another channel. Thank you all for
put that on your training streams.
Mr. Max died from weight on his neck.
Exactly. Yeah.
He was in the bathtub though.
With 135 pounds. Like something ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
But thank you all for joining me on the stream. And Bear and Chris Peter were on earlier. Yeah, thank you, James, man. You don't come often enough. How come you up that late, James? Aren't you in bed by that time?
Just making mayonnaise over there, it looks like.
You remember, you probably heard on my stream how I said they did a nerve ablation. And they changed some of my meds and stuff. So I've been all whacked out.
Oh, yeah. I need to fucking fix my sleep schedule. But
what they did is they went
I need to get a sleep schedule.
They went in through the neck to find my brachial nerves.
Ooh. Yeah.
And then they ran electric current through them.
Nice.
To try to kill them.
Yeah.
Did it work?
I don't know. And they also told me it's not permanent anyway.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear electroshock therapy.
But it should give relief for 4 to 6 months or so.
Okay.
Hopefully it will.
It's one of those recurring things.
You know how it is, or maybe you don't, but you get old and then you start falling apart.
Yeah, man. Like I injured my clavicle at some point working in the bush, right? And it didn't heal well. And now, like every time I try to bench something like above 3 plates, like it's like too much pressure, and it fucking start hurting again for like a month or so, or 2. So it's kind of fucking sucks. It's very limiting. But maybe I'll have to get surgery at some point or learn to live with it. Doesn't stop me from doing much in real life, but in the gym, it's a hard cap.
I'd be careful if I were you, though.
Why?
Well, he lives in Canada, so if he goes in for some kind of surgery, there's a good chance they're just going to try and talk him into killing, euthanasia.
Yeah, and they might just succeed.
They're going to be like, hey, we could try to fix his clavicle, or we could just fix everything forever.
Yeah. Maybe at some point I'm going to go to Panama and get some stem cell treatment.
Right.
Yeah. Well, now they grow it from your own cell, so there's no like harvesting of fetuses. They just like they manage to regress your cell into stem cell, and then like they reinject them.
Unless they come from Tempe, Arizona. Did you guys see that?
No.
Well, they were chopping up bodies. They found out they were chopping up bodies in Tempe, Arizona for medical purposes. Yeah, like a illegal thing. It was on the local news.
Like corpses, I hope.
Yeah.
Isn't it just illegal because it's been like recently made illegal?
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. It's done everywhere.
Bodies, but I missed the reason. I'm sure you said there was a reason, but
it was illegal medical harvesting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
they as they would say in Cyberpunk.
Wait. The FBI did something good?
Organ legging.
Right. Exactly that. Yeah.
So when are we going to get the release notes that the FBI was behind the organ harvesting?
They were on they were on the radar the whole time.
Like if the FBI stopped them, but it was the CIA doing it.
Right.
It was an FBI informant.
There was some organ legging about, I want to say 5 or 6 years ago in New Jersey. They busted them. And it was being ran through the local synagogue, and the leader was the rabbi.
Don't trigger Justin.
Oy vey! How could we ever?
And they got busted, with like hurts and livers and stuff.
Yeah. Well, what can I say? 50% of the global sex slave trade is through Israel.
I'm gonna
what do you say? Like,
thank you for everybody that watched.
Good talking to you,
and thank you for everybody that watch on the replay. If you watch that long after, in almost a 5-hour stream, like join us live next time.
I was gonna say to Justin, what you do if you get a call from Mr. Johnson and he's offering you like, I don't know, 10K Nuyen for some
your
organs?
kidney? Yeah.
I mean,
or a kidney.
Do you do it? Do you not do it? I mean, what kind of
a joke?
No.
But anyway, I'm sorry, Max. I keep interrupting you, trying to.
I don't care how many times you offer me $20. I'm not gay.
What?
Okay.
Yeah, it was a joke. Like if you give a kidney to the hospital, you are a hero. But if you give 14, now you're on the watch list. Anyway. Okay, guys. Thank you for everybody that watched. Thank you for everybody that joined me. Have a good night. See you next time. We'll go back to that topic another day.
Sometime in 6 months.
Hopefully not. Almost forgot to end the stream.